Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce and, well, first of all, I did in fact hit pity on the banner here, so I did in fact get all characters from this banner. Feeling pretty good. But also, we're going to be continuing Canto 4, where we left off. Last time we went through quite a few fights, actually, slowly going up and up. Looks like we've still got a ways to go, though, and I don't know how long the last dungeon's gonna be, given this chapter itself is very long. So, I have no idea why Twitch is having the subscribe image icon as the Duolingo owl. Really weird. It's been creeping me out, if we're completely honest, but whatever. Alright, Glorious Past, and now Class 1. Last time, we found out that we were betrayed by one of our own and that the resistance group is intending to sabotage us pretty hard. We found out Yi Sang used to work at this department, but then left, and some still hold a grudge. Guess we're gonna have to figure out how to go about this. Oh yes, as you can see, I did in fact finally get Butler Faust maxed out. I think I'm probably going to go for the upcoming Faust Focus banner, just because I could really use a good one to match the Calcit one. She also generates some resources that I can't get as easily from middle little brother Sinclair here. He brings a lot of envy to the table, but I don't need envy for any of the stuff here, so we're just gonna dive right in then. I did my best to ignore the fierce glare at my clock from below. I noticed a group of staff walking this way carrying an imposing aura, unlike any other K-Corp employees we've met. You must be a K-Corp staff. Hey, I saw some researchers, the board evacuated over here. They ignored or rather Gregor's words, and proceeded upstairs. Excision staff. Huh, the title alone carries a lot of implications. They aren't here to rescue anyone. Their role is eliminating intruders and keeping classified technologies secure. Oh dear. And it's really, yeah, Dong Grang sure is good at keeping us smile even when things are going downhill. I wish I could keep a stiff upper lip as well as he could. He interjected like he's always been here. I suppose he got done with the call. Rescuing is left to Class 1 staff. Is Class 1 the highest level an employee can reach? Precisely like Grade 1 is for fixers. Verily, 'tis no wonder they're the noblest. Sorry, in this nest, Class 1's the lower level, and higher numbers indicate the better ranks. I guess that's going to be confusing, since for some the lower number's better, and for others the higher number's better. What? Even still, none can be so too lordly or lowly to save lives, so how can their roles be divided? Bigger is better for numbers and riches alike, isn't that right? The conversation dragged on for a bit, but there's nothing to worry about. I've acquired the permission. Permission? Permission for what? Normally, it seems to require a bunch of paperwork as well, but since we're in an emergency, let's skip the procedures that we can. Should be fine, right, Samjo? Well, I believe it could be managed within 3 days and a half of working on the report over time. Oh my. And strictly speaking, the problem already began when you brought them to your lab without any report. Just tell us what that permission is about first. It would seem that Dong Baek has headed that way. The screening room. The security procedures for entering that place can be extremely convoluted. Screening room? The name doesn't give any clear idea on what it's about. Wonder why security is so tight about it. It is at the very top of the building. We get to fight at the apex. That's gonna be interesting. There are two ways to make something inaccessible. Put it underground, or put it at the highest point. nice thing about this Butler Faust is she will produce the resources that I'm technically missing. The bad news is I can't get combos with her very much since I don't have that many who have... I have some with Lust, but no others with Gloom or Rage. Or Wrath, so... It's unfortunate, but it'll help get the Gregor one charged. And I don't have to worry about her not being able to charge her own Calcip because the rest of my team can. I'm just gonna auto win to go through all these because my understanding is I do not need to respect this game's difficulty until about Canto 5. So we'll start paying a bit closer attention then. That and this is technically a trash mob fight, so I'm not worried about it. If it starts going on the back foot though, then I'll start doing it manually. Good work there, Taylor. You dealt a hard blow. Damage. Deal the most damage you all can. Counter. I guess if I need to, I could also drop Don Quixote if I really have to, but I'd rather not because that tremor inflicting is quite nice, and borrowed time is really nice to nuke an enemy at the end of a turn. Yeah, Butler Faust isn't disappointing either. Not the highest damage around, but produces resources I need, has some decent status like support. Pretty easy. Maybe I should have focused down the heal bot more, but it seems like I'm out damaging their healing by a pretty strong amount. It's probably not until challenge stuff that they show up in that it will. I should probably be worrying about stuff like that.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Actually, let me check the passives while we're here. Since little brother Sinclair is at full power, he actually does get these. I can go with these if I need to, but let's see. What does the base one have for a passive? Pride. I do have a decent more pride. But these are all when an ally is specifically defeated, and I'm not really getting that. Meanwhile, middle Sinclair. This is a lot of Vendetta Mark stuff, but I guess, yeah, this is the back support here. Yeah, we got your back is going to be here. Start one ally with the least HP gains defense level ups. It's a lot of envy to charge it, but I do have ways to charge it since I've got a little bit here and there. Like he's got some envy, right? Yeah, he's got envy. Yeah, she's got envy. Yeah, I got sources of envy. Yeah, see, he's got envy. I can easily charge that. So yeah, I'm better sticking off with that backline passive. Class 12. Here we are. Should be good. Guess I'll grab a sip of my drink while this plays out. There we are. I might as well obliterate the ones that are staggered. It's kind of nice. Stagger is a really nice status effect. stun lock the enemies, and making them take even more damage so they get melted quicker. It's just quite nice.
소매는 단정하지 않군요. 이쪽으로.
Fluid. I wonder why they have those insectoid wings. Come to think of it, the slime Ishmael also had those little wings. I might have even brought it up before. I guess this weird standout feature. Or were they slime fairies, actually?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Probably best let the story tell me. This does seem to be one of those games where very few things get left. I mean, they usually explain enemies fighting us rather well. They do leave a lot of mystery, but usually it's regarding artifacts and monsters and stuff that the SCP Corporation would make very difficult to follow.
깔끔하게 물었군.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게. 이러네.
벌써 끝나간 맘.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에
It does
피를
feel a bit,
묻혀가며
it does feel a
쉼없이
little
달리고
bad to be
있으니
losing the XP from the fight, but, well, even the game itself says, yeah, the XP you get from fighting is nowhere as good as the ones from experience tickets. Dante's Notes even has an entire thing that explains how they work, which is kind of funny. An age without technology.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
아까 보셨을 수도 있겠지만 마리르라는
As you might have
자입니다.
seen earlier, that's
사실
not.
예전에 비사
In
면접에서
fact, I met him
마주친
once on
적이
the job
있습니다.
for B Corp once. Is there a corp for every letter of the alphabet? I'd imagine so, I suppose, if they're all being shortened like that.
뭐?
Really?
삼조 씨.
Sanjo, you applied for B
비사
Corp too?
면접도 봤었어?
물론
Of
1순위는
course. K
K사였지만
Corp was my primary choice.
애초에 저
A
같은
man of
명제도 되지
mediocrity like
못한
me has to send
범죄들은
applications
날개란
to
날개에
every wing in
서류라도 다
hopes that
넣어본단
one will
말입니다.
accept it. It is most definitely not because K Corp was my third or fourth selection. There were corpses around Merrill. Appalling, couldn't begin to describe their state.
이런 잠시만요.
Oh dear, pardon me, I need to use the restroom. He's about to puke. He turned pale and ran, covering his mouth with his hand. Oh dear.
우리 연구원들은
Our researchers
반항조차
couldn't have been able to
하지
fight back at
못했을
all.
텐데요.
K사
K Corp's
직원들도
employees don't seem to have a
주먹
problem with
한번
bludgeoning my
내지르지
colleagues who
않았던 내
didn't so much as swing a
동료들을
fist
곤봉으로
either.
웃겠지.
To be fair, that wasn't K Corp, that was probably us, because we're not exactly what I'd call a heroic group.
우린 니놈들의 대장을
We're looking
찾고
for your
있다.
boss. Where
어딨지?
is she?
내가 궁금한
What I
건
want to know is how you're all
너희는
still
어떻게
alive.
살아있느냐야.
Because you guys suck at your jobs, that's why. That's why we might want to finish it sooner rather than later.
그
Oh, you mean those galling murder machines? They weren't anything we couldn't deal with. Now, granted, the bomb, that did hurt a bit.
아니,
No, that bomb wasn't meant for
점멸 용도가
wasn't meant for
수단이었지.
annihilation. It was simply a means. Okay, so the bomb was to free Dongbaek. It was to free Dongbaek from whatever seal that was or whatever. It wasn't specifically to kill us.
란과
There's been an
슈렌의
unexpected
계획에
variable to Ran and
변수가
Shreen's
생긴 거야.
plan. What
No.
are you?
정체가 뭐지?
Faust broke her silence.
기술이 없는 시대로
Even if you
돌아간다
return to
한들
an age without technology,
당신들은 안식을 얻을
you will
수
not find the
없어요.
peace you seek. As it turns out, non-technological eras were full of people killing each other for little to no reason as well.
이미 한번
Once
기술이
accustomed
좀
to the luxury
풍족함을
brought by
맛본
technology,
사람들은
people will not be able to
그
withstand life in
이전의
the
시대를
past.
견뎌낼 수가
Think of
없죠.
the time when trips to the back
부자들
streets were
사이에서
trending among the
뒷골목
rich.
여행이 유행했던 것도 동일한 이유예요. 삶을 돌아보고
They only use the
자신이 준
experience
것에
to take
만족하는
another
시간이
look at their
되는
own
것뿐.
lives and be thankful for
그
everything they
시대를 거슬러
have.
올라 살아간
Hardly
사람은
any would live in
드물죠.
less opulent era, given the opportunity. Yeah, I get humanity got by without modern conveniences, but humanity also got by without the smallpox and polio vaccines, and I'd rather not return to the days when those existed, if that's all right with you.
그래서
And
난
I
말이
don't like
많은
talking to
사람이
people.
싫어. 설명해
I'm not
주는
fond of
것도
explaining things to
질색이고.
you either. But something has to be said from the fact that most people in this organization are former members of K Corp and possibly others, since he said B Corp.
저는 그다지 말이
I'm not
많은
the
편은
talkative
아니에요.
sort.
그리고 제가
Right.
있어서
And I don't require explanations in any field. I was simply
차이가
curious
궁금할 뿐.
to know the difference in perspectives.
우리 중엔 워프
None of us
열차를
take
타는 사람이
warp
없어.
trains.
더 이상
We don't eat
도시의
the city,
고기도
the
먹지
meat the
않지.
city has to offer either. Are those artificial meats?
실체를
When
알게
you know the
되면
truth, you
뒷골목
won't even
여행
consider
같은
something as
얄팍한
shallow as
마음따위를 가질
backstreet
수도 없어.
trips.
저보다
the elders of my
대단한 것을
family who
하실
must know
저희
even greater
집안
things than I do
어르신분들은
didn't
너무
have
잘
any problem using
이용하시던데요?
them though.
대중들은
The masses
무지해서
are ignorant. They wouldn't believe
직접
it, even if
눈앞에서
you showed
보여줘도
them before their
대다수는
eyes.
믿지 못해.
I swear, if a collective conscience from Metal Gear Rising starts playing, I'm gonna start smacking this guy really hard.
그래서 내린 결론이 이거냐?
Oh, and this is your conclusion then?
다 없애버린
Get rid of
후에
everything and make them live in that
아무것도
empty
남지 않은
world?
세상에서 살게 해주기.
Oh,
너
you
같은
wouldn't get it.
놈들은 이해 못해.
아니, 알 것 같은데?
Oh, no, I think I just get it just fine.
좋게 말해도
There are plenty
말귀를
of
못
blighters out there
알아채먹는
who
놈들이
just don't get it if you
대부분이었어.
talk nicely.
여기저기 좀
They'd only start
뭉개지고
empathizing with the
얼굴이
likes of me after they get a couple
쥐어터져봐야
bruises and scars on their
나 같은
faces.
놈한테도 공감이라는 걸 하게 되더라고. 그럴 땐 그냥
It gives me the
싹 다
urge to
부숴버리면
just
어떨까
wreck it
싶어.
all. Huh.
만약 다음에
If we ever recruit
새
new
멤버를 뽑게
members,
될 날이 있다면 학력은
I'll try
예외로
excluding the
더하겠어.
educational background when from the requisites.
히스클리프 씨가
Although
학력을
Heathcliff
밝힌
has never
적은
told us what
없지만
schools he went to,
이해가 안 될 내용은
I
아니네요.
think I can tell where he's coming from.
그래도
Still, you're going way
이런
over the
방식은
line.
선을 넘었죠.
Yeah, we have a weird mix of these strange tags. Yeah, these guys specialize in bind and rupture. They also do a lot of lust damage. Slimers, bind and tremor. Luckily, I do have some defenses against tremor, but not much. And luckily, Don Quixote can inflict a lot harder, although this does make me wonder if we have to fight T-Corp later, they'll do the same thing. Might be a bit of a pain.
이쪽으로.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
벌써 끝나갈 맘.
Oh dang, that's an overwhelming victory.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Not the highest damage it could have been, but no complaints.
헛!
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
Now, this battle is going rather well.
해보겠네.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Nice thing about having all the Arcanite stuff is I also don't have to equip anything specific for the event bonus. Simply existing should be good. only need 3 for max anyway, so having all 4 is just because I want to. This should at least take out the ones that are staggered, so we don't have to worry about them anymore.
벌써 끝나.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게. 이런 대상 사망.
제거하시죠.
Oh, hello. Ah, we get to fight Meryl directly. Let's see. Once again, oh, blunt fragility, interesting. Rupture, amount of reattached curse talisman. Paralyzed based on the amount of curse talisman. Interesting. So on use, it doesn't say on win or on clash, which implies to me that hits no matter what. Entangling, gain curse by the amount of clashes units engage in each turn at 10, erase stagger threshold, and remove the status. Interesting. Gloom res. Ah, right, so she can still get Gloom res with herself. Still, my cup runneth over with gluttony energy, so...
맘.
Beard. Alright, that was easy.
이걸로 이번 죽음과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히
Doesn't like
사용하시는
getting
것
the
같으니
full,
미련은
first time is-
없겠다마는.
Yeah, lucky for me, I should have a very easy time clearing out the shop.
하우스가 맞이하죠.
I don't know if any bonus stuff gets converted to threads or something afterward. But it'd be nice if it is. We'll see.
해보겠네.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
헛!
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 일기당천.
No entry. No, there will be entry. Thank you very much.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
맘.
Darn, so close to stunning the robot. That would have been nice. We did stagger someone, I guess, and that's better than nothing. Oh, I should have paid attention to the one that was blocking. I could have offset that and made it easier for the
그쪽
attack.
방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, well, there it gets this robot stunned.
이런 대상 사망. 징수지는 불가.
Yep, that's a stagger.
맘. 즉시 제거하시죠.
Wonderful.
이걸로
There we go.
이번
Victory.
죽음과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나?
The offer to
마지막까지
join.
알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
Oh, neat. Yeah, see, I finally have enough gloom to charge up all the gloom I need.
징수하겠네.
Not much, actually.
이.
EY.
부른 거요?
Did you call?
네 친구라고
That
들러붙어대는
man who keeps
저자.
clinging to us claims to
무슨
be our
관계지?
friend. What is the relationship?
보이는 그대로
As can be
끊어진 지
seen, that
오래된
tie
연이야.
has been long severed.
난 원래
I
간섭하는
don't like
것도
butting in,
싫고
and I hate
긴
speaking
말은
for
더
long even
싫어하지.
more. But
아무것도
I'm telling you
모르는
this since
척하는
that smile of that
저
ignorance feigning
동랑이라는
scoundrel
새끼
Dong
웃음이
Grang is detestable.
가증스러워서 말해주는 거다. 깔끔하게
That
비어
one
있어서
desk,
더 추했다.
that one that was even more disgusting than the
눈에
others
띈
because it was
그
clean and
책상.
empty.
그 밑에
The name tag
네
below
놈
it had
이름표가
your
붙어
name.
있었어.
Yeah, I think we figured that. He was planning to give Yi Sang that position all along.
말로만 듣던
Do you think he's
헤드헌팅이라도
trying to
꾸미고 있는
headhunt him?
걸까요?
That's supposedly a violation of moral
기업관의 고의에
principles
어긋나는
between
행위거나
firms, something like that,
그런
isn't
거
it?
아닌가요?
한참
Baffled.
또안
What's that supposed to mean?
지렸다.
It's not.
환장하게
I'm
쓰니
just
한
baffled.
말이다.
I didn't see any periods behind them, so I didn't think she was making an acronym of it some kind.
주황머리
Orange hair. You say you used to
뱃일을
work on a
오래
ship for a
했다고
while.
했나?
Was that as a fixer?
해결사로?
You have serious
나에게는
delusions about wings and
회사들에 대한
firms. Do you
환상이
dump your
지나치다.
common sense in the great lake
대호수에
as
오래 떠
chum?
있더니 상식이라는 것도 물고기 떡밥으로 던져버렸나?
Well, companies do poach from one another regularly.
이 세계에서의
Bringing up morality in the world we live
도리
in.
따위를
Pretty amusing for a
따지다니.
joke. Well, it might be
유머로서는
less
제법
morality and more
우습고
be legal stuff, but I guess we could see.
기업 간의 인재 스카우팅이나
Headhunting and
이직은
changing jobs between
이익과 효율에
firms is
따라
based on
이루어진다.
interest and efficiency. Ah, so you're a
너도
hillbilly.
촌뜨기나 다름없구만. 아니지.
So you're
배뜨기냐?
a hillbilly in your language, eh? Or should I say boatbilly? Ah. Even if that's the case, this really is strange. He's not taking Yi Sang's thoughts into account at all.
괴념치 마시오.
Pay it no heed.
마음이라는
Thoughts are
것은
rather
썩
meager
변변찮은 것이니
things.
박제당하는
I'm
삶이
quite used to the
거기
life
익숙하오.
of being taxidermied.
괴념치 않는다뇨?
Are you sure you don't mind?
이상 씨,
Yi Sang,
이곳에
when you
입사한
joined the
이유가-
company.
대체 저희
No, actually, didn't
모두
all of us
같은
receive
제안을
the same
들었던 게
offer?
아닌가요?
The job offer. In my case, I was promised I'd get my aspect carved. I could barely remember a thing, but as soon as I heard that word, I nodded as though I was possessed. They acted like they knew my only choice would be to accept it. Yeah. Remember what I said about contracts that are made sure to be done under conditions in which it's not possible to refuse?
만약
If I joined this company,
이곳에 입사를 한다면
when
그리한다면
I do,
간절히
the
원하는
thing I wished
것을
for dearly,
매일 밤 자기 전마다 되뇌어
the
오던
thing I
것을
recited to myself every night,
그래
yes, the thing I thought would
불가능하다고
be
생각했던 것을
impossible.
이뤄줄 수 있다고
They promised to make it a
말했었죠.
possibility.
분명히.
Most certainly. What, did they all get promised a Dragon Ball wish? Actually, maybe that's not too far off. I mean, we have seen artifacts that could basically perform a Dragon Ball wish. I guess that would be a reason some might be desperate enough to sign up with a shady corp that no one's ever heard of before.
우리에 대해 대체 얼마나 치밀하게
How
조사를 해온
thoroughly do they look into our backgrounds? I
아까
guess we had our
읽었던 그
version of
소망을
wish-granting tales,
이루어주는구나.
just like that storybook
딴
we
데가
read
아니라 여기
earlier.
있었네.
사실
In truth,
그
even that wish
소망조차도
was no more than a futile
허무에
dream.
지나지 않은 바람이었어.
사실은 그렇게 간절하지 않았다.
Why, you
이거야?
weren't that desperate for it? Why'd you
그러면 너는
join
여기에
then?
왜 입사했냐?
그저
Simply,
하도
I
걷다
walked
보니
for so long my feet hurt.
발이 너무
A shower
아팠어.
of rain was pouring down as
마침
well.
소낙도 찾아왔고 그리고
The bus I saw then
눈앞에
appeared
버스는
rather
더
inviting.
편안해
Huh,
그게 끝이
can't be it,
아니었을
can it?
텐데 우리는
거기까지.
we all... That is enough of it.
취업 규칙 중엔
Our
입사
company rules
계약서의
forbid
구체적인
disclosing the
내용에 대한
contents of the job
무설금지도
contract in
포함되어 있습니다.
detail. It could be we're not allowed to discuss it because if we discussed the conditions, that might reveal something very damning.
같은 처지인
Acting all high
주제에
and
혼자
mighty when you're in the
의스댄
same boat as
척
the rest of us.
역겹
Foul.
계속 나아가죠.
Let's proceed. That's when a thought struck me. Unlike the other sinners, Yi Sang would not vocalize his pain. Because of that, I'd often discover his injuries very late. Where has he been holding in all that pain? I was reminded of that void in his chest I got a glimpse of. Was he keeping that in? Or was it spilling out? Right, that.
일기당천.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
맘.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
물 넘고
꺾고 제쳐라.
손을 단정하지 않고
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Some more red stuff.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 깔끔하게 물었군.
물 넘고
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Yeah, there's definitely something with he's saying. If he's just keeping it all in, it's going to explode.
이걸로
Take that from someone
이번
with
주운과 결별할 날도 먹지 않아.
experience.
마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
That's interesting.
정리 시간이다. 내가 눈에 새겨주지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
물 넘고
꺾고 제쳐라.
일기당천.
벌써 끝나가.
해보겠네.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 이건 예상 못했나 봐. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Definitely lots of good pride and envy going on.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
맘. 맘.
위험해. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가. 해보겠네.
소명이 단정하지 않고
위험해. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
그쪽으로
바람
Really big
들어오는데
stagger is really good.
빨리 봐라. 넘고
이걸로 이번 죽은과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
Oh wow. Offer joins you all the way to the roof. Is this a dungeon? No, it's just gonna be a regular one. No, the dungeon's probably gonna be around 54 or something. But wow. Do we have another building we're gonna... Oh no, don't tell me. This one looks like an MC Escher painting. Are we gonna go through an MC Escher painting? Is this gonna be Smileton all over again from Final Fantasy XIV? Up to 7 converts to paint combat. More. Certain stages may allow more sinners compared to usual. In this case, the edit team area will flicker.
H사와 8구의 안내는 제게 맡기시죠.
I guess these will have to do.
기대되네요.
I think I could probably win with just this team completely, but actually, yeah, this team's fine. But you know what? Let's upgrade our buddy here. I just need the ego. I just need the ID. It's not got the ego, so I'm not gonna worry about that.
어두워서 잘 안 보여.
It's too dark to see. Just what is
저게
that?
뭐죠?
Well, on the map it was a giant eyeball, so I imagine this thing in the middle is just that.
소동 때문에
It's been stopped
잠시
for a moment
작동을
because of the
멈추겠나
commotion,
보다.
right?
맞지?
네.
Yes,
일단
as
침입자가 있을
intruders
수도
might come up,
있으니
so Director
일시
Alfonso
중지하라는
ordered to
알폰소
halt the
이사님의
operation
명령이.
for the moment.
아니
No,
그럼 안
that just
되죠.
won't do. The losses
그
caused in that
잠깐
brief moment will
동안에도
be tremendous,
손실이
Samjo.
어마어마하다고요, 삼조 씨.
그래서 저게
Scratch
대체
that. What
뭔데?
is that thing?
아, 이건 말이죠.
You see,
우리를
this
위해
thing cries in
대신해서
our
울어주는
stead.
것이에요. 그래서
So I always
늘
look at it with
고맙고
gratitude
측은한
and
마음으로
pity.
바라보곤 한답니다.
그렇군.
I see now. That's what
란이
Rand told me
말해주었던 게
about.
저거였구나.
The voice of a person we've been so desperately looking for was heard. So wait, did they transfer all their emotions to a machine? Is that why they were so cold? Because they've lost their emotions? The source was right in front of us. A translucent veil seemed to drop as she rose, and Dong Baek was looking at it for us.
쭉
I've been wondering
궁금했었는데
how, and
이제야
now I know the
알겠다.
answer.
왜 그렇게
How our
허술하게
security was
보안이
so easily
뚫리고
breached, how we kept losing
자꾸만
track of
눈앞에서
you, how you kept
놓쳐버리고
vanishing.
사라지는 걸까 싶었는데 장막을
You
가지고
had the
있었구나.
veil. It was so simple. Why didn't I think?
이렇게
Couldn't I think of
간단한
it
걸.
sooner?
왜 미처 못 떠올렸지?
Oh, it looks like he has actually a bit of sleight of anger there.
장막?
Veil, what's that supposed to
그건
be?
또
You
뭔데?
bug us start talking about things only you know
이
about
새끼들
again,
또
eh?
지들만 아는 이야기 시작하려 하네.
히스클리프 씨는
I might be able to
도시에서
live in the
살
city
수는
all
있어도
wrong. Hey, but you
해결사 일은
sure
못할 게 뻔하네요.
aren't cut out to be a fixer.
대부분의 사람들은
Most people
기술
struggle to
하나하나가
figure out
어디서
or understand the
나왔는지
source of
알아야
each
하다 보면
technology in their
끝이
lives,
없으며
so they give up the
알기도
endeavor and
힘드니
simply nod
체념하고
along,
고개를 끄덕이죠. 아는 채
pretending to know.
이것
It's an essential
없이는
skill for
도시를
making your city
살아가기
life in the
버거울 테니까요.
city bearable. And this did strike me as a place where masks are even more important in the Jungo psychology sense, I mean.
명성 높은
It's an
해결사들이나
expensive singularity-based
날개
item.
아니면
Only famous fixers,
최우수
wing executives,
부자들이나
the richest
겨우 가지고
classes can
있을
afford.
값비싼
Even if I
특정
asked you
기술.
how you got it, you
무슨
would not
수로
answer me,
네가
would
얻게 된
you?
건지는 물어봐도 대답 안 해줄 거지?
눈앞에 이게
Is what I'm seeing the truth
재생인
behind these
진실이네.
regeneration ampules? Yes, that's
맞아,
right.
맞아.
The source of those
너희가
ampules you
파괴하려고
are hell-bent
작정하는
on
재생 앰플의
destroying.
그 말이지.
무슨
What do
파괴한다뇨?
you destroy?
질문입니다. 이 앰플로 얼마나 많은 사람을
Let me ask
살릴
you
수
a
있는지
question.
모르시는
Don't you
겁니까?
know how many lives these ampules can save?
이 재생 앰플은 단순히
These
몸을
regeneration
재생시키는 게
ampules do not
다는
simply
아니잖아.
regenerate the body.
사람을
These
살리는
tears can
만큼
kill as easily as
죽이는
they can
것도 이
save.
눈물의 역할이니까.
Are you trying
그러니까
to
이
suggest that
눈물이
these tears
사람을
kill
죽인다는
people?
말씀입니까?
이미 몇
I
번이나
have nothing more
보고도
to say to
믿지
you if you
않는
won't
너
believe me,
같은
even after seeing it
자들에게는
happen several
더 할
times
말이 없네.
already. Right, we saw that the materials seem to be this. It was hinted at earlier that ones that make you melt into goo and the ones that revive you seem to be the same one. Well, as the saying goes, sometimes the only difference between poison and panacea is dosage.
그럼 제가 여기 들어왔다가 나오면 증명되는 건가요?
Fine then. Will you concede if I prove their safety by simply walking into this pool?
근거 없는 트집이나
Don't
잡으며
slander Mr.
동랑님을
Von Grang with
모욕하지
your baseless
마십시오.
claims. Countless
이미
people have
수많은
recovered
사람이
from
이
life-threatening
기술로
conditions
죽어가는
thanks to
몸을
this
완벽하게
technology.
치료받았단 말입니다. 저도 몸소
I've
투약받은
been
적이
injected with
있습니다.
it once myself, in fact.
다이빙하다가
My
목이
neck
부러진
broke while
적이
driving, but the
있었는데
regeneration module helped
죽기
me
직전에
recover from the brink
이
of death.
재생 앰플로
It was one of the
깔끔하게
reasons I
나왔어요.
applied for K-Corp as soon as I became an adult, but
제가 성인이
that's not the
되자마자
point here.
K사에 지원을 한 이유이기도 했습니다만 그게 중요한 건 아니고
Ah, so he was in a car accident. Simple yet deadly.
뭐 하는 거야, 삼조 씨?
What are you doing, Mr. Samjo?
어렸을 때 둥지
My
수영
childhood
선수가
dream was to be a
꿈이었거든요.
competitive swimmer in the
이
nest.
정도 높이는
I
문제
can dive
없습니다.
from this height, no problem.
저번엔 도시 야구
I thought it was
선수라며.
being a baseball star. You're overdoing it again,
또
Samjo. You don't have to go
오버한다.
through the trouble.
그게 무슨
It's okay, so
생고생이야.
just stay
괜찮으니까
here.
그냥 가만히 있어.
고생이라뇨.
Oh, it's no trouble at all.
동랑님이
You
개량하신
worked on the
재생
ampule
앰플이지 않습니까?
yourself.
동랑님과
Mr. Von
알폰소님
Gang, Director Alfonso, and
그리고
countless other
수많은 연구원이
researchers
몇 년
worked
동안
to
연구한
perfect T-Corp's
K사의
regeneration
재생 앰플이란
ampules.
말입니다. 이 기술에
I
대한
could only
믿음과
be here because I
자부심이
trust this technology.
제가 여기 있는
I'm proud of
이유예요.
it.
금방 돌아올 수 있습니다.
I'll be back in a minute. Wait, Samjo? He took his glasses off and jumped into the vat containing the tears. Small bubbles rose, but a few seconds later, no sound could be heard.
아, 이거 참
Oh dear, what a bother.
곤란하게
Samjo
되었네.
never knew about the
삼조
unrefined
씨는
tears.
눈물 원액 자체에 대해서는 몰랐단 말이에요.
Yeah, I should have realized. Side characters in this game never seem to last more than a couple chapters.
시체는
We won't be able to
못
salvage his
건질 거예요.
body. Still, it's fortunate
그래도
that he remained proud of us until the end.
마지막까지 저희를 자랑스러워해서 다행이네요.
What did you just say?
뭐라고요?
삼조 씨는
Mr. Samjo's
소위
case was a
개천에서 난
success from a humble
용이었어요.
upbringing.
난
I like
그런
that sort of
유형들을
person.
좋아하거든요. 날개의 요구
Fellows who are
조건에
hired by
턱없이 못
wings, even though their
미치는데도
qualifications are
불구하고
far below the requirements, tend to be
날개에
loyal to
뽑힌
their
친구들은
employers.
대체로 충성심이 강해요.
뭐? 아, 애초에 둥지에서
Wait, what? Wasn't he a nestborn?
참,
Right. You do know that
둥지에서
being to a nest,
태어났다고 해서
belonging to a nest doesn't
누구나
grant you free
날개에
pass to
쉽게
the
입사할
wings,
수 없다는 건
correct?
알죠?
어떻게 된 거예요?
What's happening? Why isn't
삼조
Mr.
씨는 왜안
Samjo
나오는
coming back?
건데요?
원액은
What does the unprocessed
무슨
liquid
기능을 하는
do,
것이
Dongrang?
원래의
The
모습으로
tear's function is
되돌려주는
to revert
것이
things to how they
눈물의 역할.
were originally.
그
The
눈물을
regeneration ampules
정제하고
available now are
정제해서
product of
만드는 게
numerous
지금의
refining
재생
processes.
팔이 없는
When a
사람이
person who has lost an arm
재생
takes it,
앰플을
they
마시면
remember having the
팔이
arm as its
있는
original
모습을
state.
자신의 본 모습이라고 기억하고 머리가
When
함몰된
someone who has a
사람이
dent in the head
재생
takes
앰플을
ampule, their head is
마시면
restored to the
머리가
shape that they
멀쩡한
remember how it was
모습을
originally
원형이라고
was.
기억하니까.
So it doesn't necessarily restore.
로보토미
What about
지구에서
those in the lobotomy branch who
벌레처럼
died like
죽어가던 자들은
bugs?
이를테면
They were all under a
모두가
trance,
최면
so to
상태에
speak.
걸렸던 것이요.
By
밀폐되고
repeatedly
조용한
playing the voice that says
장소에서
you're a bug in a sealed,
너는
otherwise silent room, the
벌레다라고
image of
반복해서
bugs will be
말하는
instilled in the
음성을 들으면
subconscious.
우리의 무의식에는 벌레의
So it
이미지가
doesn't restore it to as it
자리
was. It's whatever the person thinks is normal. And as soon as they were convinced they were bugs, it assumed the bugs was correct.
맞아.
Indeed, it becomes much more
사람의
effective with
관념으로
the step of refining and diluting
정제하며
it with the ideas of human
희석하는 절차를 밟아야 효과가
concepts.
잘 받지. 하지만
But when a drop of
그
tear
어떤
lacks any kind of
해석도
interpretation
없는
touches
눈물 그
someone,
자체가 닿으면 사람의
they'd be
근원적
reverted all the way
모습까지
back to
거슬러
the original
올라간
form of
형태로
humanity.
되돌려주더군.
The
근원적
original
모습?
form? a single-cell organism, a Neanderthal, or if we want to go with more pop culture versions, monkeys. Oh dear, Frieza would be laughing his head off at this.
정확히는
Or should I
되돌아갈
say,
수
helps you
있도록
go back to that state?
도와준다고 해야 하나요?
Or perhaps transcending their humanity?
역시
Although it tries, it doesn't seem
아무리
capable of
그래도
making a person
그
fully
근원적
reach that
모습이라는
state.
것까지 도달은 못한. 결과적으로는
It consequently
고통을
removes
없애주긴
pain,
하지만
but well...
그래서
Are you satisfied, Dongbek?
만족해,
You are
동백?
correct. And Samjo
네가
probably returned to the
옳고
original form of humanity or something
삼조는
like that in the Vat
눈물
of Tears.
속에서 사람의 원형
Congratulations.
비스무리한
Now,
무언가가
what do you
되었겠지.
really want?
축하해. 이제
The singularity.
특이점.
Permanently destroying it and everything related by using the concept incinerator.
개념 소각기에 넣은
So that's what the
연구소.
Intervalo chapter was about. Well, first of all, to introduce the concept of Samjo, so we'll care when he inevitably dies completely anticlimactically. The other ones were a lot more shocking, but this one was just kind of with a whimper here. But yeah.
개념 소각기라.
Concept incinerator? You'll use it
이번에도 개념
again?
소각기에 태운다고?
Again. That means she used it once before.
그래서
So Dongbek, let's say you do successfully
그
return to the
아무것도
age of
없는 시대로
nothingness.
돌아가면
What comes
그런
next?
다음엔 나무를
Chop
꺾고
trees, build
찢고
huts, make
동물
clothes of
가죽을
leather?
벗겨서 옷을
Is that the
만들고
kind of life you want?
그렇게 살 거야? 그러곤
Mourning
꺾은
the
나무와
lives of the
죽은
lost
동물을
trees and animals
더하면서
you killed?
이봐 동백
Look, Dongbek, with an attitude like that, you'll be nothing more than a primitive amateur.
천둥
Are you sure that's
벌거숭이로밖에
what you
살 수가
want?
없어. 그게 정말 네가 원하는 거야?
너는
You always ask
언제나
stupid
어리석은
questions.
질문을 하네.
Then and now.
지금이나 그때나 우리는
We
추악한 너희들을
decided to use
없애기 위해
vile technology as
추악한
tools to get
기술을
rid of their
무기로
vile
휘두르며 맞서기로
creators.
결심했어.
Thus,
따라서
no one can
우리가
remain in the
그리는
future
미래에는
we envision.
아무도 남아 있을 수가 없어. 그러니까
That's why
자유로울 수
we could be
있었던
free
거야.
from obsession with survival.
생존에 대한
Oh, you're just gonna
집착으로부터.
kill everyone.
그게 무슨 말이야?
What are you talking about?
너는
So you aren't
미래를 그리고
envisioning a
있는 게 아니라
future. You just can't let
과거를
go of
놓지
the
못하고 있는
past.
거였네.
둘 다
Both of you, stop this.
그만두시오. 눈앞에서 옛
I don't want
다툼이
old
반복되는
feuds
걸
repeating before my
보고 싶지
eyes.
않소.
이상
He sang.
말끔해
You look
보이네.
fine.
다행인
You say that
것처럼
like you're
말하는
grieved. Didn't you want
당신은
him?
이상이
응.
You're right. I wanted him to
바랐었지.
die.
하지만
But I'm sure he wished for the
그건 본인도
same.
마찬가지였을 걸.
I did get that impression.
심장까지
He wouldn't
꿰뚫는
resist while it
와중에도
dug into his
저항
heart.
한번 안 하던데. 오히려
It was unpleasant.
불쾌했어.
It felt
마치
felt like I was
원하는 것을 내가
granting you
이뤄주는
your wish.
느낌이었으니까.
Seems to me like you both got a few screws loose. You think pushing someone off a cliff can be
절벽
justified
끝에서
just because that
망설이는
person was
사람을 손을
hesitating?
밀어줬다고. 그게 정당해지나?
망설?
Why don't we hear it from the person himself
너
then?
말고 본인이 직접 말해줄래?
나는 할 말이
I
없어.
have no words to say.
대화는 끝났네.
This
그럼
conversation is over then.
차라리 잘
I'm
됐어.
frankly glad that it is.
이 자리를
I'll take this
기념해서
opportunity to kill two of my old companions with my own hands.
그리고
Then I'll seize and burn the singularity.
태워버릴 거야.
Mm. $1,200 shields, oh my. Heavy sinking. Lobotomy, ego, sun shower, dong bake. Oh no, these. Oh, lose SP. Interesting. I guess it's to power up this one so that it doesn't lose SP. Yeah, seems to be focusing on having low. Yeah, something happens when she's got low sanity.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Tremor should help stun her a bit.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Sandy being low strikes me as something that she's going to want. Unstable. Aching heart. Rupture. Yeah, she wants her Sandy low so that this attack hits better. Should be fine.
12수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나
Get it away.
살려보내지 마라.
I see, I need to use offset to cancel out the dodge move when I can. It sucks to lose an attack, but it's better to make sure that everything lands. Problem is I have a character that inflicts sinking on someone who wants sinking. I best push what I can. Shields are melting down, that's good. Who's the highest speed? Offset. Alright, I'll cancel those out. Struggling over here. Might be a bit rough, but we can try.
말로 받았다. 저 해주들을 도려내. 물 넘고 꺾고 제차. 모여. 길을 열어.
Old umbrella. Thorns. When hit, return the damage taken to the attacker. I'm gonna have to use one of these. That's offset. Alright, yeah, we'll cancel out that defense and go through there.
물 넘고 꺾고 제차.
what these umbrellas are, but something tells me I want them all gone by the next turn.
퇴거하시죠.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
I think I want to flash this one. Here we are. That should work.
해보겠네.
Alright, won the clash. Good. The shields are gone. We're now dealing actual HP damage.
얼려라지.
Phew. That wasn't too difficult, but it's good to have all the same.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍우는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Oh wow, still in a dungeon. Yeah, that's a horrifying eye there, I notice. And don't worry if I run out of stamina, I'll just refill it.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서.
I probably didn't need the souped up Hong Lu.
각혈.
Hemophysis.
긍정적인 신호다.
An optimistic sign.
아무리
Even with the
클리프트
repeated training
억지력으로
with clip-off
훈련을
deterrence, abuse of an
반복했다고 할때
ego will still
에고의
push the
나무는
user's body to
사용자의
the
신체를
limits.
한계까지 몰아세울 테죠.
황금 가지는
Will you return the golden
이제
bow
돌려줄래,
now,
동백?
Dongbek?
이쪽 손님들에게
I was supposed to
넘겨주기로
hand over to my guests here, sign some
모르더라.
complicated
엄청
contract with several
복잡한
stamps,
계약서에
so I
도장도
can't go
여러 개
back to my
찍고
words here.
그래서 물을 수가 없거든.
무지함이
Proudly boasting your ignorance still.
그리고
And
너는
you are weak,
약하고
still.
여전히
Oh.
로보토미사의
Even with the
에고를
ego from Lobotomy
사용한다고
Corp,
해도
this was below
이건
my
내
expectations,
기대 이하야,
Dongbek.
동백.
Oh my, he's being quite harsh now, although I guess with how he has reason to be angry, despite how restrained he seems to be with his expression.
그리고 아직
Besides, I haven't even introduced you to the
내가
technology I
만든
developed.
기술은
I know, why don't we
소개해주지도
hold our
못했단
first
말이야.
conference in a while?
그렇지. 오랜만인데 기술 낭송이라도 다시 할까?
The daily audio-visual feed has been sent.
그러니까
So tell me,
말해줘,
Dongbek,
동백. 너의 절망은
how much bigger can your
어디까지
despair
커질
grow?
수 있어?
Help me.
이게 무슨 소리예요?
What's up with the sound?
우리가 도로 한복판에서
Is that
환상
footage the
지어 싸울 때
drones film while we were
드론이
fighting
찍었던
the
영상이
abnormality on the streets?
네가 보냈던
I
협박
read the
메일은
threat you sent, Dongbek. You said you'd release an abnormality on the streets if I don't speak about the singularity.
환상체를 거리 한복판에 풀어놓은 거라고. 옛날부터
I know you were always fond
과격한
of radical
이벤트를 좋아하는
events,
건
but
알지만
I didn't think you'd
정말
actually do
실행시킬 줄은
it.
몰랐네. 물론
Of course, it produced a
눈물은
lot more
더 많이
tears,
흘러넘쳤어.
all thanks to you.
덕분이야.
아니야.
I wasn't planning to escape.
정말
Release
불안한
it.
생각은
It
아니었어.
escaped. You ignored my warning.
탈출하고 만 거야.
거기서 내가
If
반응을
I responded
한다면
there, that'd
우리
mean
연구실이
admitting that our lab had been
독단적으로
experimenting on
환상체 실험을
abnormalities
해왔다는 걸
arbitrarily.
인정하고 있잖아. 때마침 우리
Thank goodness our
의뢰인들이
contractors happened to be near the
둥지
nest when it
근처에 머물고
happened.
계시니까 망정이었지.
저희가
So it was
탈출한
all part of your
환상체와
plan to have
만날
us
거라는
run to that
것까지
breached
당신의
abnormality?
계획이었다는 거예요?
It was closer to an experiment than a plan.
계획이라기보단 실험이었어요.
The possibility of failure was kept in
실패할
mind, but I
가능성을
had
염두에
evidence to
뒀지만
trust you'd make it through.
당신들이라면
충분히
Right.
해낼 거라는 근거가 있었거든요.
Right, they had recorded when Quixote and the others were being idiots and attacking someone they thought was in trouble at the checkpoint when they shouldn't have, which means he knew there was no possible way our team would ignore the civilians under attack.
전 생각보다
I've been keeping an eye on you
당신들을
for much longer
오랫동안
than you
지켜보고
might
있었고.
think.
말했잖아요.
I told you, didn't I?
팬.
I'm a fan of yours.
아니지 싱클레어.
No, Sinclair, it's always been the other way around.
그랬지만
I am the one
쥐는
who...
건 나야.
Oh, that means he was even watching. It wasn't just, yeah. No, right. The start of chapter 3 was when done and ruined everything. So of course, if he started surveillance there, he'd have definitely gotten the events with Cromer recorded.
이게
How is this? I don't think I want to
보고
watch.
싶지 않아요. 저 장면.
이때도
We
기록적인 눈물 수치를
generated
기록했어요.
record tears from that
최우
time as
수상을
well.
받는
It played a
데에
significant part in
독특한
securing the
역할을
award, I might add.
말을
The employees of a
섞기는
certain
그다지
department at
우수하지
N-Corp weren't the
않았지만
best people to talk with,
어쨌든
but I was able to
N사의 어느
secure
부서
fresh
직원들
audio-visual feeds thanks
신선한
to them.
시청각 사료를 얻을 수 있었죠.
그럼
Oh, that means the
회사
reason
tum지
N-Corp could get away with such
고지구역에서
cruelties in
렌스가
the
그런
residential area
장난일을
in
저지를 수
Canis
있었던
was...
것도
이것이 거래였군.
This is what the deal entailed.
누가 그랬던
I
것
think I remember a
같은데.
certain fellow saying this.
영지
While brother
형의
Youngji's
유리창은
glass window was
혁신적이지만
innovative, it was
자유자재로
simply
다루기에
too
너무나
vast to freely
방대해요.
wield, especially for a
한낱
coarse
나같이
man like me.
속되기를 함부로 만질 수도 없을 거라고. 아,
Ah,
동백,
Dongbek,
너였나?
was it you?
지금
What is...
이게
are you?
눈물은
There
흘려도 흘려도 항상
there just were
부족했단
never
말이지.
enough tears.
그도 그렇게
I mean, look around you. See how many
주위를
people are
둘러보면
suffering here.
이곳엔 괴로운 사람들이 너무나도 많으니까. 그러니까
So they'll be doing the crying
우리를
for
대신해서
us,
울어주는 거야. 눈을 감을 겨를
with
데
no
없이.
time to shut their eyes.
영지영의 기술에
I only
살짝의
made a minor
변형만 가한
modification to
것뿐이요.
brother Youngji's work.
어떠한
I wanted to show a
가능성도
reflection of any
있는
possibility
그대로
with its
비추고
unvarnished
싶었어.
image.
그래서 나는
That is why I'm considering the
이걸
name
이렇게
for
부를까
it.
생각 중이지. 거울.
Mirror.
난 이것이
I wish that this will
우리를
serve as a
더 웃게
tool
할
for
수 있는
entertainment and giving us
놀이가
more
되길
joy.
이걸 찾아내느라
Is that why I
그간
haven't
안
been able to see you
보였던
lately to discover this? So he created the mirror dungeon.
동남, 너 왜
Dongrang,
그렇게
why are you
웃니?
laughing like that? It's just
눈은
funny you're
엄청
talking
빛나고
so
있는데
ferociously when your
그렇게
eyes are full
표독스럽게
of
말하니까
curious
재밌잖아.
twinkles.
이상,
이상,
이놈한테
will you tell him to
시끄럽다고
shut it?
전해줄래?
얼음
League of
과자
Nine
처음
Layers
먹어본
Heroes.
어린애 같은 표정이나 감춰줄래?
Why don't you hide your astonishment of a child who's tried ice cream for the first time on your face first?
웃음을 참지 못하는
Mouths unable to hold laughter.
놀라움에 터지는
Exclamations of
단성.
amazeness.
서로를 향한
Smiles at
웃음.
each other.
별보다
Eyes
반짝이는
glowing brighter than
눈동자.
stars.
모두가 느끼고
Everyone
있다.
there felt pure
순수한
joy.
환희. 그저 이
I
모든
only
게
wished that all of this
놀이가 되길
would
바랬다.
remain a simple recreation.
조용히 있어.
Be quiet.
그대는 그저
You will simply live on as you
그대로
are,
살아가는 거야.
as if you know nothing.
아무 일도 모르는 것처럼.
리츠,
The glass window wasn't made
이따위
for this kind of wicked
역겨운 짓거리를
degeneracy.
중요한
We're
순간.
having an important moment.
험한
Please mind your
말은 삼가줘.
language.
그리고 나도 알아.
And I know what
영지
you're saying. Brother Youngji
이건
would
나를
certainly have scolded me for this.
아,
Ah, but did you know though,
그런데
we're no
그거
longer
알아?
in the time when we used to
지금은
cheer over toy-like conventions.
장난감 같은
The
기술을
applause won't be as
돌려보면
loud now with how
환호성과
few of us
연락은
remain
시작이야.
now.
이젠 사람도 부족해서 너는 그저
You're just struggling to let
잊지
go.
못하고
Isn't that right?
그렇지. 겉으로는
You gave your
거창하게
grand
기술의
speeches about the
추악함이
evil of
뭐니
technology,
말해도
but that's no more than the pretext that you made as a
사람들을
means to garner support,
나중에
to reach
갖다
your
붙인
true
명분이잖아.
goal.
네 목적을 이루려고 기술의
You
추악함을
claim to fight the vile
소멸시키려는
technology, but you yourself are being
추악해지고
plenty
있는 거야.
vile.
하필이면
When your group
너희가
took over
내
the
연구
lobotomy branch
장소에서
facility where I just
로봇
happened to be
흠집을
conducting my research, you
부하들에게는
probably told your followers it was to
특이점을
investigate the
조사할
singularity, but in
목적으로
reality,
했지.
you figured out that you could find pieces of
그것은
technology that you could use as weapons,
에고처럼
didn't you?
무기로 쓸 수 있는
Like your
기술들이 숨겨져
ego.
있다는 것까지 알아낸 거지?
By the way, ego, exterminating geometry organ. with geometry organs being limits. So it's a limit break. I can't believe I didn't realize that until later.
그
After the stream
귀중한
ended.
정보를
I
제공해준
wonder who
건
gave you all that precious information. Sure,
실은
Annie couldn't have known
몰랐을
that. How about a game of 20 questions? Will you tell me that way?
나랑
더 알고 있는
Don't
것처럼
talk like you know
떠들지.
everything. That attitude of yours
옛날부터
always
너
annoyed
그러는
me. Then
그럼
let me act like I
하나만 더
I
아는
know
척해볼게.
just act like I know about just one more thing.
영지 형의
When we peeked through brother
유리창
Youngji's
안을
glass window and we got a glimpse of the world reflected in
이 이상의
Yistang's
거울에 비쳤던
mirror,
세계를 보았을 때 그때 우리는
we felt the euphoria and
결코 이전
schism that we would
상태로
never
돌이킬
be
수
able to
없는
recover from.
희열과 분열을 느꼈지.
유리창이
Since that moment, the
탄생했을
glass
때부터
window was made.
각종
All sorts of interest groups came knocking at the door.
그래,
Right, well, we may think that we left the league of our own volition.
나간 거라고 생각하지만 모두 알고
We all knew what
있잖아.
actually happened. We were actually just torn apart and
칼기가
scattered
찢겨져
away.
뿌려진 것에 지나지 않았다고. 그리고 그
And that is the
원인이
reason it came
우리
from the
중에
inside.
동백,
Dongbek, even if you put my
네가
work in a
개념
concept
잡았기에
incinerator, we
내
won't be able to
기술을
go back to those
넣어버린다
innocent
하더라도.
times. You know that,
순수했던 그
right?
시절로는 돌아갈 수 없어. 알고 있지?
Even though you're
알고
aware,
있는데도
you cannot give up your
집착을
obsession.
놓지 못하는 건. 아,
Now I get it.
그랬군. 소각
If someone were to
되어버린
discover the
기술들을
incinerated
누군가
technologies
다시
again,
발견하기라도 한다면
right, just because the information's erased doesn't mean it can't be rediscovered.
다른 꿈을
Other
가진
nameless
이름
fellows
모를
with other
누군가
dreams would feel the same euphoria we
같은
felt.
희열을 느껴주기를
That's what you
바란다.
wanted to happen, maybe?
우리가 과거로
Since we
돌아갈 수
can't return to
없어.
the past ourselves,
다시
you
과거를
were going to
만들어서
recreate the past for
물려주는
coming
거야.
generations. Wow, what a cute and
우와.
unique idea, Dongbek.
이거 진짜 신선하고 귀여운 발상이네, 동백. 동백
Miss
씨.
Dongbek, your body. Dongbek muttered into emptiness. It's as though she was talking to someone. Yes, I'll bury it. Deep in the sand. Hide them.
언젠가
For someone to
발견할
find someday.
누군가를 위해 우리가
We didn't discover the technologies because we were better or had exclusive rights to.
그 당신
You may be
말대로
right. I fooled everyone, including
난
myself, to
나를
working for my own
속이고
goals.
모두를 속이며
It was the land we tilled that
내가
was
원한 것을
fertile.
밀어붙인 것이겠지. 그저 우리가 봤던 땅이 비옥했던 것뿐이니까.
서운하네.
That's disheartening to hear. You're
정작
going to
그
discredit
땅을
all of our
일구기
efforts
위해
went to plowing the soil,
꽃구경도 놓치고
missing the sights of the
괜히 지원했던 우리의 노력은
flowers.
모르는 척하는 거야?
I hate when the asshole has a pretty good point.
그때 우리는
Back then, we were
물정을
native
몰랐던
amateurs, and the
푸른
past you refuse to forget is just a
네가
fleeting
잊지
moment
못하고 있는 그
seen through
순간
rose-tinted glasses.
미화된 찰나에 지나지 않아. 그런데
Did your colleagues who gave their
목숨
lives to the
바친
cause
네
know this,
동료들도
though?
그 사실을 알고 있나? 그저 동료들을 끌어모으기 위해
That's the
그럴 듯해
cause you
보이는 대의를
exclaimed.
외쳤을
There was only a spacious
사실
banner to lure people
허공에
with.
떠 있는
It was as
뜬구름이었다.
vain as a cloud in the sky.
아니,
No, and yet I'm
하지만
finally seeing myself better now, which is
이제야
why I
난
should
나를
plant the
제대로
sprouts and cover it with
알겠어.
dirt with my own hands.
그래서
Isn't that
직접
right?
내 손으로 흙을 덮고 싹을 심어야만 하지 않겠니? 봉우리는
The bud has
저물고
fallen, and our fruit has long since
우리의
withered.
열매는 이미 시든 지 오래이니 다시 흙을
It must be
덮어
covered with
허물고
dirt again, unless the other fruits.
다른 열매가
Oh,
맺히도록.
infinity welcome.
이봐,
Hey, is it
저대로
really
놔둬도
okay to let
괜찮은
her be?
알고 있잖아.
You know, your mind doesn't
에고를
work well when you're
세우면
using an
정신이
ego.
멀쩡하게 굴러가지 못하는 거.
야,
Now
너
hold
일부러
on, are you
그러는
doing this
거냐?
on purpose, taunting her as
되는
much as you
데까지
can?
고발을 시킨 다음에
I imagine he is, honestly,
결국엔
and wait for her to
제
tire
꼴에
herself
스스로
out.
꺾이도록. 이번에는 우리가
Back to
없애.
the innocent times.
순수했던
Now
그
without
시절.
us.
아,
Innocence.
순수라. 순수라는 단어만큼
No words are as embarrassing
부끄러운
as
단어.
that.
야, 정신
Boy,
차려!
keep it together.
역시
No one can shake your mind like
그때나
I do
지금이나
then and now.
네
Isn't
마음을
that right?
정신없이 흔들어 놓는 건 나밖에 없지.
Right, he's known her for so long. He knows exactly how to get to her.
아니,
No, I feel like
난
my
그
mind is
언제보다
blooming
정신이 활짝
wider than
피어나는 것
ever.
같아. 나는 언제나
I've always
곧
wished to be a
터지고 피어나올
bud, soon to
보울이고
burst into
싶었어.
bloom,
온갖
shrouded in
편냄을
scent all over the
돌며
body.
이것이
Even if this is my own heart-wrenching
누군가에게도
pain,
이해받지 못해
understood by no one,
마음 아픈 떨어진
I'll still leave
꽃잎가루
behind a
같은 진하고
morrow,
비옥할
strong and
다음을
fertile, like
남길
the
거야.
fallen petals. Dongbek's ego, Spice Bush. Blooming. What's this? A turn of at 5 plus count takes loss of damage, become fully bloomed. At less than 5, lose count SP, then reduced by 1. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, offset that and have everyone else attack. Here we go. We'll use the offset to remove her defensive dodge so that no one has their attacks negated. I'm sure giving Don Quixote that T pickaxe and chainsaw hand can't possibly end badly. That's a little painful, but
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
well, that's a shame. Our attack didn't seem to land too well. We got a staggered. Yeah. Right. Offset the dodge. Yeah, make sure all these are countered, and let's do it this way. Yeah, removing that dodge was a really good idea. Oh dear, Dawn lost. Well, it's fine. Dawn can take a hit. This boss focuses on slot the damage, so I need to be very careful. Oh dear, is this a phase change or is she using her ultimate? It's a phase change. Floral breeze. Offset that if you please. This might be a little painful, let's do it.
눈에 새겨주지.
바람 불어오는 대로.
Yeah, the sooner I get rid of these ads, the better, I think. I don't know, they just add more statuses that I don't want to have to deal with. Bleed up now. Rupture. More rupture. Offset that. Let's do it this way, yeah.
일기당천. 물 넘고.
Excellent. Soon the bloom flower.
벌써
The sooner I prevent those from blooming, the better. Oh dear, losing the fight.
얼얼하지?
Fatal. I can't become weak to Sloth at this point. That's gonna be too dangerous. But I can use the one that heals SP.
일기당초.
That's all? Wow. There we are, that should work. Offset her dodge so that I can just flash it properly.
생각해보라고.
That's another one down. Uh-oh. Dawn was corroded. We're gonna have to use that ego and hope that the stam restore fixes the problem. So that no one will cry. Hitting our allies and well, as long as the boss dies, that's ultimately what matters, I suppose. But we did stagger someone, which is a pain. It's not enough damage, though. Restore stamina, sanity to everyone. Faust knows all outcomes. Representation emitter. Struggling, oh dear. Hopeless struggling. Offset that so I can still deal damage. Alright, Dawn's finally winning the clashes. Magnificent Springers is there. Oh dear. Which ego is he using? Oh, they're all using their egos. Offset it. Oh, might as well. Gonna hit the wrong target, isn't it? Yeah, the boss is not any of those targets. Got mailed on. I'm pretty sure they're dead. To remain oneself is also. Similar breath brings down the blue sky.
하나된 찬양이
Once again, it's hitting everyone except the boss, which is a problem. I'd be fine with collateral if I could at least hit the boss, but that's not happening. newly bloomed flower.
일기당천 한 놈도 물 넘고 거꾸로
We
제철.
at least freed someone, I think. Nope, it didn't work. Dead. Depends. Full bloom. Dazzled Mind targets allies. When staggered, remove this effect next turn. If this effect isn't removed, lose and remove it at the end of the turn. I think I need to restart this whole thing.
시간 회수율이 기준치 이하라니.
My time collections being
나는
baseline.
시간을 잘못 썼고
Thus I become
실패한
failure, a
몸이
fool who knows not to make the best of her time. Alright, partial refund there. I don't know if I've run into this boss fight before in the mirror dungeon. I don't think so, I guess. Although I suppose it didn't help that I was technically using an inefficient support.
어머,
An inefficient
부탁드려요.
Hong Lu. But I haven't got. I don't think I've gotten 7 raised maxed up. We'll skip here to the fight just because we've already seen all that. Give our Gloom Res. We lost the Pride Res, but we can get Gloom Res going.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제철.
The sanity's not dropping. Instead losing. Interesting. Oh,
천천히 말하시게나. 시간은 맞네.
oh nice.
하기에는 조금 그렇고.
The voice line
어느
takes into account that
정도이네.
she's currently wearing her helmet. I need to offset that. Gotta make sure I get the resources going.
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
Gotta keep our sanity up because her phase 2 specializes in that. Should be phase changing soon, which will be a little annoying, but
마침표를.
we didn't take damage this time. Well, no one's stunned this time, so we can actually do this the right way.
탑입 포착 1시 방향.
아직 징수할 이런 대상 사망 징수 진행.
We must
바람
prevent the
불어오는
bloom.
대로 짓밟아라.
Now, it could also be that I'm getting better coin rolls better rolls on attacks this time, and that's why I'm not starting on the back foot.
장부에서 삭제.
헛! 샤!
Offset this, if you please. Everything else should be fine, yeah.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 깔끔하게 물었군.
Oh wow. She easily won that. Ugh. Magnificent spring breeze. This'll have to do, yeah. 2 staggered, Dominating now. Let's do it. We'll restore sanity and get all this going.
얼려라지.
Here we go.
모든
Fast
결과들은
knows all outcomes. Representation emitter. Go. Sanity restored for people who needed it. Favored. Let's see here. Guess we're gonna have to do this one.
부숴줄 테다.
Awaiting the moment.
얼려라지.
Wow, it really can go below 1. We need to save it. What the? I'm not sure if I can win this.
일기당천.
Nice attack.
일기상천.
Kill everyone? Is that instant death on everyone infected? No, there's her limit break, I guess. Oh, everyone. Favored. I gotta win this clash or else we're gonna take a lot more damage. Alright, we won the clash.
무엇이라 생각하시?
Crow's eye view. Oh, give me what you think. Sick. Haha. The damage is basically nothing, but what matters is I canceled out whatever that attack was. A basic attack I'm fine eating. Yeah, they have flower buds, so if we capture someone. What the? What? Dazzled Mind. Targets out. Is for attacks when staggered. Remove this effect next turn. The effect is removed. I don't have any control of anyone. I can't even do anything.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I guess I should have used my weakest attacks, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
아직 회수해야 할 시간이 많이 남았거늘.
Home presence.
죄송합니다. 오티스는 죽어도 제게 주어진
Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. There was nothing I could do there. I'm missing something extremely obvious. There's a gimmick here that I'm pretty sure I need to be wary of.
모두 퇴각하세요.
What contract? Fall back. What's
품에
on your
있는
hand? Alexa,
그건
we can always
뭔가요?
buy new guns. Discard it, it'll only slow you down.
총은 다시 사면 된다니까요. 도망칠 때
Yeah, the generic
걸리적거리니까
advice isn't gonna
빨리
help me
버리세요.
here. Yeah, the big thing is dealing blooming damage. Even these flowers clash lose. This unit is defeated. Spawns with ungrowing. At the end of turn, add 1 count. Gain max HP proportional to the count. Magnificent Spring Breeze. I need to keep an eye out for that one in particular and clash it at all costs. At the start of turn 5.
이 경로는
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like with the last night, there's something extremely obvious that makes this fight very easy, and I'm just not seeing it. Because the last knight has the same weakness he has in Arc Knights. Simply don't attack for a bit and the cold wears off. But the problem is Arc Knights units don't have the option to not attack. Offset, and have the rest flash. Remove that dodge because yeah, I'll go sip my drink while this plays out. Maybe the answer isn't to go after the ads. Deactivate that if you please.
자,
Now I can
부숴줄
attack
테다.
freely. Alright, I think I prevented that attack, so we should be in good shape now. Is it just me or something sinister approaching? Turn 5, but this is turn 3. Did I bypass the HP threshold for that? I need to win all those clashes, but I also, I'm not sure I should be eating that blooming.
자, 부숴줄
Let's do
테다.
this here, I guess.
아직 징수할 기원해. 대상 사망. 징수 진행.
그 삶의 마침표를. 그쪽 뺨은 아닐 텐데.
내가 눈에 새겨줘.
바람
Get
불어오는
set
대로
with the brilliant glory here.
기원해. 대상 사망. 징수 진행.
As long as I win these clashes, it should be good. Ah, stupid plants. Fully bloomed, cannot act.
뙬리를 튼 뱀 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 깔끔하게 물었군.
We should be able to free Dawn out of that. Okay, we did save Dawn. Good. Hopeless.
천천히 말하시게나. 시간은 맞네.
Dominating.
끝나고 하기에는
Hopeless.
조금 그렇고 어느 정도 있네.
이쪽.
Alright, we should be able to do it now that we took out all those plants, and also we're going to keep everyone's restored.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Ugh. All that sanity. The ego didn't go off, did it? Oh no, it did. "75% chance to corrode. I cannot risk that. So let's go. Free attacks.
어느 쪽일지 잘
Rupture and gluttony.
생각해보라고.
Let's go.
그 삶에 마침표를.
The joys of it. Sanity is dropping.
또아리를 튼 뱀 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
This should be fine,
내가
yeah.
눈에 새겨주지.
Time to restore. It's gonna corrode her, but I think it's gonna be worth it to make sure no one else corrodes. 1 damage.
헛! 차!
Oh dear. Guess we're gonna see how well this badly this goes. All I can do is hope it hits the boss, but it's probably not. Yeah, it's just hitting the,
고독을 쥐고 아스라의 먼 미래로
healed everyone. It healed a couple people, but I got no choice but to corrode. The exhibition resources, please check the symbols. Boost gathering petals, what's that? As 6+ counts, staggered.
불편하신 점이라도 이쪽으로
Why is that? Why is there shields there? Damn it.
감당하지 않고
Alright, I can free him with that. Wow, really? I can't get rid of that? What's that? Echoes the manor.
불편하신 점이라도
We
이쪽으로
gotta try and free him.
죄송합니다. 오티스
Everyone's dead.
제게 주어진 일을
Wait, it said they were just staggered. It didn't say they were all dead.
의뢰는 여기서 중단. 모두 퇴각하세요. 품에 있는 그건 뭔가요? 총은 다시 사면 된다니까요. 도망칠 때 걸리적거리니까 빨리 버리세요.
Yeah, full stop office rest is probably what I'm gonna be needing most here. I could probably also use a better one. Well, the problem is even if I replace him, even if I replace Faust, I will still need another filler one, which I don't have because I didn't realize I needed 7. Whoops.
정리 시간이다.
Maybe I should borrow someone stronger in the general sense, actually. I try something else. Actually, yeah.
죄송합니다. 응대에 문제가
벌써요?
생긴 것
오케이.
같습니다. 다음번엔 심려를 끼치지 않을 수 있도록.
네,
Alright,
원하신다면
Merceau, here we are. Which one? Let's see here. I see the thumb is extremely popular. Wow, there's a lot of thumbs. Gee, I wonder if this one's meta. Yeah. Alright, we'll go with this team instead.
징수하겠네.
First remove her dodge here. Progression pass is good at burn bump for the fight. Good to keep in mind.
받아볼 텐가.
Alright, removing her dodge ability, so now all the clashes I win. Holy crap. That was a bit dangerous.
얼얼하지?
Good, Don's winning. For some reason, Don keeps losing a lot of the clashes here. Middleton is brutal, yeah. I really like his animations, and his different is pretty nice too, but at the same time, I need to get rid of this. Favored, there we are. That one's struggling. Dominating, yeah, that's better. Have him go first. Oh. Dominating, perfect. Gotta make sure all those are clashed. There we are.
일기당천.
Yeah, I do like Mill Sinclair. It's just that he generates a billion envy and gluttony, but my team already generates those rather well, so he doesn't bring anything unique. That's some good rupture. And here comes phase 2. It says the skill itself says it begins at turn 5, but it keeps happening here at turn 3, so either it's written wrong or there's a damage threshold. I need to basically hit everything I can. Passives. If a magnificent spring breeze loses a clash at turn 5, growing when HP drops to 50, proceeds the next phase. HP does not go below 50 until the phase changes. Drop low, get a special skill, target one unit that then becomes immune to stagger and panic for 2 turns. If you sang as dueling, Dongbag gains attacks, wins the duel, gains attack up. If Dongbag wins, Dongbag fully heals SP. Fix panic. Does not change. Yeah, I did see the bush passives. That was a bit earlier. Yeah, they spawn with growing, and they get... At the end of the turn, they get additional count. Let's see here. Which skill... Magnificent Spring Breeze. That's this one. I gotta watch out for that one. Flowering Buds, neutral. I think I can do better here. Have your higher SP once clash the boss. So that's a good idea, actually, yeah. And lower SP fight the troops. Okay, I knew there was some sort of gimmick I was missing here. Favored. Dominating there. I have higher SP, clash the boss. Dominating. There we are. Not gimmicks, but just higher SP means better clashing. That is true. The only one that wasn't clashed was the dodge, which would suck if it fails, but I don't really have the luxury of using up someone's defensive skill to offset it this turn. I don't want to ignore the trees. Borrowed time should deal a lot of damage and tremor at the end of the turn. I don't think she can be staggered after a certain point. She's not 50% HP yet, so it should be fine.
마무리.
소매님 혹시 퇴거하시지요.
You can go after defense with a regular or ignore it entirely half the time. Yeah, I did find out there was a point in ignoring it to put another focus on boss dodge. Yeah, I only did it in the early fight because it allowed me to get all my attacks at full power. Here, though, I don't quite have that luxury. Dominating. Dominating. Here we are. A-res. Perfect. There we are. That should be good.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
At the end of the turn, it'll be a huge nuke on her. It should help out to some degree at
소매님
least.
혹시 퇴거하시지요.
Dang, you weren't kidding about your Merceau. He's amazing. Wow. Wow.
가능하지가 않아. 좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
That's just his phase 1. Right, I did say when the boss reaches, so is a boss. That's phase 1, I see. Oh, wonderful. Now, this is the time I want to use something to offset this. Right? Let's see here. Magnificent Brings. I have to clash that no matter what. Just about anyone could do it, so I'll have to make sure it's Merceau is the one who does. You guys have some attack evade if you're worried. Yeah, mostly I just want to risk losing too much damage, but I'll worry. Hit it. Have Merceau's skill hit it. Nope, I don't have it. I'm resting Wrath. I suppose I can find ways to help with that, though. Favored. Hopeless. Oh dear. struggling. Struggling. Dominating. I can get, yeah, I can use this to charge this a bit more. Dominating. I can dominate these as well now. Let's see here, and yeah, let's get some gluttony energy going. Offset, there we are. Biggest thing is understanding whoever you slot to clash last the one. I remember, yeah, I think you were the one who mentioned that, or someone might have reminded me. The last person there. That's why I'm making sure the dodges last here, to make sure that it's offset immediately. Dominating before, but talking to someone else. Right. Dominating. Dominating. Maybe put someone else there. I did see that, yeah, but it was still a dominating thing, so I figured it shouldn't be too much of a pain. As long as it's all dominant. Yeah, it looks like they're all either dominating or unopposed, and the offsets, it should make this worth it, I think, in my opinion. Dang, unbreakable points are kind of nice. Oh, that was a really high one, but she still won the clash. Ugh. Now we're starting to get some damage to sanity here. Must cover the dirt. Inflict dueling. Unit starts with a status without the status go into a fully bloomed status. If you sing, Dongbek gains and attacks. Now this, okay, so I think this is the attack that causes everyone else to be caught up. This makes all but one person become caught up in a flower, and I don't know how to counter that. I don't know if I should be going after it or what. It's dueling. Units without the status will go into fully bloomed. So they'll get captured in there. And Dongbek is stronger if it's specifically on Yisang, who is unfortunately on my team right now. Withering Flower. Protection and Culminating Fragrance. If target's fully bloomed, it deals a lot of damage. So basically, it seems like her goal is to turn out the entire team into plants, then kill them all instantly with Culminating Fragrance, and then and if I don't do that, they get converted to, what's it called? The Mind Dazzling, which causes it there. And what skill is she using right now? She's using Must Cover with Dirt. So she's going to mark someone with it. On use, inflict dueling next turn. And it's not on Clash win, so even if I win the Clash, it is unfortunately going to cause problems. So basically, I can't avoid having everyone but one single person caught. And that's kind of a pain. Yeah, she's focusing Yisang with it, which is going to be a real pain. It looks like she wants to duel one person. Yeah. So who do you... Okay, so whoever clashes is the one who duels. And we're going to do it this way. I'm gonna have your hope you don't mind if I have Maso do it, because I'm going to need this. I'm going to assume he's powerful enough to take her on by himself. And since he's clashing, he's the one who's gonna get it, right? So, as long as I make sure he's the one who goes last so that he's the one who clashes, that should do it, right? Let's find out.
증가.
Alright, as long as Borrowed Merceau can handle this, we should finish it here. Okay, yeah, we got him. Alright, let's take a look at these. They just defend this whole time, it looks like. At the end, the person loses 20 SP. If SP reaches 25, fully heal, then Dazzled Mind. It's either him or Sang, been a while. I didn't know, yeah, I didn't know she prioritizes Sang if he's on the field. 2060, holy balls. Dominating. So it's a duel, that's all I can do here. Does it matter if I use the ego? Oh, it's indiscriminate. I can't do that. Doesn't bother, just use a skill. Alrighty.
걷어볼 테니까.
I am amazed at how powerful your Merceau is. Holy ball. Holy crap.
전탄 격발. 총알값 아까울 놈.
Oh, so that's what you mean. He's got a phase 2 now. If you use that red skill in phase 2, he got 2 coins. Now he's phase 2. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I got it. That's a little annoying, actually. Withering Flower. Buffs. Let's see here. Savage, Tiger Mark round. Unique ammo at 8+, cumulative. Instead of passive, cumulative round spent. Activates the same way Tiger round does. Passive. Underlying Spirit. Min and max speed up. If this unit's speed is faster than target by 3 or more, deal additional damage. Inflict 2 more tremor. Holy. Wow. And as we bonus, I'm really good at. I really do like inflicting tremor on enemies. Tremor, Scorch. The 7 Tremor Emeralds. Yeah, he lost his hat. Should I use the, Should I use the ego now? I can't use, I shouldn't overclock it because that's indiscriminate, and that means it'll accidentally attack one of these 6 by mistake. I need to attack her specifically. Let's see, your final power. There's 2 forms of overclock. If you don't have the resource of exclamation, which means it can't attack allies. So yeah, I didn't have the resources for that. I don't have 6 Wrath for it, no. Okay, so as long as I have 6 Wrath, I'd be able to use it without fear. You shouldn't fail the clash, so you can just use regular skill. Yeah, it should be impossible to lose this clash, so we'll do that. Dang, he's almost gonna solo her by himself at this rate. You weren't kidding. Everyone's sanity's back up. Also, his coins are all unbreakable. Okay, so here's now where I should go all out and try to kill the boss. That robs it. regret. That's a lot of firepower, indeed. Of course, the whole reason I'm here. The passive on regret is really good. Yeah, it's a permanent stat buff, isn't it? Can't do that, unfortunately. Or that. Oh, right, I can't use that because I'm already using all those resources for the... No, I'm using it here. They're all unopposed. Coins deal more... It's all coins that deal more damage. Sole reason, an 80% clash. Oh, wow. Right, it's basically all coins deal more damage since you get 6 coins. Oh, wow, yeah. We're just gonna throw everything we possibly have.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을
Rage Jack
저지하게
isn't nearly enough to hold my violence back.
턱없이 모자르지.
Command
따뜻한
meltdown.
야정.
This long journey into
멈추지 않는
search
시대에서
for the future.
희망과
Find your own
미래를
answer.
찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Damage is actually pretty impressive from that. Wow. Ego's still very low damage. Okay. That's good to keep in mind, honestly. Although, given everyone's doing at least 50 or more damage, we should finish this turn. Yep, this last one's gonna finish it no matter what.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Dang.
이렇게 생각하는 게 어때?
Why don't we look at it this way?
엔사에
Did you know that the new
새로운
League of the
구인회가
Nine, a
만들어졌다는
new
거
League of Nine, has been
알고
formed
있어?
at N Corp? For Andamanduate. True, that is something that Brilliant Glory seems to be good for.
거기서
They seem to be recruiting old
네가
members in their
하려 했던
technology,
거랑
similar to
비슷하게
what you tried to do.
예전 기술이나 사람들을 모으고 있나 봐. 오히려 그때를
Though it looks like
지우려
they're
하고
trying
있는
to
것 같기도 하고.
erase that past, rather. This is purely conjecture,
이건
but we're all doomed to die at the
순전히
hands of
내
our dear
생각일
fellow
건데.
Goobo and the taxidermied, one after
우리는
another.
어차피 내가 지금 그
All
순간을
that I did
앞당겼을
was
뿐이지.
bring that predetermined death a little bit earlier.
그리고
Besides, you've gone too far for our
지난
past
우정으로
friendship
모든
to
걸
forgive,
덮기에는
Dongbaek.
너무
I was looking forward to the staff
내일
dinner
회식
tomorrow. I really was.
정말 기대하고 있었는데.
Come on then, it's time you ceased to bloom,
그만.
Dongbaek.
흐드러지자. 동백.
With the golden bow in hand, he stabs Dongbaek without hesitation. But why? I could state my reasons, but let's just say this is
많은
my
이유를
parting
설명할
act
수
of
있지만.
compassion.
때가
I
되면
knew I'd have to wilt
시들
when the time
수밖에
came.
없다는 걸 알고 있었지만 나는
I always
곧 피어날
wished to be a bud, assumed to bloom,
향기를 먹으면
bearing the scent
버무리고
within.
싶었어. 이상
Like you sang,
네가
how you dreamed
날아가고 싶은
of flying.
꿈 것처럼. 나도
Like that, I just wanted
그저
to be buried under a
너희들과
piquant
함께
scent of flowers
알싸
with you
꽃향기에
all.
적도 없이 파묻히고
New feed has been added. Soon the screen is filled with the yellow petals.
고마워 이상.
Thank you, you sang,
내게
for
그런
showing me
순간을
such a
보여줘서
moment.
내 전부를
I would dedicate my
갚고
entire
싶을
life to
정도야.
repay you for this favor.
이상
Hey, you sang.
나랑
What do you
나중에
say
따로
about?
연주실 차릴 생각은
What
없어?
do you say to you setting up a lab with me? I get a feeling every day spent
재밌을
with
것
you would
같다는
certainly
생각이
be a
들거든.
fun one.
대단하구나.
Amazing, you
이상.
sang. Unlike me, you
너는
would
나랑 달리
empty to reflect the true
똑바른
image in all of its
참모습을 비추려고
uprightness.
하였구나. 겹쳐지지도
The images don't
않고
overlap. They aren't
흐릿하지도
blurry or shaky.
흔들리지도 않네.
이상,
Isan,
자네는
you're
너무
too
몰라.
lax. Gubo.
대체 그걸
Why on earth
왜
would you leave
놀이거리로만
it as a
두는 건가?
plaything when it could be used as so much more?
가만히,
Be still.
그냥 가만히
Just be still
숨만 쉬는 거야.
and do nothing more than breathe.
지금은
For now, that is how
그렇게
you must
살아야 해.
live.
너는
You cannot fly. The league is fallen apart. We have to leave this
우린 이곳을
place.
떠나야 돼.
Yeah, who is this Gubo that was mentioned earlier? He doesn't seem to be a member, is he?
이상,
Isan, you
자네는
will come
나와
with
함께
me.
가는 거야. 원한다면
You can close your eyes if you
눈을
wish.
감아도 돼.
Since you're too
자네는 너무나
faint-hearted,
모르니까.
I'll see ahead in your stead.
네,
무슨 생각을 하고 있어?
What are you thinking?
아무것 그리고
Nothing. And
묘혈의
the scent of,
향기가
of the grave
만개하였어.
was in full bloom.
이런, 회수해야 할 시간보다
There we go.
많이 징수해버렸네. 하지만 체납자가 생명을 다했으니
Interesting. We have another fight already?
시간금고로 환수하는 게 옳은 일이라는 생각도 드는군.
Oh, right. I can't have this many. Alright, we'll go with this crew.
만곡된 직선을
Fun
직선으로
fact.
질주하겠어.
You can instant
그리하여.
phase 2 Merceau. I wondered if there would be some fun text like that. By using his defense skill. Oh, interesting.
여전히 난
So, am I still in nothing? As the intense golden glow fades, the space begins to twist and morph.
황금 가지가
Did the golden
이런
bow have
힘까지
the power
갖고
to do
있었던
this? I
건가요?
didn't think we'd even enter the fathoms of the ego
자아신도에
yet.
진입하지도 않은 것
Was it
같은데
capable of warping the
이미
real
존재하는
world?
공간까지 바꿀 정도였나요?
It's just that if he uses up his first phase ammo, he gets a stronger buff as a result. Ah, that makes sense. And I guess it makes sense. That fight being longer one is a very good time to be doing that.
황금 가지와 연관된 현상에
Excitement or
일일이
questions
물음과
over
흥분을
matters
내고
related
있는
to the
것은
golden bows
의미가
have
없습니다.
little meaning.
여러분도
To you and to Faust, all of us will be the very first witnesses to what is happening
지금
before our
세계의
eyes.
상황은 모두가 최초 목격자일 테니까. 앞으로도 알 수
It would
없는
be
일이
statistically
펼쳐질 것이다
sound to assume we
보는데
would continue to witness
확률상 옳은
previously unseen
판단이겠죠.
events in the future.
그러게요.
I
저렇게
suppose you're right. I mean, look at that. Unable to properly articulate words further, Ishmael pointed a finger ahead.
죽은
Oh,
사람들까지
even the dead are coming back?
되살릴 정도라니.
Oh, come on, really? Bodies that have been devoid of life for a while begin to rise. Their organs and body parts are severely damaged. This can only be described as a resurrection.
아무리 그래도
I've
죽은
seen some
사람을
stuff, but bringing people back from the dead? That's too implausible. Even K-Corp's HP ampules
K사
can't do
HP
this
앰플로도
much,
그러지
right?
못한다면서.
8 total ammo consumed from both normal and strong rounds. So basically you need at least 8 turns before you can use it up naturally.
완벽히 죽은 자를
It's unlikely
되살리는
that there was
기술이라
absolutely no technology or
특이점이
singularity
없었으리라 보기는
capable of
힘들다.
complete... It's unlikely there was absolutely no technology or singularity capable of a complete revival at some point.
하지만 그런
However,
기술
such technology
전쟁 통해서
did exist.
듣고
I,
본
for
적
one, never heard of it once, even during war. Yeah, if someone ever discovered that, you'd definitely be noticing it. It's even if they tried to keep it secret, you'd have to be using it, and that means having to use it on people who someone somewhere would know died. Skills 1, 2, and 3 consume 1, 2, and 3 ammo respectively. I guess I did try to use skill 3 since I needed wrath stacks.
그렇다는 건
That can only mean it's not the
이건
kind of
도시에
technology allowed
만연할
to
수 없는
prosper in the city.
기술이라는 셈이군.
If I had to guess, the head might.
네, 머리에
Indeed,
금기
it may
조항까지
well be an active
거슬렀을
taboo
가능성이 있네요.
established by the head.
림버스
It's
컴퍼니
completely different from Limbus Company's
단테와
case, where we can
동일한
experience
덕에
revival
부활
by
체험을 하고 있는
synchronizing with
저희와는
Dante.
양상이 전혀 다릅니다.
Yeah, and something about those contracts will allow it, because it's not just people in Limbus Company, it has to specifically be the sinners that signed up here. Although this does raise the question whether or not one can join the sinners, but obviously we're limited to 12 playables no matter what.
다르고 틀리다.
It's different
저들은
and
우리와
wrong.
다르게
Theirs is not a
온전한
complete
형태의
restoration,
재생이
unlike
아니다.
our case. They are merely animated corpses, I'd assume?
그저 살아있기만 한
Yeah,
상태에 지나지
animated, that
않다.
is all. They appear to lack consciousness and reason.
이성도 없어 보이는군.
그 말은
Seems that way. In other words, I guess it would only
반대로
count as a
자아와
taboo
육체를
if both the mind
되살려야
and body are
머리의
recovered.
금기를 어기는 것일지도 모르겠구만.
Yeah, this is basically just using Making the body as a meat puppet rather than actually being the person. Shouldn't be too hard to take them out, at least. What's here? Oh, what's the tier here? Tails coin, turn end. Lose 5 SP. 4-bit entry, no entry. Rupture and fragile. I should be able to just auto battle the generic fights here. Starting to see why this one is seen as such a drawn-out chapter. It's good, absolutely good. Don't get me wrong. It's just that there's a couple points that could have counted as a final boss area, and yet we're going to do at least a third. Doesn't make sense though. We haven't fought the dungeon yet, and chapters always seem to end with a dungeon battle.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
And side characters seem to die horribly. Yeah, I've noticed. So, note to yourself, do not get attached to anyone who joins a team for a chapter. Yeah. I'm told chapters 5 and 6 aren't nearly as wordy. 7 and 8 start getting to this length, but it doesn't feel drawn out. Well, I guess saying drawn out doesn't feel right, because like I said, it's good the story pacing is not bad, it's just that it had 2 parts that could have reasonably been an ending point, and yet it's continuing on. And for the one long story, rather than 3 separate ones. But it is all one consistent story. It's not that it doesn't make sense or anything, it works fine.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Anyway, with this chapter, I'm definitely seeing why so many say that chapter 2 feels like a low point, because it's the writing for there was a lot weaker than these, even if I would hesitate to call it a bad one.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가
The Nothing 2.
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소. 일기당천.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
On that note, Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu seems to be a reference to chapter 2. And his skills are absolutely hilarious. Basically, all the damage are on winning the coin tosses, so as long as I make sure to keep his sanity up, I can deal quite a bit of damage with him. It's pretty nice. Sadly, though, I can't deploy him until I can uptie him to at least 3. My general logic is I will only use characters I have at uptie 3 or higher because of it. I love him. Guess you played with the Arcanist Clan. Yes. I went through after the first Intervallo mission, and Canto 4 here is basically right after. I was going to wait until after Canto 4, but honestly, I was being pretty itchy to play it, largely because I started the game entirely to play the event, so I was pretty excited to get through. I think my VOD is still on Twitch, since it hasn't been 2 weeks since then. And if you want to check it out. I get stuck on the last boss a bit, but through careful use of the game mechanics, I was able to finally do it. It was very much a trial by fire, because I could auto-battle most of it.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는
Yeah, the last night I was beat with my final character with their... Yeah, my last character was alive, they were low HP, and I used an ego that... I corroded the ego in order to complete it. It was hilarious. I should not have won that. But the boss took me... The last boss definitely took me a number of tries to get going. It was definitely trouble there until I learned the proper battle system, like the order of operations of when units attack, and how to offset defensive skills. Those are the main things that got me to win there. Felt pretty satisfying when I finally won. And I must say the music was really good. They did a good job of mixing the Arknight style into Limbus. They also did a good job of transferring the bosses there over into Limbus' style as well. Like the last night has the exact same gimmicks he has in Arknights. Luckily, it's a bit easier here because you can order units to not attack to cleanse the cold debuff so they don't freeze, which is something you can't do in Arknights since units just attack automatically when not using anything special. I was also an ignoramus who didn't realize that, so whoops. Yeah, I'm fine using one of these.
정리 시간이다.
Oh yeah, I recognized the Undertide's leitmotif immediately. When I took a closer look at the revived foes after the battle, I could see a liquid of a familiar hue flowing from their eyes. Made return to back to Arknights. Ah, nice. They're about to start a really big event there from Laterano, the City of Angels. A lot of my friends have been looking forward to it, so... Pretty good stuff. Although they also did just finish a story chapter. I also streamed that before joining Limbus. Oh, right. Revived question mark. Yeah, I guess the question mark after revived is definitely there for a good reason. Dante, do you feel the golden bow's presence nearby? Last I saw, the golden bow was lodged in Dongbek's body. Right, we need to collect that golden bow at all costs. I can't find her corpse anywhere. Must have been moved away when the space twisted. But it can't be too far away, I'm sure of it. I can feel it. I don't see Dongrang either. Don't tell me he took it and ran off like a bitch, please. He's likely to be in the same location as the deceased Dongbek. So you need to go through more of the main story to unlock the rest of the features. Yeah, and they did just release Chapter 15, although Chapter 15 is the start of a new story arc like Chapter 9 was before, so you can start from 1, 9, or 15, based on the arc you want. But yeah, if you want to unlock, you want to go through the first story arc to unlock base upgrades, and then the second one is usually for raw materials that a lot of characters ask for. The new story arc is too new, so you won't run into anyone who asks for those new resources unless you're pulling on the newest banners possible. Like you in the same location. Until now, we've experienced fathoms of ego at the same time. I guess it's all thanks to Dante's peculiar affinity, if that makes any sense.
무슨 되지도 않는 소리야. 친밀?
What are you talking about, affinity? Do you mean the chains binding us?
네.
Yeah, this is one of their influences, right? Then what will happen if someone like Donggang gets to the fathoms?
어떻게 되는 건가요?
그거야. 이제부터
That's what
알아보러
we shall
가면 되지
find out from
않겠는가?
now on. I'm gonna be honest with you, Don Quixote is either my top favorite or least favorite, depending on the situation. But I wouldn't have her any other way. If I had to pick a least favorite, I guess I'd probably say Rhodia, but I guess Rhodia mostly suffers from her focused chapter being the worst one in the game. So I wouldn't say I hate her or anything. It's just that she doesn't feel I guess as complicated as the others. I haven't played Arknights so long. Last time I was Grani and the Knight's Treasure. That was one of the first events in the game. Yeah, the game's come quite away from there. And people do still do low star clears all the time, so you can rest assured you can win with whatever you want. It's just a matter of what you personally like to use for a play style.
일단
Let us
저들부터
vanquish
해치우세요.
foes ahead for now. Yeah, something strikes me as weird about these slime armor characters having fairy wings. Even Slime Ishmael seems to have the same one.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
I phased out because back then I was hardcore Azur lane player.
해보겠네.
Well, it's been a bit of a bumpy ride in the story so far, that's for sure. Like, the Chapter 1 storyline with Reunion and Tallulah ends at Chapter 8, which is why Chapter 9 begins the second story arc, the War in Victoria. And Chapter 15, the one that just came out, is a new story arc. So I won't spoil that one. But like with Limbus, Arknight's storyline takes a while before it picks up. It's usually around Chapter 6 that most consider it to start getting good. Luckily, the first 5 go by extremely quickly. Even a longer-winded chapter like Chapter 14, the end of the Victoria War arc, that one's one of the longest chapters in the entire game, but I'd rather go through that one twice than chapters 1 through 5 multiple times. Just because it was actually an engaging story, I guess is the point I'm making.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
AK is full of just spoilers.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는.
It can be largely because it's hard to discuss certain characters without causing spoilers. Like, even saying such and such character is playable, if they were a villain at first, that's technically a spoiler that they eventually join.
온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고
So,
있으니.
unfortunately, that is a spoiler that cannot be avoided just by the nature of that particular game. Luckily, that is something Limbus does lose out on, although, granted, it does mean that if a particular character is popular and isn't playable, the game can add them later, like Techno was a character Arknights had when doing their crossover with Rainbow Six Siege. However, since the character was popular, they later brought her back as a proper banner character, since there was no reason they couldn't. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for, how to avoid spoilers, a certain character in the story of the Arknights crossover here in Limbus, because Limbus does not make gotchas for new characters. They could make an ego referencing them, I guess, but that character cannot be playable here, so we'd have to hope that the Arknights might eventually add them. Which is also going to be a bit up in the air because this is a one-sided collab, only on Limbus' side. If they are made playable in Arknights, it'd be cool for the people who liked the crossover or watched it on YouTube, but for the Arknights player base, they might go, literally, who is this? So, unfortunately, there's going to be a bit of a clash no matter what. So yeah, there's definitely pros and cons. That's, I guess, what I'm getting at. My clock's not a magic cure-all. Go do anything weird.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
그쪽으로.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
The main issue is Limbus can't be played.
짓밟아라. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
I guess I don't know either way. I'm sorry. I only just started playing this game a couple weeks ago, going by the fact that I just finally got the day 14 reward for new managers. So I'm still learning all of it. Oh my. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that explains why we suddenly went into an MC Escher area. One last fight, it looks like.
정리 시간이다.
In terms of operators, I have no idea, except Myrtle's pretty good. Yeah, Myrtle has not fallen off. She's still the most popular way to generate DP deployment points so that you can get your units out faster. The only time they don't use her is if you specifically need to block something early on, like if a dog comes out early, because those enemies are pretty fast. So that's only some maps. Like with Limbus, Arknights is generally balanced around beating stages with lower stars, so you don't have to worry about meta stuff. Although if you want to borrow a friend unit that's really powerful, look for someone with a unit named Whissadel. Because that's currently that character is currently the face of power creep and is considered able to solo most maps in the game. So she can definitely help you get started through early stages. She has very high burst damage, long story short, and most of the early chapters are not built to deal with that kind of damage, that kind of massive burst.
그쪽으로.
You again what you just did. You've got another cushion. Solo in a tower defense. Well, I'm talking in terms of if you're running into elite or boss units that are giving you trouble. But some maps you can, but they have to be low units because her attack rate is pretty slow. She loves to take her sweet time reloading. She basically fires off a big nuke, but then takes her sweet time before reloading her ammo to fire it again. The rest of the game lets you get away with a lot of bullshit that you probably shouldn't. Even in my own streams, I use teams that are very, very far from meta.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Victory.
두려움 없이
Here
나아갈
we
수
are.
있는
Reminisce League of the Nine.
한 걸음 더
I definitely
가까워진
have more
것이야.
than enough of these modules to go through. For this dungeon, you may not select a support identity for Yi. Yisang and Yisang must also always.
은자를
Well, lucky for me,
풀어주시오.
Yisang is always very powerful, huh?
내 그것만을 바라고
And yeah, I think I'm going to grab the Merceau again, if that's all right with everyone. Current average level. If I'm doing this right, nobody else should be fighting, so yes.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
I'll level the others as soon as I get something good. Like I said, even the reason I'm just using default Hong Lu right now is because none of his identities are Uptie 3. Once I get his Ting Tang boss version to Uptie 3, I'll use that one instead. As we approach the center of the Golden Bow's resonance, I notice scattering piles of yellow. Within the twisting space, petals were wavering. So the fathoms of Yisang's ego over there. Come on, let's get in.
와, 이곳을 다시 오게 될
Massage
줄
the Lord
진짜
Honglu.
몰랐는데.
I'm aware of that one, yeah.
것 때문인가? 아니면
He basically orders the other Heishu units to attack with him, right? That's probably completely absurd. Wow, I didn't expect to be back here. Thanks to Golden Bow, was it you, Yisang? When we got there, Donggrang greeted us merrily.
아늑하네.
How cozy. What place is
여긴
this,
어디였어,
Yisang?
이상씨?
유일하게
The only place where I may
숨을
breathe.
쉴 수 있는
That is where this
곳이야.
was. There are stacks of paper on the desk. Aha. Yes, you see.
보통 이런 건
Usually.
우리 같은
These
손님들을
are
보고
places for
읽으라고
visitors like
놓아두는 거지.
place for visitors like us to read. Yisang quietly picks up a stack. I couldn't begin to imagine what thoughts his face may have suggested as he silently reads the letters on them.
언젠가
I plan.
내가
Yeah.
썼던 편지.
I think I mentioned it
그리고
earlier, but my
형식.
plan is to.
극본이구나.
Now that I've gotten all the Arcanite's egos, my goal now is to focus on the upcoming Faust character focus in hopes of getting Ninja Faust, since she works very well with the Calcid ego. Failing that, I can just stick to the current Butler one because she was cheap to build up and she's doing a good job helping, I think. Especially since she helps charge the red wrath energy I need for Muinar's Gregor. The letter I wrote once and its structure follows that of a play script.
그렇다면
And it is reasonable to assume that each actor in the play is provided with one.
하면
If so, this may well be a
아무도
stage
없는 것이
awaiting our
아니라
arrival rather than a simple
기다림이었던
emptiness.
것이겠어.
From the looks of it, we'll
이거
have to read out
아무래도
the script, right?
분위기상 우리가 낭독을 해야 할 것 같지?
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm well aware that how apparently blatantly overpowered Fluid Sack Faust is, but the problem with that is that would require not using the Arcanite's one, and you're not gonna convince me to do that, I'm sorry. It's the whole reason I started. Granted, my understanding is there's also some good healing ones for Hong Lu and Merceau if I want, which is always nice, so I'm not purely locked to her if I really need healing, but it does mean I need a bit of a different strategy than some would when playing.
어쩌면
Maybe Dongbek
동백이
might just
올지도
come,
모르겠어,
Yisang.
만약
If
동백이
Dongbek
죽기
got to this
직전에
space
이
before she
공간
died, I'm not even sure what she'd call this.
뭐라 불러야 할지 모르겠네. 아무튼
Anyway, if the entrance
공간의 입구가
opened while she was
열렸다는
alive,
말이야.
her consciousness might have been wrapped up
동백의
in this,
의식이
just as ours
같이
were.
휘말렸을 수도 있겠네. 우리처럼.
동백을 찌른 연유는
For what
무엇이오?
reason did you stab Dongbek? She hesitated a little too much.
생각보다 너무
What, did you want
미적거리더라고.
this kind of eulogy from me?
뭐 이렇게 끝맺는 말이 필요한 거야?
Fair enough, farming the shards for Malphus was equivalent, which is equivalent to Whistle in terms of power creep. Whoops, sorry, hit the wrong keyword there. Key there. I'm angry. Well, actually, I guess I kind of am, honestly. It feels like this, as much as he keeps insisting that he does care, it seems like he's been rather heartless this whole time. Though don't get me wrong, Dongbek was, did need to be stopped. She absolutely had to be stopped. It's just a shame we lost some people and for absolutely no good reason.
연유를
The reason. I'll
말하시오.
hear it.
아니
No,
너도
it's
알았잖아
really...
이상.
You know as well, you
그
sang.
상태의 동백은
In that state,
죽음을
Dongbek's
바로
death was
맞이해.
imminent. Her life would have been
그것도
painfully
고통스럽게
scattered if I let her
흐드러져 버린
be.
상태였다는 걸. 그러니
That's why you can't lash out at me,
분노를
despite the anger
머금고서도
boiling within you.
내게
It wouldn't have
뱉어내지
made
못하는
much of a
거잖아.
difference.
어차피
So
거기서
you're saying you were
거기
trying to
있으니.
mercy kill?
이번
This
자아심도는
time, the fathoms of
이전과는
ego
다른
might
방식으로
represent
나타나려는
themselves
거군요.
differently than the previous ones.
자아심도는
The fathoms of ego are
누군가의
places or
마음이
images in
구현된
someone's
장소,
mind made
혹은
manifest.
형상.
Yeah, and hey, if I accidentally get the she association Faust along the way, maybe she'll be good too. It's hard to say. Samdo jump? Yeah, he jumped, but I'm gonna be honest, Donggang made a very shit attempt at stopping. He's all, oh no, you know, buddy, you don't need to do that. At no point did he actually grab him and warn him, no, you're gonna die if you do that, buddy. Yeah, he just said, oh well, at least he was loyal to the end. Which was, I know companies see the employees as resources like anything else, but surely that would be seen as a waste of resources, right? Just letting one go, just jump in and dissolve away? I mean, if a sample is about to fall into a vat of acid, you try to catch it, don't you? There were so many memes about that. I'd imagine so. The fathoms of ego are places or images in someone's mind made manifest. It releases a powerful and complex energy. It might draw in people other than the sinners, like those deeply related to Yi Sang, in this case.
그래?
That's so. Put it
그러니까
bluntly, it dragged in a bunch of
시덥잖은
clowns
이
act on
연기를 할
stage, is that right?
관객들이 여기까지 끌려왔다. 맞지?
Apparently.
추측일 뿐이지만
Although it's merely a guess,
네,
yes, I suppose
그럴
that's
것
right.
각자의 역할에
We'll do our
맞게
best with our given
최선을 다하는
roles.
수밖에 없겠죠.
Well, I suppose nothing wrong with having a quick play.
못한다면?
And if we don't,
자아심도에서
the image
표출하는
displayed by the
형상이
fathoms of ego will go awry, ultimately preventing our access to the golden bow. We must reenact the originals, in other words, Yi Sang's actual memories as close as
가지고 있는
possible.
실제 기억과 최대한 유사하게 흘러가야 한다는 뜻입니다.
좋아.
Alright,
완벽하게
I got that clear
알아들었다고.
enough. So,
뭐야?
what the?
안 떨어지는 줄
Almost jumped out of my
알았잖아.
skin.
내겐
I had people who
도련적으로
accompanied me,
혹은
either by caprice,
우연적으로
confidence,
혹은
or fate.
숙명적으로 함께하게 된 이들이 있었지.
그 말 멋있네.
What a fascinating line.
그러게 왜 문 앞에
Why
얼간이처럼
did you
서
stand in
있는
front of
거니?
the door like a dork?
뭐? 얼간이?
What? What'd you call me? Wait, aren't you the one that just...
넌 아까
She
분명
embraces the role.
사람 얼굴이
What are you
그렇게
staring at my face
찌그러지게
for?
봐?
Like
죽은
you were looking at a
사람
dead
보는
person.
것처럼?
Why? Do I
왜?
look cool?
세상 멋있어 보이니?
She's
맞아요,
right. A
감룡.
Gabrion.
촌뜨기 같이 굴지
Rion,
마요.
don't act like such a country
이름값이라도
bumpkin. Do you want your
하고 싶은
mannerisms to
거예요?
match your name? The hell you saying
새끼가
now?
지금-
What is it? Keep, I'm reading from the script. He
그게
flipped the
아니라
script. It's what mine
스클리프
says.
대본이에요, 대본. 제가 집은 종이에는 그렇게 쓰여 있단 말이에요.
Right, we're in a play. We have to play out the
뭘
events.
그렇게 자기들끼리
What are you whispering
쑥닥거려?
like that?
그게 말이야 동백.
You know, Dongbek.
감룡이가
Gabrion was thinking back
새삼스럽게
at how we all
우리가
managed to
어떻게
gather here
여기
at
T사에
T4.
모이게 되었는지 회상을
아, 괜히
That
거슬리네.
really bugs me. Oh, don't call me by that
이름
name.
부르지 마라.
좋네요.
Good acting. The real
감명이도
Gap Young always used to
항상
ask
그렇게
us not to
말하곤
call him by
했거든요.
his name too.
자기 본명으로 부르지 말라고.
당신이 말할
It is now your
순간이요.
turn to speak, Sang-hyo.
그러니까
So,
우리의
as one
고향
might know, our hometown,
S사는
S-Corp's
알다시피
district, was
많은
going through a
것이
turbulent
망가지고
time.
변하고 있는
Many things
격동의
breaking and
상태였다.
changing.
허울 좋은 말만
Because the
늘어놓는
daydreaming
윗선의
higher-ups who tell
뭉상가들과
sweet-sounding
부패한
words with no
탐관오리들
substance,
때문에
and the corrupt officials
민생과
squeezing the
경제는
people.
매일같이
The public's
불안정하게
lives and
일그러졌고
economy teetered and twisted more and more each day.
날개 간의
With no
협약,
guarantees or arrangements between
취직,
wings or position to apply
그
for,
무엇 하나
researchers like us
보장해주지 못한 채
pursue the studies of knowledge,
우리같이
struggle to find even a
지식을
simple
추구하고
bolt to
공부하려
help
하던
ourselves.
간다 그때
That was when brother
영지 형이
Youngji
우리를
brought us
불러모았다.
together.
이상과
I was the one who
동백이는
called
제가
it
불렀잖아요.
Yisang and
같은 동네에서
Dongbek. We grew up in
자랐으니까요.
the same town. Right. Brother Youngji and
영지 형과
Donggrang brought us
동명이
together.
우리를 불러 모았다.
제가 말했어요.
There, I suggested
T사라는
the wing
날개는
called T
한창
Corp is seeing remarkable
눈부신 기술의
technological
발전이
growth
이루어지고 있는
nowadays,
곳이라
generously backing the
기계와
inventions of
기술의
machines and
발명에
technologies.
아낌없는 지원을 하고 있다고.
I really love the steampunk outfit Don Quixote gets for her T Corp uniform in the first uptie. It's really cool. And something tells me that whenever we run into T Corp, it's probably going to be a pain in the ass to fight those, since apparently the T stands for time, or they have some powers over time. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, that sounds absurdly powerful. Especially if they just collect it as taxes from people, from people as taxes.
그러니
So it should be no
부품들을
problem at
구하는
all to
건
get any
일도
part we
아니며
need. There, all the
그곳의
people invent for a
사람들은
living.
모두가 발명을
Oh, but don't worry about
업으로
trying to
삼으며
spoil
살아간다.
that yet. I know we're going to run into all these corps eventually. I won't be surprised if we get a whole tour of the entire city by the time I'm done. All people invent for a
그래서 뜻이
living.
맞는
So
자들끼리
like-minded ones
함께
defected
그
to the
모든
district
위협을
empty-handed,
무릅쓰고
risking
맨몸으로
everything.
도망쳐 건너온 거랍니다.
모두의 바람대로
As everyone wished, we were free to
우리는
continue
이곳에서
our research
연구를
here.
계속할 수 있었지. 비록 그 속의
Even
색은
though we had to
반납해야
yield the
했기에
colors
보이는 눈부심은
yield to the colors in
없었지만
them, making it so they did not outwardly shine. As Merceau or the League of Nine Letiers, remember, he played, pointed out, I couldn't see any color in this place. Even the flower just outside the window was devoid of color, waving like a torrid blur.
T사에서는
In
색깔을
T-Corp's
가진다는
district,
것이
having colors is
일종의
a kind of privilege. They
색을
take away
빼앗는다고요?
colors?
색깔은 곧 정체성이니까요. 유일성을 빼앗으려면 그것만큼 좋은 방법이 없겠죠. 그렇지 않나요?
Colors establish identity. There are few better ways to rob one of uniqueness than this, isn't that right?
맞아요.
For sure.
그리고 가진 거
Oh,
없는 놈이
Heathcliff's finally joining in
그나마
on it.
가지고 있던
And
무언가였기라도
colors are some of the
하지.
few little things the poor could normally have.
야, 아는 계속
Hey,
떠들고만
Ione, when
있을 거니?
are you gonna keep chatting away?
오늘은
The
낭수래잖아.
conference is today.
잘
Watch, I've
봐.
made a vibrant
내가
amusement.
빛깔난 놀이를 만들어 왔으니까. 보렴.
Look, it blows up better than before,
금전보다
doesn't
잘
it?
터지지 않니?
대체 왜 옛날부터
I have to
폭발
wonder what's up with your
예,
obsession
아니라
with explosives. I
폭죽에
mean,
집착했던 거예요,
fireworks.
동백 씨.
Dongbek.
여기서는
Here,
밤에도
you can't see the
대낮같이
stars in the
환한
night sky
조명들이랑
thanks to the blinding
징징거리기
lights and
때문에
smokestacks
별이 안
filling the
보이잖아.
air. Okay, so yeah, this is indeed a steampunk world.
고향에서는 별이
The
진짜
stars were so pretty in my
예뻐서
hometown. It was
다
fun
같이
watching them
하늘 보는
together.
재미가 있었는데. 심지어
What's
색마저
more, there's
없지.
no color here. Where
우리가 있던
where
곳에서는
we were, we could at least see the
그나마
colors of
꽃의 색이라도 볼 수
flowers.
있었는데. 그래서
So I wanted to bring it
이렇게
back
해서
in
보고
some
싶어.
way.
이것 봐.
Look, even if it's all
비록
black and
색이
white, you can
없어도
still see
보이잖아.
it, right?
불꽃은
Fire makes such a warm
참
color.
따뜻한 색깔이라는 거.
I'm a bit embarrassed.
부끄럽네.
I don't have anything
나는
to show off for
이렇게 할
now.
기술이 아직 없어.
그걸 그렇게
Is that
해맑게
really
말할
something to
일이니?
admit so merrily? Treating injured
길거리에
animals on the
다친
streets took
동물들을
much of my
치료하는 것만
time.
해도 시간이 못 고향에 두고 온
I couldn't
누렁이가
leave them be,
생각나서
but they reminded me of a yellow
발걸음을 못
calf
되겠는
I
거
left
있지.
behind in my hometown.
너를 엄청 잘
I
따랐는데
used to like you so much. I don't get what it saw in
뭐가
you.
좋다고.
Aw, adorable.
어미한테
It was abandoned by its
버려졌으니까
mother, seeking warmth to
기대어
lean
온기를 느낄 곳을
is
찾는
on
건
is an instinct all
생물의
living
본능이야.
beings have.
뭐
Well, by
지금쯤이면
now, I guess it has
새끼를 낳으려나?
offspring. Probably not.
아마
That calf was
아닐걸?
male.
수송아지였거든.
Well, I mean, it just needs to find a mate for that.
또 시작이네.
Oh bother, here we go again.
네
Gabriel,
외상값
looks like the
받으려고
bar owner's here to take the
술집 주인이 또
tableau.
찾아온 것
Why don't you
같은데.
go outside and greet
얼른 나가보지
them?
그래?
뭐야 저
좋다.
새끼들? 왜
Those
여기까지
crooks, how'd
찾아온
they get
거야?
here?
황금가지와
The strong
이상 씨의
resonance of the
강한
golden bow with
공명으로
these sang is affecting the entire
폐사 연구소
laboratory
전체가
building.
가지의 영향을 받고 있어요. 덕분에 저들도
We were
같이
caught up in it as well, but they have no ties to
이상 씨와는
Yisang.
아무 고리가
They were
없죠.
caught up in it as well, but no ties.
아무런 역할도
Since they weren't given any
부여받지
roles,
못한
they'll instead
자들에게
try to ruin the stage.
이곳을
Its
훼손하게
stage
할
will only get
거예요.
worse as the fathom's grow unstable.
그러니까
In other words, we have to be
우리가
quick
빨리 이곳의
with
이야기를
moving
진행해야
as the
된다는
plays plot
거군요.
along.
누구처럼
The more
꿈을
time we spend
대면서
fooling around like
종이에
a
적힌
complete, certain
대본대로 안
complete oath
읽고
instead of
얼빵하게 헛짓거리를
reading what
할수록
the script
더
says, the
많은
more
적에게
enemies will attack.
무례해진다는 거잖아요.
Ishmael began to lightly limber up, cracking her
그러니
joints. So let's focus
일단은
on deck
눈앞의
for now.
적들에게 집중하죠.
Aw, that's so sad. Yisang his level rises to 35. Uptime threads been tears. Buddy, I already had those at those or higher. Reversing memories. Still, it is nice so that you can have Yisang and not be in trouble. Alright, so we can go any direction here. Fixed member. Max participants. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with the strongest ones I have straight up. I'm sure nothing bad can happen by doing this. Actually, I'm pretty sure this Merceau could probably auto-battle the entire damn thing.
받아볼 텐가. 예상 못했나 봐.
아직 진짜 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
내가
I guess I'll
눈에
grab a sip of my drink while this plays out.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
이런 대상 사망.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Your 3-star lineup is also pretty good. Yeah, I got a few lucky parts. And like I said, I'll have another one since, to my understanding, Ting Tang boss Tommy Lu is still considered pretty good, even if he's not top tier anymore. So having just one that's strong and functional should carry me as needed. Oh yeah, there's a definitely decent amount of offense and defense, as well as good statuses between Rupture and Tremor. You've been well since we conversed last. I see flowers bloom outside, and the birds chirp every now and then. It's also why I was planning to focus. I tried to get those going largely so that I'd have a full set of units that could help me fight, and farm stuff to keep everyone up to date. As well as doing mirror dungeons and stuff regularly, since I still have to do those weeklies as well. And to my understanding, the mirror dungeon weeklies will get easier, since eventually I'll unlock the ability to do multiple of the 3 stacks a day at once, which will be quite nice. That way I only have to play if I really want to, rather than feeling like it's a chore. It's not... Oh, for the record, it doesn't feel like a chore yet, though, but I have played through games with similar concepts, and they do become chores after a significant length of time. Though the scents of flowers spread as they like, they create a rather sweet smell once mingled in one place. I wonder if you have taken such a smell.
동백이는 항상
I was always
얼굴에
worried about the
그늘이
gloom
적어서
on Dongbek's
신경이 많이
face.
쓰였는데 낭수레에서
But the
보여주는
things she
것은
presents at the
언제나
Illuminators
웃음이
conferences are
담겨 있는
relieving
것
to see.
같아.
They
보기가
carry a
좋네.
certain joy with them.
우리에겐 못다한
Can I take
웃음을
that as her way of
기술에서 대신
indirectly
보여주는
expressing the
거로
smile she couldn't make it
생각해도
us?
되는 걸까?
뭐
Well, take it however you want.
이상 무슨 생각을 하고 있어?
Isang, what are you thinking? Yeah, you can claim all your bonuses in one go once you unlock hard mode. And I imagine once I get the levels up, unlock the level caps by doing more cantos, it'll be a bit easier to do things like hard mode. But yeah, for now, I'm definitely going to be focusing shards on characters with the Arcanite's identities, starting with Faust, but I'm also, Hong Lu is also going to be pretty good. It's just that his is limited, so I have to wait for the Walpurgis Knight to get those, and even then I might not have enough to get on the first one here, so it might take a bit, but I'm in no rush. I do like Hong Lu though, so I'm definitely going to be using his Ting Tang boss fight as identity once I get that one to up-tie 3, so that, you know, it actually has the full kit. What are you thinking? I just can't figure out what your face might mean. It makes me curious to know just what is in your mind. Those who I brushed past until now ask me that same question. However, as I do not possess the eloquence to utter a concise answer in words, and the matter itself was too wearisome perplexingly to clearly summarize, I would substitute my answer with a figurative blank sheet of paper. You know what that is. Oh yeah, you'll want full stop Hong Lu Overlord. Yeah, and that one's specifically to use the Ling, the Ling Ego, yeah. Though again, I could probably make use of it as long as the rest of the team can generate the resources. That's also why I was fine using Butler Faust for the earlier parts of the chapter fights. She's not the strongest, but she's good enough, has decent support, and also helps generate some resources the rest of the team needs. She doesn't generate what Calcit needs, but honestly, the ninja characters generate a lot of gluttony, and I've got a decent sloth from Don Quixote, so I don't really need... I'm not hurting. So I'm not... I can still use the Calcit one just fine. I guess what I'm getting at is it is nice that you can have a bit of freedom with the characters' identities as long as the rest of the team can cover you when you're that unit's needs. I imagine this game lets you get away with a lot of bullshit you probably shouldn't be able to, thanks to things like that. You know what it is? Nothing. In truth, it may have not been nothing after all. I would feel a desire to scatter into the winds in lush blue, sensing the sway of seeds plunging into my scrawling mind. Well, how was my acting? Brother Youngji was a man of kindness. He was not one to rashly harbor spite or reproach for others. You resemble him in that sense. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I do like Hong Lu as a character, but to my understanding, his is one of the newer ones, so it's gonna be a while before I get his chapter. Yeah, a lot of the identities lean into one of the 7 core strategies.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
해보겠네.
한 넘고 물 넘고.
이것밖에 못하는 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
벌써 끝나가는군.
Once I actually get more IDs in the general sense, I'll start looking into more coherent strategies. Right now, I'm just using whatever strong IDs I have access to, which is basically these and the Hong Lu one I mentioned that I still need to up-tie 3. Recently, IDs have been dual statusing, so team comps be a bit more diverse. Oh, that's neat. Blossoming League. 9. The broken K-Corp drone is tumbling on the floor. I can only revive sinners where I can see the star, so in the meantime, we might be able to an ampule to use if we search through it. Rummage the drone. A sinner good at searching should help. Gluttony. Sounds good to me. Very high odds. Perfect. Several wounds were left on Yi-Sang's hands while rummaging. Fortunately, we were able to find a small ampule on it. After going through that trouble, the side at the ultimately pointless hall, we had to leave the room. With my promise, I'll turn the clock for them next time. Took a bit of damage, but small
이것이
ampule.
말의 행진이요.
The steed marches forward. Small ampule. At the start of the turn, allies under 40% heal, once per floor. Lucky for me, Yi-Sang's one of my strongest, thanks to lucking out with one of his ninja IDs. So, this would be a fairly simple and straightforward dungeon. You see, I called you this time because I've made something interesting I'd like to show. Ahem. Youngji, what is this? Is that a butterfly, a moth? There's simply too many transient things that wilt all too soon, don't you think? For the butterfly only wanted to lightly flutter, but to be punished with death for that crime. That felt too unfortunate. You brought it? Did you bring it back from the dead? I thought that kind of technology was forbidden by the head's treaty. Ah, so it is in fact forbidden.
아니요.
It is no such case.
사체는
Though the
그대로이나
carcass remains inanimate,
무언가
something
더
has
씌워졌구려.
overridden it.
맞아.
That's right.
정확히
To be
말하면
exact,
유리창이야.
it's the glass window.
창 안에서
The
나비는
butterfly can now be free
이제
within
자유로워질
it.
수 있는 거지. 연못을 건너려다
Even if its
날개가
wings dampen while
젖어버려도
trying to cross a pond,
소나기에
or gripped in
잡혀
somebody's
가루로
hands and
부서져도
crumbled dust, or
꽃을
dried
잡지
to the
못해
like of
메말라가더라도
flowers.
나비는
The
멈추지
butterfly
않을
won't
거야.
stop, and eventually, in the
그러다가
distant
마침내
future,
바다까지
it'll make
건너게 되는
it across
것이겠네요.
a sea.
그렇게 되면
If that happens, will the butterfly
나비는
no longer be
바다조차도
afraid of the
무섭지 않게 되는
sea?
걸까요?
Splendid, Youngji.
엄청나네, 영지.
This level of technology could have
이 기술
numerous
정도의 수준이라면
applications.
활용이 무궁무진하겠어.
영지,
Youngji, are you sure?
정말
You
이
really just made this
기술
for the conference?
낭소리만을 위해 만든 거 맞아?
그게 무슨 말이야?
What do you mean by that?
각자의
A
생업에서 일을
gathering from where we
마치고
show technology we
시간을
create as a hobby in
짬짬이며
our free
취미 삼아
time after
만든
returning from a
기술을
day's work.
서로에게 보여주며
sharing our
감상을 나누는
thoughts.
거, 그것이
Wasn't that
우리
the significance
구인회가
and appeal of the
가진
Illuminators
낭수의
conference
의미이자
that our
낭만
league
아니었어?
had?
그런데 이
But
기술은
this, it doesn't look like a simple hobby horse to
취미로
me.
만든 것이 아닌 것 같은데? 너 설마
Are you still
아직
not over
그때
what happened then?
동백은
That's
그렇게
how you see
보는구나.
it, Dongbek.
너의 견해도
I'd like to
궁금한데
know what it is you think as
이상?
well, Yi-Sang.
동랑의
As
말대로
Donggang rightfully assessed,
이건
this is nothing
위대한
short
첫
of a
발견이라
great
해도
first
과언은
discovery.
아니요. 허나
Alas,
유리창에
if
성에가
frost were to
낀다면
form on the glass window,
빛인
it will blur
대상도
the reflected image all the
똑같이
same.
흐릿하게 보일 것이요. 따라서
As
유리창의
such, the frame of
창살은
this glass window
더
will need to be made
튼튼하고
firmer.
반듯하게
straighter.
만들어져야 할 테요.
아, 이상
Yi-Sang,
너는 고작
you
한 번
managed to see
보았을
through its
뿐인데도
essence from just a
이것의
single
본질까지 꿰뚫고
glance.
있구나. 그런데
But
나한테는
personally, I can't seem to
도무지
think of a
방법가
way.
떠오르지 않으니
So,
이렇게
how
하는 게
about this
어떨까?
instead?
이상
Yi-Sang, try
너만의
recreating it in your own
방식으로
way.
다시 만들어 보는 거야.
나의
My own
방식.
way.
맞아.
That's right.
다음 낭수를
By
때
the
말이야.
next conference.
내가
Is it truly okay for me to
유리창
handle
같은
technology
가치
as
있는 기술
valuable
다루어도
as a glass window?
괜찮은 것이요.
Maybe not. Alright, yeah, I'll take it back.
그게 아니야.
You got it wrong. I'm
가치가
making the
있기에
suggestion
제안하는
because
거지.
it's so valuable. Oh right, we have to do a fight. I completely forgot this was a battle node.
전격발. 받아볼 텐가.
물 넘고
꺾어 제차.
맘
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 헛! 맘.
I really do like all the nuances and stuff, and neat stuff you can do with the battle system when I do it manually, like with that boss before. It's just a shame that
어느 쪽일지
it
잘
took
생각해보라고.
it took a friend coaching me and even asking Chad here for advice here and there because it is just so complicated. But it is pretty neat once you get going. And thankfully I was able to grasp some things like the resistance bonuses and for the later ones being stronger because FGO has a similar system for its
그렇게 서
combat.
있으니
So some skills can transfer over. Might as well go to the event here and see what's happening. It's filled with K-Corp ampoules. Ooh, good for us. Hey Dante, can we at least take one of these? Negative. The ampule injector is only in this room, so it will not be possible to use them outside of this place. What do we do? Use the ampule, I suppose. Low warnings are written on the ampules. Skimming through glass bottles, I can see tiny notices. However, the text was too dense. Missing parts, insufficient. Stop. I have no idea what it's saying. Manager Squire, it appears this device is 2 nodes. Single and group. So it looks like it's up to me. Allies with full HP lose HP and SP. On the center with the worst state. Yeah, I think this will be good. Ally with the lowest HP and percentage is healed. That's understandable. I do agree new players have a hard time understanding combat. Yeah, it was basically just a blur to me where I couldn't figure out what was going on until, again, I was getting specifically coached on it. I probably would not have gotten that far if I didn't have a friend helping me out here. Sinner seems to have gotten much better. That's odd. I thought she was the same. Sorry, state. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's worth my time to go through all these fights, as neat as it might have been, so.
정리 시간이다.
일기당천.
It's not a magic cure-all. Don't just charge it willy-nilly. Got it.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
벌써 끝나간고.
이것밖에 못하면 그렇게 서 있으면 목 떨어질 수밖에.
The ammo system's pretty neat. Although it does feel like it might be,
징수진행.
받아볼 텐가.
I do worry about the fact that it might accidentally cause them to run out. Not because that's normal, but because I'm not that great still. The AK stage is definitely the complexity of a late story, so I can see why it might be a little overwhelming. It's also a bit overwhelming just to watch the animation, because there's a lot of clashing going on, but if you don't understand what even clashing even is when it starts out, like the first tutorial fight, I get it's a scripted loss, but you also have no idea what's even going on. They just to tell you how to perform attacks, and it's hard to tell what is even going on until everyone's dead. Oh, these eggs? Please be careful, it might be an abnormality. Come to think of it, I was told the underground lab K-Corp set up also managed eggs from L-Corp branch. What was this egg twitching? Egg begins to move, what should we do? We're gonna have to get a fight. Touch the egg. Consider our experiences with receiving gifts from abnormalities. You might be able to get something to help with exploring the dungeon here. Who's most effective? A delicate hand will have an easier time. Yusang seems to have a bonus in the general sense for these. Presumably, he touched the egg and it started glowing. Soon afterwards, it hardened and turned to a unique gem. This looks worth taking. He seems tired, but there wasn't anything off about his body from what we could see. Okay, we left the gem. Lost 10 SP. Oh yeah, he's gonna get. Yeah, he's gonna get that back immediately after he wins a few clashes. Piece of crumbled egg. A first turn of each encounter. Gain 2 ego resources. Sounds good to me.
사냥감인가? 몸이
I
화기애애했네요.
It looks like the group was at peace.
잠깐 동안은
Things were
좋았어요.
good for a short while. It was as though we were
꼭
on a trip.
여행이라도 온 것처럼. 고향을 버리고 새로운
though we
곳을
were on
찾아
trip.
떠나오면 모든 게
Thankfully, a big thing about me being able to handle the Arcanite's event stages is because having played the game, I knew that the Roomba would be multiple use. Because in Arcanites, you also do get to use it a few times to clean up the corrupted ground, the Nethersea brand. So there is definitely some knowledge that helped when transferring the skill over. We thought everything we'd find after leaving our hometown for this new place,
결국
but
어디든
alas,
간에
at the end of the
사람
day,
사는 곳은
human
똑같더라.
societies weren't so
오늘
different from each other.
장에 가서 수상한 걸 보았다.
Today I saw something suspicious at the market. Now that
정말
intrigues me.
궁금한데.
What is it, Sanghyo?
뭔데 상어?
이 발명품
Sangho? This invention, wasn't this your work for the League
네가
of Nine,
부인해서
Gabriel?
만들었던 것이 아닌가?
그런데 뭔
It is.
시장까지 탐방을 돌고
but I mean, there's
그래?
no need to scour markets at all, right?
신뢰와
It's trust and
믿음으로
faith that
똘똘
bonds us together,
뭉쳤던
isn't it?
우리 구인회 아니었나?
구인의 9
You
구유를
must have
잊었나
forgotten
보군.
the League Nine's laws. League's Nine laws.
구.
LNL. Fascinating.
요슈 씨,
Ryoshi, you're not supposed to say things like that on in script. I
알아.
don't memorize every word, but you
달달
think I'll
외우게
forget?
시켰는데 그걸 구인회 내부로부터
technology
만든
made-
어떠한 기술도
The league should
외부에
be distributed
유통하지
outside.
않는다.
Particularly careful not to be
특히
tainted. Be
돈
particularly
냄새에
careful not to be
물들지
tainted with the
않도록.
smell of money. Well, if you need food or shelter, I can kind of understand the extreme need.
그런데
But we've been
엿새
We've
안에
been told all our
연구실
property will be
방세를
seized
내지
if we don't
않으면
pay the
모두를
rent for the laboratory within the
차압한다는데
next 6 days. What are we
그럼
supposed
뭐
to do? Yeah, exactly.
어떻게 할까? 뭐라도 해야
We
할
gotta
거
do something about it.
아니야.
The money we earn in the
우리가
factory can
공장에서
only
버는
barely keep us
돈으로는 입에
fed.
풀칠이나 겨우 하는 판인데 연구를 하고
We
싶다는
got it from
일념으로
Escorp's
빈털터리
district, taking
몸만
nothing
갖고
but passion
S사에서
for
건너온
research with
우리가
us. Tell
대체
me
뭔
how
돈을 내서
else we're
방세를
gonna pay the
내냐고.
rent.
틀린 말은 아니다.
And that is a valid point.
우리에게 과세가 유독
Taxes
더
are heavier on
부과되는
us because we
것도
migrated from another
S사에서
district.
넘어왔다는 딱지 탓이지. 사실상
They
우리가
are demanding a
정기적으로 낼
fee
수
we
없는
cannot
액수를
afford to pay
그들은
regularly.
요구하고 있다.
돈은 내가
I
지불할 수
can pay
있어.
that, so I suggest we put
그러니
this
이
matter
일은
to
그냥
rest.
묻어두지 않겠나?
잠깐.
Wait, why
나는
haven't
왜
I been
처음
told about this
듣는 말이야?
before? Seized?
차비라니.
Did you know all along, Youngji?
너도 알고 있었어,
I want to hear
영재?
from you
네
directly.
입으로 직접 말해.
흥분한 건 알겠지만
I understand that you're
영지
upset, but
형에게 말을
be mindful about what you
가려서
say to
하도록,
brother Youngji, Dongbek.
나는 괜찮아.
I'm fine,
상어.
Sangyo.
동백.
Dongbek, I was planning to tell you once it had been dealt with. I figured you'd be the first to get furious about matters concerning League.
게 너일 것 같아서. 그리고 이상.
And you sang,
그렇게
while I
해준다니
sincerely
너무
appreciate your
고맙지만
offer, I could not
어떻게
possibly
그래?
take it.
괜찮소.
It bothers me not, for
사부의
accumulating
뜻없으니
wealth has no meaning to
부디
me.
구인을
I
위해
urge you to
써주시오.
spend it for the League's sake.
응? 잠깐. 이성 씨 그렇게 부자였어요?
What? Wait, you saw we're that rich? You might want to do a better job at
자기
remembering your
대사는
part.
잘
Yes.
외워야지 않겠어요? 또다시 적들이
The enemies will
공격해 올
start
텐데.
attacking again, you know.
종이에 뻔히
Look,
적힌
it's
것도
full around like
제대로
an
못
old
읽는
failing. What's as
낄빵이가
easy
여기
as reading
있었네.
words on a paper? Ha.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
단격발.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해봐.
물론고. 바람
These
들어오는
splatters.
끝나가는 거.
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Lost me. Go ahead and save here, and time for the boss of the area. Yeah, this should be sufficient. Let's roll.
사냥감인가 몸이
그 봄날
On that spring day, I made
나는
a small
조그만
mirror.
거울을 하나
I named it
만들었어.
Yonsim.
그걸
Oh, sure, if you want,
연심으로 붙였지.
I can show it off after this. I made a small mirror. I named it Yonsim.
그리고
And I happened to catch a
수많은
signal while tuning
잡음과
out numerous noises and
연심
shatterings.
속에서 비로소
In Yonsim, I met
그대를
you
만난
at
것이오.
last.
아름답고 담담한
My left hand
나의
itself,
왼손잡이를.
beautiful and serene.
반갑소.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
나는
I am
이상이라 하지.
Yusang, isn't it?
이거 참으로
What a peculiar experience
이상한
this
경험이네.
is.
네가 들고
And that
있는
mirror you're
그
holding,
거울은 연심이라.
it's what I call Yonsim.
연심이라.
To grind or study and to seek.
이것은
This is a product of
무언가를
grinding
갈아내고
something, scraping even the mind to
마음마저도
polish
갈아내어
it.
광을 낸 것이기에. 그렇구나.
I see. I suppose all
모든
versions of
이상은
Yusang were
연구의
dedicated to research.
진심이었나 봐. 그대
You have wings on your back.
날개가
If my eyes aren't
돋아있구려.
being deceitful. Crystal wings. Ooh.
그대가 보기에
What do you think of them?
내 찬란하고
Splendid.
따뜻하고도
They look quite warm
자유로워 보여.
and free. They do keep bringing wing metaphors in with Yusang.
우리는 서로를
We
들여다보고
looked into and ahead of each other.
내다보았어. 영지형의 기술에
I only made minor
살짝의 변형만
modifications to
가한
brother
것뿐이야.
Yusing's work.
어떠한
I want to show a
가능성도
reflection of any possibility in
있는
this
그대로
unvarnished
비추고
image without a
싶었어.
blur. So this is how Yusang was able to create the identity system that we're using. Interesting.
여기서 누워 보는
The stars I saw while lying on the
진정으로
ground here
멀었는데.
seemed so far away.
이렇게
Yet it was possible to see
가까이서
them
볼
up
수도
close.
있었던 거네.
너 이걸 찾아내느라
Is this
그간
why I
안
haven't been able to see you
그랬던 거야?
lately to discover this? I thought you caved to your yearning for rice and went back to Escorp's district.
다시 S사로 돌아가 버린 줄? 그런데 뭐
I'll say though, this isn't half bad.
동랑
Dongrang,
너 왜
why are you
그렇게
laughing
웃니?
like that? It's just funny that you're talking so
눈은
ferociously
엄청
when your
빛나고
eyes are
있는데
full of curious
그렇게
twinkles.
표독스럽게 말하니까 재밌잖아.
이상
Isang, will you
이놈한테
tell him to shut
시끄럽다고
up?
전해줄래?
얼음 과자
Why
처음
don't you first
먹어본
hide your facial
어린애 같은
recreation of a
표정이나
child
감춰줄래?
who's tried ice cream for the first time? So this is the scene that thing happened.
구보, 너도
Google,
뭐라고 좀
why don't you
말해봐.
say anything? Say
구인회에
something. You've
들어온
been part
지가
of the league for
언제인데
fairly long now.
아직도
Stop
그렇게
standing around like a
우두커니
guest.
손님처럼 있어.
이미 모두가 입을
What
모았는데
do I have to add?
무슨
Everyone
말을
here seems to be of one
깍두기면
mind.
깍두기답게
If you're trying to be an odd one
넉살이라도
out, at least have some audacity. Some cold fish you are. Okay. Yeah, of course they'd make Don Quixote the cold fish character.
그렇구나.
I see. So this
이것이
is how you view
너가
the
세상을 보는
world.
방식이구나.
내가 보는
The world I
세상이다.
view, is it?
그거 알아?
Did you know?
모든
They say
기술에는
every
만든
invention
사람의
carries hints and
낭만과
hopes and
소망이 숨어
dreams of
있대.
its inventor.
그걸 찾아내는
Discovering them is one of the spectator's
구경하는 자들의
joys.
묘미야.
It's a tidbit that's
알아두면
good to
좋을 거야.
know. So that's why he asked Yisang to make his own version of it.
이상,
So
그래서
Yisang,
자네는
what do you plan to
이
do with this
기술로 무엇을
technology?
해볼 참이야?
무엇을
Do what exactly?
해본다니?
영지형의
Brother
유리창은
Yizhong's glass window is
벌써부터
already making
세간의
the
소문이
rounds.
돌고 있는
Researchers
모양이야.
from other nests are taking an interest.
다른 둥지의
Or so I've
연구원들도
heard.
관심을
참,
Really,
이곳을
we
구경하러
rarely
오는
saw
손님은
visitors in the
별로
past, but now we
없었는데
might have to start punching
이젠
tickets so all these
차례로
people will
줄이라도
now
사라고
stand in line.
번호표를 뿌려야 할 판이야. 그러니까
So if you announce your
여기서
work
네 기술까지
here,
발표한다면
동랑,
Dongyang, I have no
나는
absolutely no
이것을
intention of
발표할
announcing
생각이
this.
하등 없어.
None?
없다고?
At all?
전혀.
그저
All that I ask
우리끼리
is to
웃음을
keep this
터뜨리는
moment of laughter
순간으로
solely between
간직하면
us.
어떨까 싶소.
야, 너는
Look,
대체
just what
무슨
is your
생각으로?
idea of?
이상
You say that's the
너
second funniest
이제까지 본
moment
것
I've seen
중에
out of
두
you.
번째로 웃겼어. 첫
The first
번째는
is, you know, when the yellow calf was being
있잖아.
fed milk and suddenly licked his hair.
누런이한테 우유 먹이고 있었는데
Ah, cowlicks.
갑자기 제 머리를 핥아가지고
True, I've never seen
그러게.
Dongbek laugh as loudly
나도
as then.
동백이가 그렇게 박장대소 한 건 처음 봤어.
그건
That I
이제
think we
묻어두는
best
편이야.
forget. Oh, sorry, buddy. Even in the days before internet, people would have to have to deal with their past there.
사람의
Human
눈동자는
eyes are such glistening
참으로
and scalding
반짝거리고
things.
뜨겁소.
Fearing that they would burn me, I tended to watch from the
나는
side.
그것을 하지만 대상을
However,
직선으로 보지
not seeing the
않는다고 하여
subject straightly does not mean that I think lowly of them.
바라보지 않아도
Even without looking,
스며들 수는
it's
있으니.
possible to seep in.
그런데 저거
By the
우리가
way,
쓰고
is
있는
that the
거울이랑
same as
같은
the
거야?
mirror we use?
엄밀하게는
Similar, to be
비슷한
exact.
것이죠.
Limbus Company uses a
림버스
mirror with
컴퍼니에서는
very special
특수하게 개량된 거울을 사용하고
modifications.
있어요. 엄청난 걸
You invented
발명했었네요,
something
이상
incredible,
씨.
Isang. Yeah, I was trying to say something about, the Dante's notes mentioned that Isang was involved in its creation, but I didn't remember the exact thing.
나나 영지영이
What
한
Youngji and I
것은
did wasn't invention.
발명이 아니라
We discovered,
발견이야.
rather.
T사는
T-Core
허가 없이 다른
wouldn't have been
세계를
pleased with
엿볼
the
수
idea
있는
of a
기술이
technology capable of
만들어졌다는
peeping
걸
into other worlds
달가워하지
without
않았을
permission.
것이다. 다른 세계를 엿보는
I
것이
do believe
중요한
you
게
know well
아니라
enough that our problem lies with
허가받지
lack of
않았다는
permission,
것이 중요한
not the
것임을
capability
알고
of the
있겠지.
technology.
짐작은
Although we
하고
had figured
있었으나
that,
우리끼리
we thought
놀이라고
it would be fine since it
생각할게.
was only used as a
괜찮을
pastime
거라고
between
여겼지.
us. Oh dear, the way he words that.
참으로
The decision
아니란 결정이 아닐
couldn't
수
have been
없었어.
any more glib. How very glib. Ah, so that's where this boss is from. The Fairy Gentleman. Don't worry, as a Fey adjacent
받아볼 텐가.
creature, I have a lot of experience with fighting Fey creatures. You just have to be careful. We are not immune to each other's shenanigans.
전격발.
해보겠네.
Now, bosses are definitely starting to get a bit more beefy. Then again, Dongbek had 1,500 sheep. Not Dongbek. Yeah, Dongbek had. Wait, was it 1,500 or 1,200 shield? It was a lot, I remember that. I was able to burn through it, but wow, it was certainly a lot of work, that's for sure. Yeah, I was trying to remember if Dongbek had a special name while a boss, but... No passives, huh? Converts opponent's morale boosts. Damage up by the effects count. Cannot gain while tipsy. Lose clash power by the effects count. I see, it's making me drunk.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
There we go, won that fight. Oh, wonderful, we took care of the glass. Now we can get as many of these as we damn well please.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
That's one arm down. So yeah, those were fairy wings that I noticed. Interesting, why was it slimes? Wait, what am I saying? I know slimes that can be fake creatures. I played as one in one of my previous game.
받아볼 텐가.
He's not losing that clash, buddy. fatal damage from slash. Not bad. Not this time. Yeah, we gotta get rid of the wine.
이것밖에 못하는
Easy. Ego gift. Ooh, tremor buffs. Did that not open the way out? Oh, it did actually. Should be easy, yeah. I had a feeling the second half of the chapter would be going long. That's why I made sure tonight that it could. Outreaches. The outreaches, the outskirts. It's quiet. Nothing like the outskirts.
그러게.
Stephanette,
외곽
you're
너머는
right.
이렇게
Was the world beyond the
아름답고
outskirts
고즈넉한
one filled with
것들만
such
존재하는
beautiful and tranquil
세계였어?
beings?
어,
Unknown boy.
그래서였나 봐.
Yeah, I guess that must be the reason everyone tried to keep quiet about it. Right. Do you by any chance know a story about the
외곽
things
너머에
beyond the
대한
outskirts?
이야기를 알고 있어?
It said a thing
이곳에
that
사는
lives there,
것 중
granting
어떤
wishes to
건
those who are earnest.
간절한
Want to hear
사람에게
it?
소원을 이뤄준대. 들려줄까?
Ah, Shenron the Dragon.
좋아. 네가
Sure, I
해주는
always look
이야기는
forward to your stories.
언제나 기대돼.
조금만
Can it wait
기다려줄래?
just a moment? There's
아까
something nice over
저쪽에서
there.
멋진 걸 봤고.
우리의 하늘을
When we look up
올려다보면
at the sky,
보이는
all
건
we see is a pinch of
탁해진 빛
muddled
한
light.
줌뿐이지. 하지만 이곳의
But
하늘은
here,
우리를
I can
고독하게
see the lone
내려다보고 있는
stars looking down
별님들이
at
보이네.
us.
여기서 보이는
Since
저
the city I can
도시는
see from here is filled with the
고통과
cries of pain
절망으로
and despair.
우는 소리밖에는 들리지 않으니
I'd
차라리
rather gaze down at the people
나도
from loneliness in the
높고
sky
쓸쓸한
and
곳에서
shed tears
사람들을
with
보며
them.
함께 눈물을 흘릴 수 있다면
미안,
I'm
조금
sorry, I was a
늦었지.
bit late.
처음
There are
보는 꽃이
flowers I'd never seen
피었는데
before.
향기를
Maybe we could
맡으며
smell them as I
같이
tell my
들으면
story.
그래,
I see. Have
마침내
you
소원을
finally
이룬 거야.
fulfilled your wish?
오늘부터
Starting today, even a
밤하늘
handful of
귀퉁이에 별이
even if a
한
handful of
뜨지
stars don't
않아도
rise in the corner of the night
그
sky,
별님들은
those stars will light the
지상에서
dark of the
대신
lands below
어둠을 밝히고
instead.
있으니 그러니
So it'll all
괜찮을
be
거야.
okay.
아까 그 장면은
What was that
뭐였죠?
just now? It
아주
felt like a
머나먼
story
이야기
from long
같았어요.
ago.
황금가지가
As the
폭주하면서
golden
자아심도를
bow
생성할
generated from
때
the fathoms of ego and a
불순물이
frenzy,
섞여 들어왔어요.
foreign matters were mixed into them.
K사의
K-Corp Singularity, the ears of the so-called
눈물을
tearful
흘리는
thing.
것에
그래.
Can sure see that.
그
It's
영향으로
bringing back dead people to
죽었던
fight
사람들까지
us.
덤벼들고 있잖아.
네,
Yes, they seem to
그것에
be
대한
relevant to the experiences
녹아내려진 기억인
of
듯하네요.
melting down.
그 눈물 흘리는 것의
Did the
마음도
mindful of that tearful
이
thing
공명에
melt into
녹아든
this
건가요?
resonance as well then?
그러면
That means that tearful thing
눈물
is
흘리는
no
것도
different
역시
from people.
사람과 다를 바 없는
단테,
Dante, in this
세상에는
world, there are
별을
many who
찾고자
seek
하는
after
이들이 많아요.
stars. Happens in Arknights too. Lone Trail is one of my favorite events.
받아볼 텐가.
The music is quite atmospheric.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
헛!
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 받아볼 텐가.
끝내는 맘.
Cleaning up effectively, I'd say. Dang, the characters are really satisfying with the impact and... Well, in general, the game feels like it has some pretty good impact and splatter sounds to make combat feel satisfying, even though you're mostly just watching it. The area is twisted. The cabinet appeared from it. You see some items in its drawers. Let's take a closer look. As you look closer, you can almost see something in there. A sinner with keen eyes might be able to get something good. Pride. 217 or... let's go with her. Here we are. Ryoshu looked in. The sinner discovered a hidden drawer. The drawer contained a number of useful items. Soon afterward, the area began to blur and the cabinet disappeared.
문 업.
No problem. Many objects appeared in the hidden compartments that might be useful in the counters. What should we take? Pick the drawer, 5th row. Oh my. Look at it, kind of resembles a flower. Sloth skills deal 10 damage. Well, I guess I have an okay amount of those. Yeah, someone wanted to see my friend code. Let me just grab that real quick. Yeah, I'm fine adding anyone who's interested. Just
추위에 잘 버틸 수 있는
see here,
오리깃털이든
yeah, here we are. Here we are. Feel free to copy that code if you want. Anyone watching wants to add. I should probably add some of my own in here now that I think about it. I just kind of hesitate because I don't even have my units able to hit level 55 yet, let alone beyond. Not to mention I don't have anyone at Uptie 4 yet. Uptie 3, yes, but no 4s. Let me grab a sip of my drink while I'm here, actually. Yeah, sure, no rush. Alright. There. Box. I don't have any alter egos for her yet. I got lucky with the Don Quixote's. This is a really good one. I don't know what Red Sheet actually does now that I think about it. I should probably look into what that does, see if I want to Uptie 3 that sooner than later. I should probably only bring people I actually have good ones here for, but... I guess this 4 will work for now for the
추위에
moment.
잘 버틸 수 있는 오리깃털이든 침구로 준비하라고 하시더군요.
Luckily, I can just start saving up my lunacy for the Faust banner now that I've gotten the all extracts from the Arknights one. Resume, please. Excellent, glad it remembered. Yeah, sure, if you know what the ego in a nutshell has been nice. I'm still trying to parse, slowly learning to parse everything. Hopefully I muted the mic in time. Ooh. Otherwise, actually saving. Yeah, for now I am saving resources here. I just wanted to make sure my team was going here. The only one I'm gonna up tie 3 next is the Honglu one, and then Walpurgis is coming. I'll think about it. But like I said, I do need a specific one, but at the same time, I guess Honglu is going to be in Walpurgis, and that's gonna be quite nice. Since Full Stop basically fuels everything he needs for the Ling Ego. And of course, he likes to use that Ling Ego multiple times. Yeah, exactly. Although at the same time, Faust's Calcid Ego is one you do want to spam, since it's both damage and healing. Then again, all the Arcanites ones kind of want that. Technically, there is a slight one in that I cannot buy ones with shards if they are the season directly before this one. So once Season 7 starts, I cannot get any of the ninja ones until the Season 8. It's also why I cannot get Priest Gregor right now, because even though Priest Gregor, to my understanding, is the best one for the Brilliant Glory Ego with Muinar, I cannot buy him from the shop. Even I don't have enough shards for it, but even if I did, I wouldn't be able to afford it. I wouldn't be able to get it because he's not purchasable until Season 8, the next season begins, Season 7. So there is that to consider as well, but it also does take a little while for me to get these resources going. At the same time, I could just go with what I have here and not worry about it too strongly, but you do have a good point about the Walpurgis Knight. I'll think about it. At the very least, I can sleep on it for a minute and not worry about it. Here we are.
공간이
The
바뀌었네요.
space has changed. Where
여긴
was this
어디였어요?
place? What are you talking about? I
무슨
know.
소리야?
This is the road we would traverse
우리가
all the
맨날
time.
지나다니던 도로잖아.
Oh, right.
네.
이곳은
This
내
was the
생업의
place of my
터전.
day's
그곳의
profession,
근교야.
or at least the avenue nearby. You
밤에는
research by
연구를
night
하고
and during the day?
낮에는 뭘 했는데?
나는
I was an
건축가였어.
architect.
오,
Ooh, an
건축가라.
architect. That's a neat
무슨 일을 했니,
occupation, had you say?
근사하더라.
Need to say.
본래 이
Originally,
거리는
children used to run
뛰어다니는
in these
아이들이
streets.
있었어. 많지는
Although there weren't
않지만
many, they came to into my view on occasion.
눈에 밟히는 아이들이 고작 버려진
Even a single
공간으로도
abandoned ball could keep a
그들의
smile on their
웃음을 잃지
faces.
않았어.
나도
I am
어린이들을
vastly
참
proud
좋아하고
of, fond of youth
참으로
as well. Are they not the
순수한
most
생명이
innocent beings?
하지만
But they're nowhere to be seen
지금은
now.
안 보이네.
Where could they have
어디로
gone?
간 걸까?
글을 배울 나이가 된
Once children are
아이들은
old enough to learn
여러
language, they are
공장으로
taken to the
끌려가.
factories. Oh, balls.
그 중에
Among them are those
내가
I
만든,
made. Those factories
내가
whose
직접
architecture I
설계한
designed
공장도
with my
있어.
very hands.
이상.
효율적으로
They were
사람들을
optimized for
감시하는 일에
efficiently
최적화가
monitoring
된
people.
구조였어.
It made pressing
노동자에게
laborers much more
박차를
convenient than ever.
더할 나위 없이 편리했고 그들의 벌이가 썩
Perhaps the reason my
좋았으니
income became rather high
나의 벌이가
is the
퍽
owner of those
좋았던
buildings
것은
run a very
무릇 그
profitable
때문일
business.
뭐 그렇다고
Well, even so, it's not like you spent
네가
that
그
money to
돈을
show off
보란
or
듯이
anything.
펑펑 쓰고 다니진 않았잖아. 부인회를 위해 전부
You gave
바쳤지.
it all for the league.
기억나세요?
Do you remember the first thing
제가
I invented
T사에서
was
직장을
after
구하고
getting a job after
제일
T-Corp?
처음 만든 기술이요.
인식표.
The identification tags, correct?
네,
Yeah.
미아가 된 아이들을 위해
Yeah, I
만들었어요.
made them to help lost kids.
우습죠.
It's absurd, I know.
그걸
Maybe I
쓰면
expected it to help
부모와
more
감동의
children
재회를 할
reunite with their
아이들이 늘어날
parents.
줄 알았나 봐요. 그런데
But now they're being used to monitor the workers'
지금은
time spent on the
모든
job in
공장에서
every factory.
근로 시간을 관리하는 데 쓰더라고요. 심지어 그걸
Heck, I
만든
made those
저도
things, and even I'm not
그
free of the
인식표를 차고
obligation
일을
to
해야
wear one while
한다니까요.
I'm working. Oh, is that the thing she's wearing right now?
우리가
Those were the
T사에서
kinds of
이루는
achievements we
업적은 그런
accomplished in
것이었지.
T-Corp's district.
그래서 나는
Which is why I
거울
became
기술에 더
more
매달리게
engrossed
된
in the
것이오.
mirror. I see. He likes his alternate timeline selves more than this timeline self.
순수하게
Untainted, unadulterated, I wish to immerse myself in pure exploration of knowledge. So he drowned himself in his work and alternate timelines,
아무것도
so that I wouldn't have to take
맞지 않을 수
anything from
있도록.
anyone.
그런 것쯤이야.
You knew you'd
수탈과
face those predicaments
착취하려고
since the moment you
기사에
made your way to
건너갈
T-Corp's
때부터
territory,
짐작하고
avoiding
있지
exploitation and
않았어.
abuse,
이상.
haven't you, Yi Sang?
당하지 않으려면
That you'd have to exploit
누군가를
others if you
대신시켜야
don't want
한다는
to be.
그러니
So don't
죄책감
feel
가지지 마.
guilty about it.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Careful with your health. No, I mean, I'm just worried about you is all.
벌써 끝나가는군.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 일기당천.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
So this is the corp district that the T-Corp Don works for. Another boss. Progress has been saved. Another boss.
정리 시간이다.
Let's see how this goes then. What's this? That so that no one will cry. Entangled Curse Talisman. Deal 1 damage per count at 9 count. Gain 2 attack power down on the start. This should be good, I think.
새겨주지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 전격발.
해보겠네.
Culminating curse.
이것밖에 못하나.
Well done, we got one of the parts. Let's deal with the rest. Breaking parts is always pretty satisfying, especially since even the sprite gets updated. The crystal stopped moving. What could it be doing? Yeah, that looks
얻어볼
fine.
텐가.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Didn't even consider self-assist, by the way. Oh, the wooden doll appears to have stopped in place as if nothing was happening. Its head tilted slightly towards like it was examining talismans. Perhaps it could have been looking at the sinner's talismans. As if possessed, the sinners began walking towards the doll. It's like they forgot they were fighting moments ago and started removing talismans on their bodies. What could be happening? Sloth advantage. Oh, this isn't nearly a guarantee. Predicted odds high. There we are. Gregor gathered the detached talismans and stood before the wooden doll. It gazed at him silently. Or maybe it's an unconscious make it seem that way. The eagerness to return them where they were. He extended their arm and took and hand over the stack as if drawn by the magnet. The talisman flew towards the doll so no one will cry. So that no one will cry. After uttering that phrase, Gregor came back to their position. So the Nolan Cry gains 5 reattached Cursed Talisman. Gregor gains Haste. Oh, I think that was worth it just for the haste. Wow. Ooh. I really should have had someone better than Don eating this so the Nolan Cry hit. That's a lot of damage. Granted, I suppose if someone needs to take a hit, Dawn is the best one to do that since she's the tankiest one, hands down. Definitely a lot of value in having a good tank now, and that's
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 깔끔하게 물었군.
So even the wooden doll became an abnormality. Oh my.
사냥감인가? 몸이
꽃은 지고
Flowers fell,
만물이
and all
바삐
things
걸음하기
began to make busy
시작하였어.
steps.
이곳에 걸음하는
More people
이들의
are visiting us
수가
each day,
나날이
and twice the
늘고
noise fills the air.
소라는
여기가 무슨 동네
This isn't supposed to be a downtown marketplace or anything. It's gotten way too noisy here. 9 was the right amount of people.
우와,
Ooh,
신기한
maybe
게 많이
curiosities have
생겼어.
taken up the space.
나
Maybe permitted to
여기는
see inventions
발명품 좀
here.
만져봐도 되겠나?
입좀
Will you shut that
닫아줄래?
mouth? How scary. Don't be so
동백,
sour, Dongbik.
너무
Liveliness
그러지
is
마.
good to have.
활기차 보이기만 하는데.
누군가는
Some
소란을
consider the
소음으로 여겼고
assemblage to be mere noise,
누군가는
while some consider
난장을
the commotion to be growth.
성적 나는
As for me,
여느
I saw
때처럼
it slantways,
비껴보았어.
as always.
햇볕만이
As
계속
heavy rain might pour
내리쬐다가도
for days after a spell of clear skies.
장대비만 내릴 때가 있는 것처럼 날씨의
I saw no meaning in
변덕스러움을
attempting to fathom
헤아리려는
the
것은
caprices of the weather.
의미가 없다고 생각하였기에 잔잔해질
I
날을
would simply wait for
기다리며
things to calm, looking
고개를
out for the
내어다볼
day's
뿐이었지.
arrival.
받아볼 텐가?
Good rolls on those.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 편은 아닐 텐데.
Death strike and critical. Wow. Oh no, the event strike. The special ability.
바람 불어오는 대로
I'm also gonna be honest. It actually took me a few of the Uptide 3 stories where I realized anytime it says the child, it's referring to the sinner in particular. Which is funny because I don't think most of them are children,
바람
but
불어오는 대로
perhaps it means in the
짓밟아라.
philosophical sense.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
이번
Rowdy
낭송에도
League of Nine
영지는
Legends.
않았네.
Youngji hasn't shown up for this conference as well.
날개에서
I hear he's been
정식
officially
초대를
invited by
받았대.
Wing. This is
이번만
probably
해도
the
두
second time.
번째구나.
어느 날개였는지는
You don't happen to know which wing it was, do you?
그건
No
아무도
one seems to
모르던데.
know.
왜 못마땅해 하는
What are
거야?
you displeased about it?
같이
You're the one
가자는
who
영지
turned
형의
down brother
제안을 한사코
Youngji's
거절한
offer to
건
go with
너였잖아,
him,
동백.
Dongbuck. There's no need to be so fixated
꼭
on the number 9.
9이라는 숫자에 집착할
What if
필요는
there are 8 or
없어.
5 of us?
8이 되면 어떻고 5이 되면 또 어때?
있잖아, 동랑
Say,
씨는
Donggrang, how long are you gonna stick to
언제까지
your
그
vet
동물병원
routine?
놀이나 할 셈이야? 영주님이
I
소속되어
made
있는
precious time in my packed
단체라길래
schedule to check
기껏
out what his group
바쁜
was
일정
like,
다
and
빼고
all I see are
왔더니
children's
웬
playthings.
어린아이 장난감 같은 것밖에 안 보이잖아.
오, 누린.
Oh, it's been a while,
오랜만이야.
Llewellyn. It's a pleasure to see a fellow
고향
from my
동지를 여기서
hometown
다시 보게
here.
되어 반갑군. 우리보다 나중에
You arrived
티사로
here later than
왔던데
we did, but it looks like you
적응은
adapted
우리보다
much
더 빨랐던
faster.
모양이야. 그런데
But I must say, it's a bit
어린아이의
disheartening to hear them
장난감
call them
같다는 말은
children's
좀
playthings.
섭섭한데?
It's a bit hard to explain the narrator without spoilers. Understandable, yeah. It's why it's a bit difficult for me to sometimes talk about Ace Attorney, Danganronpa, or Zero Escape without much spoiler. Well, no, you could probably talk a good bit about Zero Escape without running into the Zero Escape series without running into spoilers, simply due to the nature of it being a death game. But I get what you mean, is what I'm getting at. I must say, I'm sorry.
동물도
You won't be
사람이랑
saying that once
똑같이
you learn that
아픔을
animals feel
느낀다는 걸 너도
pain exactly
안다면
as we do.
그런 말은 함부로 못할 걸.
뭐
Well, I'll
걔네들이
take my
동랑
words back.
씨한테
Those
돈이라도
animals start repaying the
물어오면서
kindness by
은혜를
bringing money or
갚는다면
something.
그때 취소해 줄게.
If only it were that easy. Touching grass isn't enough. I need money.
누린,
Newland, did you take this
천박하게
for a gaudy
기술이나 사고
auction
파는
where technology is
경매장이라고
sold for
생각하는
cash?
몇 달 전만
You didn't even
해도
care to
이
cast a
시대에
glance at
무슨
us more than a month ago,
낭수를
calling
녀석도
Illuminator's
보지도 않던
conferences out of fashion.
뭐든
Have you come now
콩콩거리도
to rake off a
얻어먹으려고
piece of profit
기웃거리는
now
거
that
아니야?
you're smelling? Closely related. First game. Ah. Yeah, I know the I know this game is in the same universe as Lobotomy Corporation and Library of Ruina, but I've never played those, so thankfully Dante being an amnesia protagonist makes it easy for him to ask the questions I need to ask in order to figure out what's going on in the world at any given point. Because there's a lot of things that should be common sense that I don't know that the characters would, and so someone to ask those seemingly obvious questions really helps. It may be an overdone trope, but it's overdone for a good reason. Aw, Dongbaek. Harsh, but it's a good point.
너 감싸주는 거
Don't mistake
아니야?
it for covering for you.
저
I just don't
자식이
want to see your
너무
face,
꼴보기
that's
싫어서
all.
그런 거야. 그런데
By the way, what
넌
made you
왜
so
그렇게
passionate about
동물들이
curing
치료하는
animals?
것에 열심히
They can't pay
하니?
bills or anything. How are you gonna make a living?
나중에 뭐 해 먹고 사려고?
Well, there's some people with pets that would pay good for it. You sure like to
잔소리가
nag me a
심하네.
lot. Well, I
뭐,
suppose I could run a
닭집이나
chicken
할까?
restaurant.
뭐?
자,
What?
들어봐.
Hear me out for a second.
달걀
I would
날개를
make chickens
엄청
grow
많이
tons of
만든 다음에
wings, cut them off
아무
without
아픔도
inflicting
못
any
느낄
pain.
방법으로 날개를 잘라내는 거야.
Oh yeah, slice them up like the world's most horrifying bonsai tree. I believe that's a comparison I made it last time it was brought up.
나는 것은
They only need a
날개 한
single pair to
쌍만이면
fly.
충분해.
That way humans get more meat,
그러면
chickens lose
사람은
nothing
고기를
for
먹어서
it.
좋고 닭은 아무것도 잃지 않아서 좋은 거지.
참나.
치킨의 이름은 무엇이오?
I do like Limbus is written so long time and newcomers can easily understand it. Yeah, I appreciate that too, I can tell you that much. What name do you plan to give the chicken?
글쎄.
How about Plumpy Chicken?
통통 치킨 어때?
동랑,
Donggrang,
너는
don't never
어디
try
가서
naming
작년
things
같은
again.
건
Got
절대
it.
하지 마. 알아?
그때
I may have heard a faint sound
희미하지만
at that moment.
소리가 들렸던 것 같소. 균열의
It was the
소리였어.
sound of a crack.
고작 작은
Knowing
균열 하나가
what
어떤
consequences a
결과를
minuscule
초래하는지
crack could brought
알고
about, I
있었음에도
chose to look
불구하고
past it.
넘겨버렸던 이유는
Yeah, he probably shouldn't have ignored that.
어쩌면 못 들은
Perhaps I
척하고
wanted to just
싶었던 걸지도
pretend I didn't hear
모르겠다는
it.
생각을.
Unfortunately, if you don't face it now, you're gonna have to face it later. Though I suppose no one knows that now better than he sang.
비스듬히 바라보다
Alas, I was careless in my
스며들면
assumption I
그만일
could simply
것이라는
observe
게
slantwise when it comes to the past,
아니란이었다는
until it has
생각을.
seeped.
이제야 하게 되어.
Realization. Yeah, exactly. No one knows that better than he sang right now. As they say, hindsight's 2020.
그거 알아?
You know,
동백.
Dongbaek.
네 말도
Your words weren't particularly
내게는 딱히
reassuring
위로가 되지
either.
않았어. 오히려 누린의 말이
It's actually
내게
what
큰
Nolan said that
깨달음을
gave me an important lesson.
아무리
That no
노력해도
matter how hard I try,
당장
if technology
쓰이지
doesn't have an
않는
immediate
기술이라면
use, nobody's going to give
결국
it a
누구도
passing glance.
거듭돼봐주지 않는구나.
Yeah, unfortunately, science is all about trial and error for a lot of things, but you know how it goes. Investors always want immediate bang for the buck. Oh, this will revolutionize the world, hold in 15 to 20 years. Well, we're not going to wait that long. You do it right this minute or it's over. Which, yeah, you can't rush perfection. You can't rush a good thing. But I suppose it's also necessity that's the mother of all invention, I think the saying goes, so it's a lot easier when there's an absolute need. Like that one race from, what's it called? Which one? Oh, I'm trying to think of it, one race from, what sci-fi game is it? Oh yeah, Star Control 2. They discovered space travel in a ridiculously short period of time because a species came to their planet and started causing trouble, started killing them all, so they almost instantly created and put their civilization to their moon rather than their home. Before then, they were just fine, staying on their home planet. Didn't really think about too much about space travel.
대상 사망. 징수 진행.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Easy. Yeah, I imagine it's gonna be easy until the final boss, at which point I'm actually gonna have to start manually trying.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
아름답지만
It's a
어딘가
beautiful yet
슬픈
poignant
이야기지.
story, isn't it?
만약 모든
If
이야기가
all the
다
stories in the world were
행복하기만
happy
하다면
ones, the skies might not have
하늘에는
needed stars
더 이상 별이
anymore.
필요하지 않았을지도 몰라. 별을 낳는
In
건
solitude and
고독과
darkness are stars
어둠이니까.
born.
그게
You loved my
당신이 내
stories for the same
이야기를
reason.
사랑하는 이유기도 했고. 나는 더
I'll
많은
tell you
세상에 대해
tales of more
들려줄 테니
words.
대신해서
So
울어줘.
cry for me in my stead
나와
and everyone
나머지의
else's.
목까지.
Oh, we got turned into the eye. So he's the eye that's crying, isn't he? I had an inkling something like that might be going on, but I think this kind of proves it. And K-Corp is basically dedicated to making him always in a shitty mood so that they can use the tears as fuel. Yeah, I know, it's gonna be for the greater good, It's very easy to lecture about the importance of a sacrifice when you're not the one who has to make the sacrifice.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행.
It's nice how I can easily amass a decent amount of resources in these fights for ego usage whenever I feel like it. Ego gift get. Take 10% less gluttony affinity damage. I saw no meaning in attempting to fathom the caprices of the weather. Or I would simply wait for things to calm and looking out for the day's arrival. Peace of a torn summer. This shouldn't be too difficult of a fight, I imagine, if it's who I think it is.
몸이
이건
Is this a
개념
concept
소각기
incinerator?
아닌가요? 왜 이곳에 소각기가?
What's it doing here? We've received an official
사업자
notice that
등록을
private
하지 아니한
technological
5인
invention
이상의
groups of
기술
5 or more
발명을
people
위한
not
민간
registered as a
집합을
business
하려면
require a permit from
T사의 정식
T-Corp.
허가를 받아야 한다는 공문이 내려왔다. 기술도
The same
마찬가지다.
goes for technology. Anything that
T사
hasn't been
기술청에 허가받지 않은
authorized will be
기술은 모조리
confiscated.
압수당하겠지. 그리고
Whether they're registered or taken by
기술청에
force,
등록되든
they will always be
빼앗기든
used in ways none of
결국
us
어떻게든
wanted.
우린 그러니 그 전에
That is why we will
우리
rid the
손으로
world of them
없애는
before that
것이다.
happens. These concept incinerators are more and more terrifying the more I learn about them, especially now that we know that they're piss easy to get. Granted, they do have a limited range, so it's not like they erase them from reality completely, but they have a good enough range that you'd have to be pretty far away.
아니
But
이제
why now of
와서요?
all times? Is it because of these
혹시
gatherings?
우리
No.
구인의 모임
Is this
때문에?
about the window?
아니 그 유리창 때문에?
잠깐.
Wait. The idea that we might have to make
기술을 만들어야
technology in
한다는
secret could be a
발상의
pitfall, you
함정이잖아.
know? This idea that we have to make technology
혹시
in secret could be a
모르잖아.
pitfall. Who
T사가
knows,
허가를
T-Corp might
해줄지도.
give us the approval.
어리석은
A
질문이고
foolish question. Did you forget the
구인회가
reason the League of Nine was
만들어진 목적을
established? We gathered together in
우리는
pure
순수한
pursuit of
탐구를 위해 모였다.
knowledge, not to serve
하찮은
wings like
날개에
pathetic
노새 따위가 되려는
mules.
게 아니라 고향까지
We
등지고 온
deserted our
우리가
hometowns for this
고작
cause, and now you
기사를
suggest we
위해
yield our
지식을 넘기자는
knowledge
건가?
after all we've been
이제
through?
와서
Let's see the bigger picture rather than just
넓혀보자고.
T-Corp. Wouldn't the city as a whole
넘겨받는
be
건
benefiting
기사가
from
아니라
them?
도시라고 생각되지 않아? 기술은
Technology only has
남들을
value when
위해
it's
쓰여야 비로소
used for
가치가
others.
생겨.
Until then,
그
they're mere
전까지는
toys.
그냥 장난감일 뿐이고 내가 만든 이 치료
With
기술
this healing
하나면
technology I've developed, I
최소한
could
이
save
도시의
100
몇백 명을
lives,
살릴 수
at least
있을
100
텐데
lives in the city.
그런데 이
Should we really
실체도
squander
없는
that chance on protecting this
구인회라는
make-believe
화상을 지키기
organization?
위해서
동랑,
Dongrang, don't make clumsy attempts unless you're planning to save everyone in the city.
어설픈 시도는 그만둬. 고작 이런 기술로
If I
전부를
thought this
구제할
measly
수 있다고
technology had what it
생각했다면,
takes to give every single person the help they
난
needed,
진짜
I would have given my all for it.
하지만
But you think that'll change anything? The world will still be a terrible mess.
여전히 구리고 엉망일걸.
You're right. I thought
그러게.
wrong. What's the point
내가
in all
잘못
of this?
와,
Wow, look at that. It really does a good job of burning
소각기
things. You'd think its creator was a
진짜
researcher who had an ardor for a genuine study
이걸
like
만든
this.
사람도 우리처럼 순수한 동랑
Dongrang, are you
그도
certain
정말
you're all right?
괜찮은 것이오.
아,
Hey,
이것
check
봐,
this out,
이상.
you sang.
우연히
I
뒷골목에서
chanced upon this curious
신기한
thing in the
물건을
back
얻었어.
streets.
K사라는
It's
다른
apparently
날개에서
a wing called
요새
an
생산하고
item, a
있는
wing
물건인데
called K-Corp is producing these days. A
액체처럼
swarm
보일
of
정도로
nanobots that look like a
작은
liquid with the naked
나노로봇의
eye.
분집이라는데
And when you inject it,
아무리
no matter how
으깨지고
badly you're crushed,
다치고
hurt, fractured,
뼈가
ripped, torn, or
부러지고
chopped
해쳐지고
away,
드러나고 금방 다시
it all heals up
재생돼.
in seconds. Amazing.
대단하지?
It only takes a short while
그러다가
for
어느
the pain to be
순간까지
gone.
도달하면 아무 고통도 안 느껴진다니까. 하,
I was perfectly fine to be
그러니까
hurt if I didn't have to strain my body and
다쳐도
heart
괜찮은
trying to
거였어.
cure things. It
나
was so
혼자
stupid, wasn't
무언가를
I?
치료하려 고생하거나 마음 아파할 필요도 없었던 거지.
동랑,
Dongrang. Drifting fox. Oh my, I didn't expect to see a monster so adorable. Gloomy moan. So this one specializes in sinking and rupture. Should be pretty easy to deal with. Might as well see how this plays out. Raging withdrawal. Oh my.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
이러네. 대상 사망.
Good, the umbrellas are slowly melting. That's a stun. Yeah, that's a stagger.
단격발.
Always when I'm gonna squander ammo. Whenever I borrow a character that uses the ammo system. I know it's not too big a deal since even in the longer fight, like against Dombek, I was fine, but I guess that's another reason full stop of Hong Yu is a pretty good option because he can continue attacking even when he's out. No, I don't need 4 people attacking. Actually, maybe I should have some finish things too often.
일기당천.
Yeah, they're cutting my
바람 불어오는
sanity
대로
down, and I should really get rid of that.
짓밟아라.
Yeah, no leaping, Foxy. Old umbrellas are lined up around the drifting fox. Old, worn, hold umbrellas. The umbrellas look like they've been standing there for wings know how long to protect the fox, but it certainly doesn't seem like they're doing a good job of holding up. Then a sinner slowly walks towards it. The fox notices but doesn't growl, nor does it relax. It stays still ever. Oh dear, this is gonna be really crap. Yeah, failed. Gregor walked toward the fox before getting under umbrella. Despite being umbrella, it allowed numerous drops of rain to fall through. Chilling winds and damp air brushed against the sinner. He dropped down a large sigh. It may not be easy to notice, but it must have been a culmination of gloom and dampening the person under the umbrella. Oh dear. Now ain't that snake's tail ending a real letdown. Well, I know one way I can help fix this. There we are. Yeah, everything's clashed. And he'll get some sanity back from that. Or we're gonna best get full stop Heathcliff as well. I have heard they make a good combo, yeah. I don't have anything good for Heathcliff at all right now, though. I have one 3-star with my understanding it's a fairly mid one, so I'm not sure I want to spend threads on it. This age is stream. This false glory. Corroded, but wow, it worked. Lights won't, even brilliant light won't hurt there. Well, as long as it's hitting the boss, I don't mind. Wow. Done. Let's go. Then again, and I guess if a character needs a full setup like that, maybe I should focus on Faust. Damn, that sprite looks great. It's full stop, it's not full stop Heathcliff that's mid. I said I only have one 3-star for Heathcliff right now that is mid. I don't have full stop Heathcliff at all, or if I would, I'd be using him, I assure you. Well, time to see who gets to suffer. Of course, if Yisang kills the fox right here, we're in good shape. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. Oh well, as long as someone's alive, it should be fine. Dawn might be able to survive that keyword might. Yep. Barely. Oh, yeah, lucky for me, he decided to attack my tankiest party member. Holy crap. When activating Sloth, Absolute Resonance or Skill with +2 attack weight, allies gain +2 combat with Sun Shower. Equal gift. Take 10% less Gloom affinity damage. Yeah, so yeah, I don't have any good Heathcliff IDs, so if I get full stop, I'd be fine with that. But at the same time, since Honglu and Heathcliff both want full stop to be at full power, or maybe it might be in my best interest to go after the Faust one, who only needs just herself, and she works fine with the ones I've already got, and I can worry about the rest later. Because at the end of the day, I do mostly just want to get the Arcanite Ego characters going, and someone who doesn't rely on a group, but for maximum power. Well, then again, I do have a couple other heist suites, so she would have a group she does need. I'll have to think about it, I guess. I got plenty of time to think about it. As long as the season doesn't end, I guess. There was wilting among the 9. Those who indulged in research with purity and astonishment on their faces, as they did the old days, had already withdrawn their buds. In exchange, unfamiliar sounds begin to fill the air. Orderly footsteps, the sounds of wind-up keys that signify their position, and heavy, low voices. Honestly, the fact that T-Corp Dawn's playing good as it is. Oh yeah, T-Corp Dawn is really good as both tank and tremor inflicting. Damage isn't the highest on the team, but to be fair, that's because Yisang is crazy powerful. Although Gregor's pretty strong too, can't deny that. He may not be the most optimal for the Brilliant Glory ego, but I mean, it's hard to say no to that kind of damage. Acts of Time Realm is just great against bosses you struggle against. Oh yeah, it saved me in the against the final boss in the Arcanines event, that's for sure. Helped pierce through that last bit of the shield, hold to shatter it and get the stun off so that I could finish it off on the next one. Why? Why did you tell them the League's location, Anon?
누구라도
Anyone would have done the
그랬을
same.
거야.
No, we wouldn't.
기술의 출처를 밝히지 않으면
They said if I don't reveal the source technology, I'd be forcibly repatriated to the S-Corp. Okay. That makes a little more sense, yes.
그럼 고향 땅으로
Then you
돌아가서
should
너 혼자
have
혈압을
braced for
깨물고
it. Have the guts to bite
죽었어야지.
your tongue and die if you couldn't stand alone in your survive alone in the hometown.
이자들이 왜 저를 끌고 가는 거예요?
Well, why are these people dragging me away?
기술을 내놓지 못한 게 왜
Why is
죄가
it a
된다는
crime
거죠?
that I couldn't yield my technology?
내 기술에는
My
가치가
technology is worthless. You said
없다면서.
yourself. You'll
당신 입으로 말한 거잖아.
Help, I don't want to go.
영지, 도와줘. 끌려가고
아무리
No matter how
생각해도
hard we think,
방법은
there's really only one way.
내가 돌아가면 다
It'll all be
끝난
over once I
일이야.
go back if I give away the
유리를
glass.
네가
If you're
잡혀들어가면
caught, the League will be done for. Who
끝장나.
knows what they might do with their technology
네
once it
기술이
falls into their
저랬으면 어떻게
hands?
놀아낼 줄 알고?
절규하는
The voices of
목소리가
desperation ringing in the air did
공간을
not change a thing.
그렇게
And so there were those who
기술을
rejected the
내놓지
notion of
못하겠다고
yielding their
어찌
creations.
내 차례가 올 줄 알고
I knew my
있었다.
turn would come,
그리고
and I don't believe we'll ever
다시
see each
보지
other
못할
again.
거라고 생각한다.
담담하게
Those who
끌려가는
calmly let
자
themselves be taken away.
것도 이제
I'm bored of living in hiding.
나만의 길을
I've
걷기로
decided to go my
했으니까
own way. Let's hope
되도록이면
we never meet again.
다시는 보지 말자고.
직접
Those who left on their own.
바다를 닮은 아이를
I saw a child who
만났어요.
resembled the ocean.
유리와도
It's not like glass or
거울과도
the
같지
mirror,
않지만
but things reflected on the
전
waves and tides of the
바다의
ocean.
파도에 비친 것들이 좋아요. 수심을 알
Since
길이
I couldn't
없으니
fathom the depths of waters, I
따라가기로
decided to
했답니다.
follow along.
알 수 없는 말을 남기고
And those forever disappeared, leaving unknowable
행방불명된
parting
자도
remarks.
그렇게
Like that, winter
겨울이 오고
approached.
있었어.
괴로운
That was a painful
경험이었어요.
experience. It was like I was
마치
actually in the shoes of a
정말로
League of Nine
고민의
member.
일원이 된 것 같은.
기억에
We're
동화되는
synchronizing with their
것이니까요.
moments. It's only natural that their
발자취의
traces
영향을
will influence
당연히 받을
us.
수밖에 없죠.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 벌써 끝나가는군.
Speaking of which, I probably should use a Calcit ego here just to specifically get some healing going.
그렇게 서 있으면
It's not too much, but Dawn could really use a refresher since, you know, she kind of face tanked to the Brilliant Glory. I'm pretty sure anyone else would have been straight up killed. Oh right, I don't have them on my team. Whoops.
일기당천.
Well, no big deal.
맘.
Well, it's not a big deal. We'll get a save before the next major boss fight. We usually do anyways. It would be very much a dick move if the game decided, you know what, no more of this stuff. Mysterious figures glimmer in the window. Should we do something? Try talking. I'm sure this won't end badly. All sinners face the window. Who shall talk? Ooh, perfect. This one can't fail. I cried without choice, pain, entertaining thought, how music-y. When Ishmael talked the figures, they writhed and disappeared. When a fragment fell, we took it and left the room.
어떻게
Despite it all,
해내긴 했네요.
ooh, the selected identity lost 15. Ego gift and Clash, Pride and Envy have one Clash power. Ooh. I imagine I want to get that story node, so let's go ahead and do that one. But yeah, Don Quixote's making me curious about the other T-Corp ones like Otis and Radia. Might even get me to like Radia a bit more since her chapter was a bit disappointing, and so I don't feel, and especially since she doesn't have an Arcanine ID, I don't feel especially motivated to use her. Like, I'm kind of meh on Ishmael in the general sense, but that's also because she hasn't had her story chapter yet. I know a bit, I don't dislike her, it's just I don't feel like I've gotten much motivation to do much with her. But since she has the Scotty one, Arcanine one, I do have some level of interest in getting her going. Though, to my understanding, her best one is, I think it's, they called it Molar, whatever that is, I guess. Yeah, we don't need all three of these going after her. Yeah, that should be perfectly fine.
마음 놓고 열어줬지. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아.
Are those stars up there? Looking up, we saw scenery in the night sky. Looks like a crack. Lo, a shooting star. I heard making a wish while shooting a star can make it come true. Maybe we'll try it. Romantic. Everyone quietly made their wish, but nothing happened. But who was it? One of you must have opened your eyes, coaxing one infuriated sinner. We left the room. Aw. Oh well.
정리 시간이다.
저마다 지키고 싶었던
Now granted, again, like with Faust, I could probably still use it if I managed to had the rest of the team able to make it up, but I don't think I have enough that can generate the resources. Other T-Cores are pretty good. As turns out, each of us want to project a different point of time. Some wished it to stop where it was. Some wished it to advance. In my case, we have reached a report you're in possession of unauthorized technology. I sent Youngji a letter in advance telling him to seek refuge. We must hide the glass window and the mirror in the basement before they can take them. Dongrang and I will carry you to safety. I want the rest of you to hold the door while we do. Radiant's pretty good about having numbers despite being a 2-star. My understanding is that a lot of 2-stars are quite decent, which is also why I went with the Butler one for Faust. That, and she also produced Wrath energy, and the other energies I needed. Higher than average with borrowed time.
일기당천. 물넘고. 사람 들어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 일기당 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
구인회 주도자 영지와
Class
유리
4
기술은
collector. Yep, that's definitely the outfit that T-Corp Don Quixote's wearing. Where is Youngji, the leader of the League of Nine, and his glass technology? This is the price you pay for the time you've spent wrongly. Open the door of the basement. How do they know about the basement? One of us betrayed the League. Gabriel is nowhere to be seen since yesterday, so it must have been him.
그건 이제 중요하지
It matters no longer. We must run now. Say, how about I treat you a stunning fireworks display for the last time? Fire can be a rather pretty flower when seen from a distance. Dongbek, are you planning to? Let me ask for the last time. None of you here are the traitors, right?
여부가
There's no
있겠어.
doubt about it.
말도 안 되는
You're
질문을
asking a
하는
ridiculous question. It was me, Dongbek. I sold the League out. The last thing there in my sight was the forced explosion where Dongbek's half-scorched face and our League burning in a colorless fire.
아니지.
That isn't quite right, Dongrang. You never confessed the truth, Dongbek.
동백은
Dongbek has remained oblivious to it, thus she constantly harbored suspicion,
그래서 끊임없이
knowing that it must have been one of
우리 중
us.
누군가를 의심하며 살아온 것이지.
I wouldn't say most are grey, just functional. From my understanding, they're usually the bit more experimental. So they often have some interesting gimmicks, but aren't necessarily going to actually be good. But I suppose one could argue that being fun can be more important than being great or good.
사실 나였어,
It was me,
동백.
Dongbek. I ratted out the group.
역시
I knew it had to be you. You're a fucking traitor.
그래서
The revelation is what colored
죽어가던
Dongbek's dying eyes with
분노를
wrath.
물들고
Experimental are broken. Yeah, Arknights kind of does the same with 5 stars, with 6 stars being their maximum. So a lot of them are really weird or wacky. Usually a test run before they make the 6 star that's the actually good one. Not to say there haven't been some good ones, but... yeah. The revelation is what colored Dongbek's dying eyes with wrath.
여린 이고는
And what
깨어지고
caused the frail
좌절하여
ego to break and fail, snapping, scattering into petals. So
흩어진
that's why he
것이군.
used the branch. It was his way of confessing.
그거 알아? 이상?
Talisman Sinclair was a turbulent time. I have no idea which one that is. Not off the top of my head, anyways. You know, you say
대문 앞에
loud ticks of clocks at your front door. A
소리가
sign T-Corp's
선명하게
tech
들리고
agency
있다니.
employees have come to your house.
그건 집안의 우리 중
I'm sure most of them were
대부분이
visited by the
그들의
agency.
방문을
It's an
받았을
unforgettable experience.
잊을
Yet it's one
수
you couldn't have
없는
known
경험이지.
since you must have been under T-Corp's
하지만
grace
넌
as a skilled
몰랐을
architect.
대개
The first visit tends to be
첫
sudden and
번째
quiet.
방문은
Most are flustered by the
갑작스럽고
unexpected
고요해.
arrival, but they still keep their pride and faith as a
예상치
member of the
못하게
League.
등장해서 대부분은 당황하지만 그들도 그걸
The
알아.
agency knows that as well. They also know that their visit instilled fear that they might come
다시
again
돌아올 수 있다는
whenever they
공포를
like.
각인시켰다는 것도
It made Rupture a balancing nightmare. Rupture's true damage, so I can definitely see how that could get out of hand if not careful.
두 번째
The second visit
방문부터는
was when
상황이
things start to
달라지지.
change. They now know where my time flows from and
내
where it's
시간이
headed.
어디서 흘러왔고 내 과거를
They have my past,
현재,
present, and future. The shapes of my
미래를
weaknesses and
쥐고 있어.
desires are all in their
내
hands.
약점과 욕망의 형태가 거스라니. 너라면 어땠을까?
What would have been your choice?
나라면
Under the same circumstances, would you have
다른
chosen
선택을
differently?
그리고
And if so, could you say for sure that you
정말
would
그렇게
have?
단언할
유기체,
Organics.
그중 특히
In particular, the
동물
regeneration
재생치료에
treatment of
관심이
animals
있다고
are
들었다.
your interest, correct?
최근 우리와 협업을
Did you know
맺고 있는
K-Corp, a wing
K사에
we've been
대해
working
알고
with
있나?
recently? It's an
부사하고
emerging
있는
one
날개 중
whose
하나.
nest is
에메랄드
filled with an
빛으로 가득 찬
emerald
곳이다.
glow.
그곳에서
The wing might be interested in
이
your
기술에
technology.
관해 관심이 있을 것 같다고.
I'm sure you know this is not a common opportunity. I assume that lighter noise was him lighting up that cigar.
그리하여
So,
동랑
did you accomplish your wish there at last,
그대는
Dongrang? I'm guessing not, if he's unable to answer.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
구인회의
The
폭발은
explosion of the League of
모든
Nine
것을
shattered everything there
상상에
was,
조각내었고
and everything came to a halt for me as
나의
well.
모든 것 역시 멈추게 만들었어. 멈춘다는
To
것은
stop means to cease caring. It is a state of
정치.
indifference.
즉
In other
이대로
words, it no longer
풍화되어
mattered if I was
짓밟혀져도
withered and stomped. Basically, a unique
상관없어졌다는
effect called
뜻이요.
Talisman. If you get hit, you gain a rupture equal to the stack. I could definitely see how that could get out of hand if he could get the stacks up pretty high.
하지만 그때
But that was when someone held me
내
by the
팔을
arm.
낚아챈 자가 있었어.
그대로 가만히
Are you going to stand still and let T-Corp's technology agency
자네
take you
같은 자가
away? It's Gubo,
그게
that
미친
mysterious
것이오,
person we keep hearing mentioned. Where the talisman is 6 or more, it disappears and deals damage to the stack. Someone like you? Have you finally gone mad, he's saying?
자네는
You
나와
must come
함께
with
가야
me.
해.
고개를 끄덕이는
What could I have done other than
내가
nod?
나는 그가
If he told me to be apprehended by the tech agency employees, I would have nodded all the same.
끄덕였을 것이고 거울 기술을
If you
모조리
told me to put all the mirror
개념 속에
technology into
넣으라니까
concept incinerator, I would have done so.
그 자리에서
If you told me to hide on the spot and
가만히
pretend I
모른
know
척 숨어
nothing,
있으라고
I would have
했어도
followed it.
뜻대로 했을 것이오. 9 중
How many of these of the 9
몇이
survived and ran
살아남아
away?
도망쳤는지 나는
I do not know.
모르겠어.
But also, hit someone while having the talisman, you inflict rupture units.
해보겠네.
Yeah, like I said, the story for this one's really good. It's just that it also feels like what could have easily been 3 chapters in one. So I can understand why they decided to wait before making one long like this again.
해보겠네.
그렇게 서 있으면 마음은 높고 열어졌지. 바람 불어오는 대로 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Ah, it's the boss from before.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 넘고 선 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
Enemies exploding into giblets is rarely unsatisfying.
벌써 끝나가는
깔끔하게 물었군. 겹겹의 준문
Yeah,
뚫어보이겠어.
I must admit, that's a clever way to be able to fight him again. Though it seems the regular humans that fight us don't seem to last very well, despite genuinely being beefed up compared to the trash mobs. Or maybe it just feels that way because, maybe it just feels that way because I have some really good IDs, and I've been actually up-tying them and such. Yeah, saving the team here should be good. Don Quixote's definitely been in need of healing. She's taken a huge beating. Don't be so sad. I don't want to use your tears to fight the flow of time. Oh, Stephanette is old now, so she was with him for all those years. A support passive gives one person the most HP, 2 times the Gluttony Resonance Talisman. Oh, wow. Those tears are better reserved for those who need them more dearly. Don't forget, you're a nameless star hanging in the sky for everyone who is suffering. With the passing of Miss Stephanette, we at K-Corp would like to take a moment to express our condolences, honoring her noble will. Prudish executive. What's the need to be so roundabout? Alfonso? Huh, I wasn't expecting that kind of feminine voice. So that's Alfonso, the leader of the director, the leader of the whole K-Corp, possibly. You know there's something you really want to say. Which one of us will be the next chief executive? Well, the nomination should be simple, right? What did each of us do and how much did it help contribute to the growth of this wing and its nest? Ever since Miss Stephanette began struggling to speak due to age, I started extracting this tears in her stead. What, having your men buy and read those gut-wrenching and heartwarming stories out loud? I saw the tear production going down too.
동화책을 산 다음에 부하들을 시켜서 읽어주기만 하는 게 당신 역할 아니요.
Are you serious? Wait. Back when the strat was having Limbus House having the most HP, so that when she uses her skill 3, she almost immediately makes out the rupture stack. Huh, I guess it makes sense there'd be some pretty crazy combos like that. This is what happens when you run your mouth rashly. You know my temper and still decide to play with fire. Board directors won't let you get away with this. I'll make sure that you're finished before that happens. Miss Stephanette, you were so kind even after you've gone. So that's Alfonso. She certainly looks evil. Oh, but she probably has an might have an artificial body. Look at that what's that thing called? Under her eye. I know what it is, it's just at the top of my tongue, but you know what I mean. The tears don't have to be by noble means, after all. Everyone, I believe I've found the answer.
대표의 자리에
To
앉는
take the seat of the
방법은
chief executive,
참
there's only one
간단해요.
simple thing to do. Ensure the
K사의
prosperity of
부흥.
K-Corp.
이제 남은
All
건
that's left now is the board of
이사들의
directors to cast their
투표뿐이네요.
votes.
멈추시오.
Stop them this instant. It appalls me
모두를
greatly
위해
to think one must
누군가는
suffer
절망만을
everlasting
보며
sights of
갇혀
despair
살아야
and
한다는
captivity
건
for the many.
저들에겐
Your
닿지
pleas
않을
will not
거예요.
reach them. This one
이건
didn't come from me
이상시가
saying. It's a
눈물이
fragmented
가는
scene
장면이니까,
concerning the
장면이니까.
tears.
아,
In case
혹시
you aren't
모르실 수도
familiar, that
있겠지만
one singularity has
저
saved countless
특이점 하나로
lives.
셀 수도 없는 사람들이 목숨을 구했어요. 마치
It was like someone fulfilled
오래전
my old
이루지
dream that I
못했던 제
couldn't make
꿈을
come true.
누군가한테 만일
If,
저
say, I were
속에
in of that
들어있는
vat,
것이
I would have
저라면
gladly given everything I had, every single
저는
thing, with no
감사해하면서
exception.
제 모든 걸 바쳤을 거예요. 그러니까 우리가
So
할
all
수
we can
있는
do
건
is just
그저
look at it with
저것을 보며
gratitude and
감사해하고
respect.
존중해 하는 것뿐이에요. 마치
The looking
고향의
up,
별을 보는
like looking up at
것처럼.
the stars in my hometown. Actually, offset that.
해보겠네.
Whatever defensive measures, let's make sure it doesn't matter anymore.
전탄 격발.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
해보겠네.
헛! 자!
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Tremor burst. This gives a permanent stab boost, and it's not going to go away. So, that's gonna be a bit of sanity damage, but I think we can eat it for now.
생각해보라고.
Damage is high enough that even if I lose a few coin tosses, I should be in good shape.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
Had to nerf it. Go back and change it a little more. Guess it must have been pretty extreme if they had to nerf it.
받아볼 텐가.
A lot of people like to say that it's illegal for gachas to nerf things, but they generally don't. There actually isn't. It's just they generally don't because some people spend real money on it. It could theoretically make people less willing to buy in the future out of fear it might get nerfed. But in extreme cases, some view it's worth it. It just depends on what the company themselves want to do, really. The shock centipede's body is cooling up. It seems to be electricity's gathering. Might be a good idea to stop it. Oh my. Well, it's a huge gamble. Let's see. Yep, Gregor did it. He struck at the carapace. Oh, a crack opened up. Could it really be stopped the centipede? This ought to be a rare opportunity.
어려울 거 없다고
Oh, wonderful.
했잖아, 죽은.
일기당천.
이것밖에 못하는. 받아볼 텐가.
Winning a few clashes should make this a bit easier.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Look at 1 HP, which means there's gonna be a thing going on.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
전탄 격발.
Ah, it's a painful stagger.
회수해야 할
Oh, we
시간이.
lost Dawn. That's bad.
오늘
Damn it, why won't you die?
총알값 아까우면 받아볼 텐가.
This enemy is absolutely ridiculously strong. Holy crap, why wouldn't it die? I guess it must have had a guts sort of effect where it won't die for a turn or something. Well, at least we got Dawn back immediately. This is the final floor because it has the golden bow. Yeah, we can get Dawn back now.
이 경로는
That was pretty nasty.
스모들에게 나쁘지 않군 거래.
My boss still stupid OP and will be for the longest time.
세월을 덮었어.
Suspect they did a big brain move. Now instead of nerfing, made people overlook the talisman Sinclair nerfs. Yeah, I get what you mean. A long silence overshadowed the proud time. All my time during it was a mere adjunct. In the square, wholly painted white, only 2 visitors came to see me.
유일못해 말하자면
To be honest, I'm not against
사각형의
the
내부의 사각형에 방문하는 자와
To supplement, one visited the square within the square, and the other visited the square within the square within the square.
여기서
You're
마음껏
free to do your
연구해보도록
research
해.
here.
자네가 그토록 사랑했다.
The mirror you seem to
거울
love
기술을
so
말이야.
dearly.
매일
Don't
식사와
forget to eat
영양제
your meals and
챙겨
supplements
먹는다.
each day.
잊지 말고.
더 이상
There was no one left to gaze at the mirror and enjoy its
거울을 보며
sights.
즐거워할 이들은
It ceased to be a tool for amusement.
더 이상 놀이도 아니었지만 그럼에도 내가
Yet,
거울을
still held on
붙잡고
to it for a reason.
있었다. 요새는 구보와도 말을 안
You
하더군.
wouldn't talk to Gubo these
하루 종일
days.
거울만
You've been
붙들고
grasping at the
있던데
mirror all day long.
네 등만
He
말없이
just stared at
쳐다보다
your back
나갔어.
before leaving. His
표정이 안
expression on his
좋던데.
face wasn't so good.
상관없어.
It concerns me not.
나는
I would much rather
그대와
face you
마주보며
and talk
이야기하는
to
편이
you.
더 나으니 내가 등을
When I turn away,
돌리면
I'd like you to do the
자네도
same.
같이 등을 돌려주지 않는가. 이상
Isang,
구보는
Gubo
너를
genuinely
진심으로
cares about
아끼고
you. You
있어.
do know that, right?
알고 있지. 구보가
Pretty sure
막바지에
you're the
남아
biggest reason
구인에
you decided
합류한
to join the
것도
league before it fell
네
apart.
영향이 제일 클걸. 그렇지
That is
않소.
untrue. The one Gubo cares for
구보가 제일
most
아끼는 자는
would be himself.
자신을
He
드러내게
simply
할 수
happened
있는
to
것을
chance upon me
찾던
while
중
looking for things to make him
마침
stand
눈에
out.
띈 것이 나인 것이지. 그럼
Then let him do that.
드러나게
You can be
해주면
under the
되지.
limelight as long as you're
그의
standing
옆에만
next to him.
있다면 너도 빛날 수 있잖아. 지금은 엔사의
Right now,
이사가
N-Corp's
너와
director has
구보,
been trying to form a
아세아를
new League of
데리고
Nine with you, Gubo, and
새로운
Asaya.
구인을 만들고 있던데 뿌리부터
I cannot
달라진
bring
그
myself to call an
집단에
organization the League when its roots are
구인이라고
completely
부를
different.
수가 없어.
It is simply borrow the name that will have to be returned
이름을
one
빌려간
day.
것뿐. 밖은
How
어떻소?
would go the affairs in the world
그대는 날개가
outside?
있으니
With your wings, you could be anywhere
어디든
you
갈 수
like.
있지 않소? 박.
The outside, it's the same tiring stuff.
매번 똑같아서
The
지겹지.
world always flows around the same
세상은 항상
current.
동일한 흐름으로 흘러가니까. 그렇지 않아?
Is that the truth? The
그렇게
League
결속이 단단했던
used to be bound in such
구인에도
strong solidarity, but now it's been
뿔뿔이를
disbanded.
가지고 모든
There's
순간에
no point feeling
일일이
joy or
기뻐하고
despair or
절망하는
every
것도
passing moment.
아무 의미가 없어. 그러니까
So I want you to
너는
stay here with me. Be someone I
이곳에
can
같이
talk with.
머물러줘.
Yeah, he's obsessed with himself, but not the alternate timeline self. All right, I forgot there's a fight to do, isn't there?
전격발.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
받아볼 텐가.
Probably should have everyone focusing on that one, but I suppose he's saying focus
바람
on
불어오는
himself.
짓밟아라.
맘.
Is this gonna be as long as the other one? Oh dear.
정리 시간이다.
Yeah, like I said, this really does feel like 3 cantos in one. Yeah. In one so long, it really does feel like 3 cantos.
해보겠네.
Well, like I said, I went tonight largely because I can go late if I need to. So, definitely be finishing tonight, even if I'm almost asleep when I have to do so.
해보겠네.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고.
N-Corp cubic room. Space twist. At the same time, a familiar cry is heard. It somehow bears resemblance to the cry of an abnormality reduced an egg earlier. Start running. 13 sinners haphazardly ran down the path. It's there at the end. Run. Sinners seem scared. Dare we go in there? We'll get hit by that thing if we keep up, but the bull will only go faster as the chase goes on. What should we do? Don't run. The abnormality is you stubborn bull. Electric 15, begin combat encounter. Wind to get hot tears.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
해보겠네.
Yeah, I know the cantos are longer, but my understanding is that Canto 4 is particularly long even by most of them. I won't reach another one like it until 7 or 8 apparently.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
벌써 끝나가는 거.
자, 어느 쪽일지
Alright, we should be
잘
able to melt this one
생각해보라고.
this turn.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
The longer we ran, I get it, the longer we ran, the less damage. Maybe I should have fought it at first. Take less wrath damage. fact I'm getting so much damage negation worries me.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
구보라는 친구분은 거울을 이용해서
What did that fellow
무엇을
named
하려고
Gudo
했던
want to do in the
건가요?
mirror? I wonder.
벤사에서
What
정확히
exactly
무엇을 하려고
Incorp
했는지
wished to do? I do not know
나도
in
자세히는
detail. I did
모르.
not
구태여
bother
묻지
to ask.
않았지. 다만
However,
이곳은 어때?
how do you like it? It's that woman. Isn't she the one that stole the bow from us in Chapter 1? Canto 1. How do you like it? Is it comfortable? Is it keep yourself fed?
제가
Like
말하지
I said, ma'am,
않았습니까?
he's a reticent man.
거울과 유리
Do
속
you know a way to
세계를
destroy all the worlds and myriad
그
possibilities that
모든
represent in the mirror and
가능성의
glass
세계를 파괴하는 법에
window?
대해서도 알고 있나?
나는
모른다고 하겠지.
Of course you'd say no. I'm telling you what to
알아보라는
study.
것이야. 내키지
Even if
않는다고
you say you don't
해도
want to, I have
내게
plenty of
남은
other
방법은 많아.
ways. Wait, so our goal is just to destroy all worlds and timelines. Who pissed in your cereal?
하지만
But I thought I should have the
먼저
courtesy to
이렇게
ask you politely
공손하게
first, for your
물어보는
friend's sake.
네 친구이다.
Let's keep
이건
this little secret between the three
우리
of us, shall we?
셋만의 둘은
Are
구인의
those two still
재가입을
reluctant to
아직
join the league?
요구하고
Asaya
있니?
doesn't seem to carry their weight. These two
아세아는
are being
어찌되든 상관없어
tricky.
보이던데.
염려치
There's no need for
마십시오.
concern. They'll make up their
곧
minds
마음에
soon.
정할 겁니다. 이곳에서
The
새롭게
new league
창설될
formed here will be
구인은
more powerful
이전보다
than ever.
훨씬
It's backed
강력해질
by
겁니다.
none other than Miss
다른
Herman.
누구도 아닌 왜?
What is the problem? Are you
동맹과
hesitant to take the offer without Don
그자들
Krang and
없이
Don Beck to
선뜻
accompany
가입을
you?
못하긴 자네가
Do you really
의사를
not see
확실히
that I can
밝혀야
only set my
나도
mind at
마음 편히
ease once you've
들어갈
made your
수
stance
있다는
clear?
정말 몰라서 이러는 건가?
내
My
뜻은
mind has not changed
이전과
from
변하지
before.
않았소.
Destruction of the mirror
거울
world, huh?
세계의
Gubo and
파괴라.
Herman seem pretty serious about it.
구보와 헤르만이라는 자는 꽤 진심으로 보였어. 맞소.
You would be right. Once
그가
they've set their
걷고자
mind on it,
마음을
it'll
먹었다면
undoubtedly be done.
이루고 말 것이요. 그리고 나
And I
또한
would end up aiding him in his
그가 원하는
purpose.
바를 이루어주고 말겠지. 하지만
However, I do
자네만큼은
not wish for you to
사라지지
perish as a
않았으면
result.
좋겠어. 구보가
You must
자네마저
fly away and
파괴하기
leave
전에
before Gubo destroys you as
이곳을
well.
날아가시오.
Is there even anywhere you can fly to?
너는
What about you?
알고 있지
It's not
않소.
abundantly clear. There's nothing I'm capable of.
나는 할
Unlike
수 있는
you,
게
I have no
아무것도
wings to carry with.
자네처럼 날개가 있어. 나에게는
I have no
불평이
complaints. I
없어.
mutely follow whatever demand. They will at least let me be
저들이
me.
하라는 대로 지낸다면 말하지 않았는가.
As I've said, all I have left is you
내게
outside the
남은
mirror.
것은 잃어버리면
When you've suffered a loss,
새로이
should you
메꿀
consider
생각은
filling a
하지
void
않는
back
거야?
up with new things?
묘한
What a
소리를
peculiar
하는 거야.
question. This is
내
all is of my
세계는
world.
이곳이
How will I be able to
전부인데
fill it anew?
그리고 나서
After that, you wouldn't show up before me for a time. A question occurs to me at times. I was the one who said this with all I had, so why'd you make such a devastated expression, as though you'd lost
모든 걸 잃은
everything?
듯한 표정을 지었던
거울 속의
It
이상
sounds like
씨는
these sang in the mirror
이상 씨를
wanted him to keep
이곳에
him in his
계속 붙잡아두려는 것 같았어요.
place, telling him it's not
바깥
safe
세상은
outside, that he
위험하다.
should stay
그러니
inside.
안에만 있어.
하지만
But why would he do such a... We're here to seize technology created by League of Nine, an unauthorized organization with illicit activities. Present your clocks and identify yourselves in detail. Did the tech agency staff follow him all the way here?
T사 기술청
It's
직원들이
implausible for the employees
N사까지
of T-Corp's
찾아오는 것은
agency to chase
불가능합니다.
him into N-Corp,
그러니 자아
which suggests
진도를
this form is a
침범하려는
foreign
이물질
substance
중
attempting to
하나일
breach the fathoms
것입니다.
of ego. Oh, that is Don Quixote's outfit. Imagine collector. Interlocking time. Reduce final damage and store it. After count 3, take 1.5 times the total damage and gain bind 3. Yeah, we cannot allow them to get that off.
해보겠네.
Well, screw you guys. I have a much better one on my team. I cannot afford to let them get a single attack off. At all costs, they must not be allowed to deal with our time. Dawn, show him with a... Damn, Dawn, you're really getting your ass kicked. And I mean this whole dungeon. Poor Dawn. I think she's the only one who's died so far, too.
해보겠네.
Granted, she's probably... If someone's going to be losing all these roles, it probably is best that it is my tankiest character, just so she can take it. Like, if I lost Merceau, I'd be in a much bigger problem.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았어. 이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
corp cubic room. A flowering tree stands in the middle of the plain. No, the flower trees are nearby. The flowering tree stood. Earnest, much like the flowering trees. What will you do? Approach the flower. A strong shockwave pushed everyone, denying our approach. Ow. Oh dear, that's bad. I think I'm screwed. I might have accidentally screwed myself. I'm sorry. Okay,
사냥감인가 몸이
어느 순간
He
돌아온
returned to me after
그들은
some time and spoke strange
이상,
things. He sang when
구보가
Google
그
came
파란
back with that blue
영양제를 가지고
supplement,
돌아오면
kept it stored instead of
이번엔
swallowing it
삼키지
right.
말고
Keep it stored instead of
하던
swallowing it right
식으로
away.
그렇게 사흘
After
정도가
3
지나면
days, you'll start to see things you
보이지
couldn't
않던 것이
before.
그날이 오면
When that day comes, you'll
네
have two
선택지는
options.
첫 번째는
First is to chew up the
남은
supplements you
약 그런
gathered.
깊은
They'll
잠에
put you into
빠질
deep
거야.
sleep, but when you wake, everything will
하지만
turn to
일어나면
normal. You'll spend your days
모든 건 다
dedicated to mere
괜찮아져.
technology like this, chatting with me.
이렇게
The status quo will be
거울 기술만을
preserved.
두 번째는
The second is to leave this
이곳에
place.
나는
I lack the nut
날개가
wings.
없어.
How will I accomplish that?
달기 날 수
A
없다고
chicken may not be
해요.
able to fly, but that doesn't stop it
후드덕거리는
from flapping
행위도
its
멈추는
wings.
건 끊임없이
It struggles endlessly.
몸부림치
You perplex
혼란스럽군.
me. At this point in time, where must I even
이제
go?
와서
I have neither a hometown nor an awaiter
어디로
to
가야
return
한단 말이야.
to.
단순하게
Be
생각해.
straightforward. If there's no hometown, you can walk
고향이
ceaselessly until your
없다면
feet decide to stop and make
하염없이
that your
걷고
new
걷다.
home.
그대 말 따라
I followed your words and avoided
나는
taking the blue
영양제를
supplements.
먹지 않으니
Once I'd stopped,
내
what had only been a blur
눈이
carved a
보이던
clear
곳이
image in my retina for the
내가
first
있던
time.
방은
The room I was in
닫혀있지
was not
않았어.
closed. It would always been open, and I had the
언제나
freedom to go
열린
anywhere.
길고 좁은
Walking through the long and narrow hallway, I saw how my mirror was being used. Then a sudden wave of lassitude began to
피곤 이대로
surge.
영양제를
If I took
삼켜
the
잠이
supplements and
들고
fell
나면
asleep, everything would have stayed alright. And I wished to believe
나와
that there must have been
구보
some
사이에
understanding between Gubo and
어떤 오해가
misunderstanding
있는 게
between Gubo and me.
분명하다고. 하지만
Alas, I stepped
흰
outside the white
사각형의
square
밖으로
room I was in and began walking. Yeah, so those supplements were tricking him into seeing something different.
일기당천.
Yeah, luckily my unit is strong enough that it doesn't matter. I should be able to get my sanity back with this. Dawn has a bit of low numbers compared to others, but she can take hits. I'm not worried about her.
전격발.
자,
Wait, why is everyone
저겠지.
ignoring
잘
that?
생각해보라고.
이런 대상 사망.
I'm not sure who changed that.
눈에
Oops.
새겨주지.
Oh. It's not like this thing is a threat to me anymore.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Cubic room.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
That's 20 sanity. I can't afford that right now.
일기당천.
I just need to win a few more of these though and we'll be in shape.
전격발.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이런 대상 사망. 징수진에 불과.
받아볼 테니까.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
일기당천.
헛! 자! 자! 벌써 끝나갔네.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가. 징수하겠네.
일기당천.
헛!
맘.
전탄격발.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Come on, you.
만곡된 직선을
Okay, so this is basically just one big spiral. It's gonna lead to the middle.
걷어볼 텐가.
한 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
걷어볼 텐가.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게. 해보겠네.
넘고 선 넘고 무수히 넘고.
Here we are. That's oh crap, there's gonna be another boss fight after this, isn't it? Yeah. Dang. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah, damn it. I didn't realize I could have sub 7.
어리석은 내 벗이여. 떠나기로 결정했나?
Have you decided to leave, my foolish companion?
나를 붙잡는
They were
것이
words
아닌
not meant to persuade me, but
그저
pounce at
해피기
me.
위한 말들. 아픔은
Although they
없었으나
did not hurt, they left a mark.
돌아갈 곳도
You know where to
없으면서
run to, and you're dragging that
비틀거리는 그
tottering body
몸뚱이로
along.
어디에다
Do you truly believe you'll find a place to call
그곳이 정말
home, wherever you
집이 될
might
거라고
go?
생각하는가? 부디
Enjoy your rest then.
풍광운이 될
I'll return once twilight
그렇게
arrives. With that, I
나의
parted from
마지막
Gubo, who is my
벗을
last
남았던
remaining
구보
compatriot.
철저하게.
I was thoroughly isolated. That's right,
이렇게
with
우리
this, we
모두가
all ended up
혼자가
alone.
되었지. 그리고 나서
Only then, at long last, my turn had come.
이제 동랑
This is the part
씨가
where Mr. Donggrang hands the
유리
glass
기술을
technology over to
K사에
K-Corp.
건넬 차례예요. 잠깐이나마
We were in
구인회였던
league
저희는
shoes, if only for a short while, so we know what's been going on.
그런데
But I must say, it's a bit disheartening to hear you call them
어린아이
children's
장난감 같다는
playthings.
말은 동물도
You won't be saying that
사람이랑
once you learn the
똑같이
animal's
아픔을
pain as we do.
느낀다는
동랑,
Donggrang, don't make clumsy
네가
utensils
도시의
you're planning to
모든
save everyone's
사람보다
city.
이런 기술로 전부를 구제할 수 있다고
This measly technology,
생각했다면
if I thought this measly technology
난 진작에 모든
what
걸
it takes to
다
give every single person help they needed, I would have given my all. But you think that'll change anything? The world's still a terrible mess. It's perfectly fine to be hurt.
그러니까
I didn't have to strain my body and
다쳐도
heart trying to cure
괜찮은
things. I was stupid,
그럼
wasn't I?
고향 땅으로
Then you should have
돌아가서
braced
너 혼자
for
혀라도
it.
깨물고
Bite your tongue and
죽었어야지.
die if you could, stand alone.
그래. 동랑 씨는
Yep, looks like Donggrang's.
왜 그렇게 놀라?
Why the surprise? You
소문은
must have heard the
들었을
stories of
거야.
our winged singularity.
우리가
Looking at the person, it felt
실제로
different, Saul.
보니까
I didn't think I
또
would come
감회가
all the way
새로워서.
here.
그래.
You
다
have most
비슷한
most of
반응이지.
similar reactions. Can you remind me of what you can do?
아,
Start with the
제가
explanation of the
발명한
technology I
기술에
invented.
부인의
My expectations
소원인지라고
are particularly
들었는데
high since I heard you are a member of the League of the
기대가
Nine. Still, that young G person still missing, is that right?
영지를
Yes, he is.
네.
뭐
It's a shame about the
와이든
League
건
disbanding, but it's
아쉽지만
fortunate we managed to
그
recruit one of
멤버 중
them.
하나.
구인회는
The League of Nine always serves as a plentiful
언제나
shade, doesn't it?
넉넉.
Then and
그러고
now.
보니
By the way, this
예전에도
reminds me of the things that thing would
이렇게
cry.
저를 보고
Yeah,
울던
me
것이 있었는데.
like things in the past.
동남?
Don Gray?
아,
Oh, I mean, the reason I've come here is
동랑 씨를
the
보고
thing that used to
울던
cry
거
Don Grang.
누렁이
He must mean the
말이죠.
little calf. What are you doing now?
고인회는
The League of Nine
흩어졌고
disbanded. The play's
연극도
over. You're not
끝났어요.
Yorang anymore.
그러게요.
You're right. I guess I got too
너무
immersed. I felt
몰입을
like I
한
was one of your
나머지
companions for a second.
잠깐이나마 당신은
Said
바라던
you
것을
fulfilled your
이뤘다고
wish, but it didn't seem to
말하는데
me that way to
아무리
me, no matter
생각해도
how I
그게
looked at
아닌
it.
거 누렁이를
Did you
살릴
feel the
때도
same when you saved the
그럼
calf?
함부로 말하지
Will you watch your
말아줄래요?
words? I didn't save the calf
제가
expecting a
뭔가를
reward.
바라고 누렁
누가 모르냐?
Oh, you think we don't know
발표
that? You
듣기
saved the
직전
poor creature
걔가
right
우는
before
걸
it got
보고
crushed to death because you felt
마음이
like it.
내키는 대로
I
그냥
remember
살려준 거잖아.
when we took turns feeding him milk.
올해 그때는
I believed that it would be okay to save lives without a
무언가를
price back then.
생각합니다.
I guess it just wasn't my
그날
work. It
소각기에서
burned,
태워진
that
건
burned away in the incinerator that
고작
day.
내 마음속에
My mind's
키우고
garden I'd been
있던
tending to
텃밭.
burned away with it.
행적을 돌이켜보니
Taking a backward glance at our
우리
trails,
모두가
all of us have
많은 걸
suffered
잃고
great
있어
losses.
보아야 할
Failing to
것을
see what needed to be seen.
미안하오.
Allow me to apologize for
비껴만
casting only
바라보.
slantwise glances.
망가지고 있는 건
We were all
모두가
falling to ruin the
마찬가지고
same, yet you were no different.
그대도
I did not
다를 게
realize it then.
없었다는 걸.
누렁이는
I wonder, do you think the cow is peacefully grazing grass somewhere right now?
평화롭게
그래.
I'm sure he'll be waiting for
돌아오지
you even
않는
if you won't go
너를
back.
기다리고 있을 거다.
못 알아볼 거.
I don't think he'll recognize me.
옛날이랑은
I've changed too much from who I was in the
너무
past. Yeah, you're right. All the trophies and awards on my desk praising my excellence are
제
empty
책장에는
husks.
최우수 화려하게 빛나.
Although they grazed gloriously,
그
they're
안에
empty
아무것도
inside.
없는
They're husks I couldn't have ever gotten if I
내가
weren't a member of the
구인회가
League.
아니었다면 그래서 난 사진이
That's why I like
찍었어요.
photographs. They contain my image in all its honesty.
어느 날부터
For however long, when I look at the sky, I can't see a thing, like I'm under a giant shadow.
동랑 씨,
Who's Mr. Dongrang talking to? This time, it doesn't seem to be me.
나 이제
I
알
might know
것
what's
같소.
about to transpire.
사자는
That man is heading towards distortion.
그리고
And it might not be
뒤틀리는 것은
terminus, but rather a step in the
정책의 단계가
process.
그럼
Then is there a way we can help?
생산이
To
물리적으로
stop him from going
발현되는
astray in a
공간에서
place where mental images take
그러면
physical form.
자연히
As we do, he'll naturally come to accept what lies
그게
ahead. That's how we
도와줄-
can help him. Oops, I didn't realize I could have up to 7, so I'm gonna have to back out of this fight immediately. Tree of Vanity, Dongrang, who denies all. He's turned into a cow, you're empty as well.
하나씩 차근차근
That should be good, I
그어서
guess.
되갚아 보죠.
이쪽으로.
Best get our energy up.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Time power active.
얼얼하지?
일기당천.
Wow, 3,000 HP, and this isn't even the final boss. We very clearly have another one coming.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Oh crap, losing the rolls is really bad. Use and meltdown to make sure we heal up a little. It's not a huge amount, but it should help. Still not enough.
전격발.
Oh, probably should have them all attacking different planets, huh?
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서
Well, at least some healing from this should help out a little.
스스로
Things tanky, yeah.
답을 구하시길.
Also, welcome to stream. Die.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Yeah, make sure these other trees are not active so that the effect gimmick is reduced. Oh, come on, really? Oh, come on, Dawn. You've had the worst possible luck this whole run, I swear. Target's random unit. Pause if I can gain it. Apply bleed. Earns accomplishment. While empty on or fallen effects can only be defeated by Donga. Defeats this unit, loses HP, gains emptiness, and is weakened next turn. When defeated. Empty honor. Alrighty, so win rates. Yeah, no. Target this one. Target this one. dominating. Yes, this should be good. Get some more healing and also ensure that I win that clash.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Probably using a lot more sanity than I really should on this, but at the same time, the healing is nice. See, now that once I remove the candles, I can freely let him eat those. Of course, if we put damage, they'll all attack the one thing they shouldn't. Yeah, that's fine. A couple unopposed here should help out. I can let him eat those ones that are already dead so that they don't have any problems. So that would
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 넘고 제쳐라. 겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠어.
Firewall focusing on that's pretty good.
부서줄 기다.
총알값 아까울 노래.
Perfect. He's in phase 2 naturally. And he's in phase 2 of his own. If Yuna is defeated, Yuna defeats this one 5% and gains haste and attack up next turn. Yeah, no, buddy.
자,
Let's do it this way.
어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
이
Okay, when
구속으로
that thing
나의
does that,
폭력을
that's cool.
저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
Might as well use this for my damage boost.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
How do you not kill that? Damn it.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Resentful tree. Yeah, healing I can't allow it to heal a percentage. Yeah, screw this, huh? There we are.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
전력으로 상대해봐. 전탄격발.
Oh wow, that finished the fight, didn't it? But again, we know this isn't the final boss, so we have to keep going. He's saying use the skills, gain additional final power. When an ally dies, remaining allies are buffed once per turn. Take a backward glance at our trails, all of us have been suffering great losses. Now this is the final boss of the chapter. Upon entry, you'll normally travel to other nodes of the dungeon. Each sang will fully heal and SP reset. Just to review. Final boss time.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Should be able to get a pretty good amount of So it comes down to this. I'll probably die soon. In such a peaceful place. The cow. Wait, what? You're right. It doesn't recognize me. I may be filled with husks right now, but I know.
껍데기들로 채워져 있어도
So touchy.
난 알아.
Oh dang it! If it's a song, that means it's gonna get me copyright struck when I put the VOD on YouTube. Oh well, that's how it goes. I don't monetize my stuff there since it's just VODs, but unfortunately, there's a lot of copyrighted music in this game. It turns out. Oh well, it just means anyone who goes through will have to go through ads when they normally shouldn't have to, unfortunately. Maybe I know I'm almost there. Soon I'll make my own technology to fill myself up. I'll gather a team, hire another secretary. Oh, there's a lot to do. So I don't think I need you anymore.
네가 없어도 될 것 같아.
Dongray.
동랑? 나
Wonder how long
언제까지
you'll keep me
기다려야
waiting.
할까?
아,
Sorry for the delay. I was reminded of something I left in my
잠시 고향에 두고
hometown.
왔던 게 떠올랐는데 지금은
But I've
두고
realized
온
now
게
is the time to be
아니라
thinking about what I'll gain
앞으로
from now
얻을
on
것에
instead of what I left
대해
behind.
누구나 잠깐
Anyone can have a
어리석어질 수
moment of
있지.
foolishness.
그래,
Right. So
눈물을
you know about a way to
끊임없이
generate
흘릴
an
수
endless
있는
string of
방법에 대해
tears, do
알고
you?
있다고.
일정치의
To reach a certain
양을
quota,
모으기
people are
위해서
tortured,
사람을 고문하고
then cured using the tears, and then tortured
눈물로
again.
치료하고 그러기에는
It's such a waste to keep spending a portion of tears on that.
아깝잖아요.
그래서 여러
True, we're
날개와
importing
뒷골목
footage from
조직들로부터
a variety of wings
영상들도
and backstreet
수입해오고
syndicates as a
있는데
substitute.
그 시청각
They're asking
세력들도
for higher and higher prices for the audio-visual feed, aren't they?
다른 세력들도
Other
힘내서
factions are starting to
뚜렷하게
notice that we're in
눈치채고
evident
있는
need of
거죠.
it, albeit faintly,
우리 K
even if they don't know what exactly it's
어떻게
used
상대할지
for in
모르겠지만.
K-Corp. Deranged employee. Could you please break a finger now? See, your subordinate tied to this chair seems to have lost it
여기
too.
묶여있는 당신 부하도 눈을
I
감아서는
should
안 되지.
close my eyes.
그러면서
Miss Carmen, I believe it's not
아무도
exactly the
다른 것
same.
길은
It's not
끝나지
exactly the
않았다.
case. This path hasn't ended, and I finally see clearly where I should go. Carmen, that name showed up in the Arcanites event as well.
동랑.
Dongrang, after coming such a long way around, have you at last returned to this path?
더 이상
When I look into the eye, I don't need to simply feel the sympathy I used to feel anymore. Instead, you see that? A pale imitation of the League's renowned glass window. Made by leeching off of it, it's now become the flag that raised the esteemed of K-Corp's singularity high. Yes, I see it well. Brother Youngji has left. Dongbek has returned the bed of flowers. All that's left is the parasitic mutation of Youngji's glass. My shoddy copy of the glass, which didn't manage anything. What use to technology that can't change the world? Hello, Vector, welcome. We're about to reach the final boss of the chapter. Just want you to stop caring like I have. Let it cry out for agony and sorrow in our stead. Donggrang, he who denies all. It's once again the same as before. A fluorescent ego farm watch. Ah, those trees are actually attacking now. My broken wings, I know you are still. Unfortunately, I can't. Yeah, this I guess is going to get a copyright strike. Oh well. Passives.
이쪽으로.
Should be able to beat these by and large. I probably should have had him fight the boss mainly. Then again, everyone needs to start getting their sanity up. The higher up sanity, the more I can start using egos without risk of corrosion. Wow, that was a close one. Disassembler. A bit of a pain. Oh, this is no good. More of these. Oh, lovely. Absorbing tree. Well, let's use present. Such a pain. Do I prioritize the trees, the bosses? It seeds. At 5 count, nutrient drain for 2 turns. At less than 5, reduce count by 1. Should be able to do it this way. I think I should focus on clashing the boss's skills here. Dawn. Dominating. Yeah, I'm a person down. There we are. Let's make sure all the boss's attacks are clashed. Oh, crap. Yeah, we should be dominating for those, so let's make sure the boss isn't getting off, because that's going to be a pain in the rear. Finally, Dawn's winning the rolls. Great. That's fine. I can take these down, one at a time if I have to. Oh, lovely. They come back. Free him, if you please. 2 staggers. That is not good. Sheesh, losing 2 people really is painful, but I have to free them. Yeah, all boss skills must be Clash. I cannot afford to leave this. Perfect freedom. Farm watch. Dongang no longer feels pity for test subjects. Even if his technology isn't recognized, he still thinks of the yellow calf in his hometown. He isn't there anymore. The pain is useless, I'll burn it all, and he's saying, I'd like you've gone as well. He begins a rush. Stand in his way. Who will stop him? Sinclair can't fail. Sinclair managed to block it. Ha, you're being a nuisance. Dongang mutters, his weapon bounced beneath the cool fury. Sinclair gains attack up. He gains fragile. I'm glad my guidance. You found my guidance helpful, big bro. Ah, crap. We keep losing someone. I need something with actual AoE to it. Do I have any AoE? Yes, actually. Dominating. A bit risky, but I think it's gonna be worth it. Oh, dang. He's too slow for that. Let's see here. There we are, let's go with that one. Too slow for that. We don't have enough people for that. Do we? Wait, who's targeting this one? Yeah, I don't know why I'm attacking that one. Alright, Dawn. Finish off this one. This should be good. Yeah, the healing from Merceau should do significantly more helpful. Pursuance.
내가 너를 위해 기도할
so that you will surely break.
넌 반드시 부서진다.
Took down some trees. Not enough though. Freedom. That's all. Does anyone have a better attack weight? Nope. She does actually. No. Oh yeah. She does in fact have that one. Yeah, gotta clash all these. that should help. There we are, that should help.
차 부숴줄 테다.
I have to be smart about my ego usage for the AoE here.
넘고 선 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
Meltdown power.
아득한 여정,
Long journey in times of
멈추지 않는
restlessness, search for
시대에서
hope and future and find your
희망과
answer.
미래를 찾아
House that summoned monster.
답을 구하시길.
Alright, we managed to get rid of this. I think we managed to get rid of the trees too. Good. There we are. Perfect. I was showered. Hello, Ultra Kill. Welcome. Oh, and thanks for the follow. I stream just about anything here, so be quiet. I guess. Oh, I might have the game too loud actually. Let me go with the audio bit and lower it a bit. Alright, there we go. That should be a bit easier.
겹겹의 중문
Sorry
뚫어보이겠어.
about that. I think I should have her deal with that and him deal with this. Yeah, there we are. How's Sung Tower Dad back? Okay. Took a few tries. That's for sure.
일기당천.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to snowball. I took a few tries because I had to make sure the order of operations was correct, to make sure the correct wasn't clashing. How such OPs that you have, beat him. Well, to be fair, I did borrow my Merceau from a friend. Ooh, borrowed time's gonna be a nice effect.
얼얼하지?
Freedom, good. You can borrow, yeah, you can, in dungeons, you can, as long as, you have to borrow the unit at the start of the dungeon, from what I can tell. You can pick some up in the middle during a save point, though, but I've decided to erase the past. There's no words, I've no business with you once Yisang is gone. He seems displeased, and yet why do you keep interrupting? He seems to be preparing a powerful attack, maybe this gap could be exploited. Wrath, who will stop his rampage? Easy. Merceau drove the weapon into Dongren, where his focus was elsewhere. Looks like attack was successful. Even for the boss fight, I was able to borrow this Merceau here during that, because during the team setup. It's only during Mirror Dungeon you can't borrow, as far as I can tell. It looks like the attack was successful. The move he was preparing didn't come through. I see where you stand. Then I'll just get rid of you along with you saying it is ideal.
의뢰여야 했을 거다. 부탁이었다면 팔 두 짝을 뽑을 테니.
Using some more corrosion on this one might be in my best interest for the AoE here. And who else do I have with AoE? Alright, these are all being clashed. Good. Probably don't need to clash. Yeah, those should be good. Let's go.
받아볼 텐가.
Let's go, the Keiko. To be fair, first of all, a new player is showered with a lot of items, and also during this limited banner, they've been giving a lot of random 10 rolls for no particular reason. So, it seems like they want to give people as many chances as they can to get the units from it. For the record, I did in fact have to hit hard pity Yeah, that.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시
Yeah, this is the second
부서진다.
form we've had to fight. Go Dawn. Tremor burst. Holy crap! He took over 1,000 damage from that. I love it.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Damn, just notice he's stacking up Tremor. They can apply Tremor Burst. Yeah, Dawn is really good at that. Well, Dawn and Ninja Yisang. It's them working together that caused the burst there. I also believe Borrowed Time from Dawn helped there as well, because Borrowed Time is really, really nice. Yeah, I'm kind of brute forcing if we're honest. It was the enemy that was put on Borrowed Time, I think, because all of his damage was stacked together and then he just took 1,000 at the end of the turn. Interesting. No one else can clash? Seriously? We all have really shitty... apparently. Didn't use Dawn's defense to get it. Pay attention to what's targeting what. It's targeting what? He's targeting someone different with each and every one of these. Everyone's... Let's see here. That's not a single overclocked attack. Don't use it. Target that sinner. That's a good idea. Okay, that's a good idea. To clash the skill. Good. Alright, let's see here. Clashed it. Good. Who's this targeting? Merceau. Merceau, you know what to do. Who's this targeting? Dawn. Dawn, it's up to you. Favored. I really want to win this, so let's say I'm winning this. That's not accurate, there's two forms of Kloppa. That was a discriminate one, if I remember the blue shade. There's nothing I can do to stop that one, it looks like. Yeah, I guess I can take one hit on him if I really need to. I have ways to heal him, if worst case scenario. Oh, right, I forgot. Let's go. I overclocked when I had enough resources to do so. That's why it was blue instead of red. I tried to have Yisang cover it, but it didn't work for some reason. Either way, this turn it's over. Dawn, do your thing. A bit of self-healing helps too. Oh dear. It's over. It should be over. He should die before he gets his attack off once we win this clash. He's got 1 HP. Okay, so he has to get this ultimate off before he can actually die. That's a little annoying.
총알값 아까울 노릇하는군.
I really shouldn't be wasting my time like this. Coming to a sudden realization, he stopped in his place. Look at the ceiling as though he's looking at the stars of the sky. At this moment, I'm losing out for each second it spends without crying. The opportunities and time to change the world are scattering. He then glares bloodshot. He's saying, it's you, you're the only one who needs to go for this to be over. Yisang walked ahead. I must insist that I mark the end for Dongrang, for that would be most ideal. It cannot fail. Yisang managed to stop Dongrang's path. Yisang. I plead you end this now. How can I? In the end, someone has to cry tears, isn't that right? Dongrang pulled the weapon and lodged himself deeper inside. Let's end it this way, Yisang. Dongrang has been confronted. Looks like things are in our favor.
분명
Though it's certain
떠났다고
that I had left,
생각했지만 나는
it would
아직도
appear that I'm still inside the
그
white
하얀색
square.
사각 이제서 만물은
At this point, all things have been reduced to mere
내게
dots
아무
to me,
자극도
utterly incapable of
감격도 주지 못하는
stimulation or
점들이지.
inspiration.
나는 평생을 방랑하며
With this fall.
이 무의미한 걸음을
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't.
답습하는가.
Oh, you're talking about his. Yeah, his team. I don't know anything about his team. I'm going with whatever I pulled. Yeah, my team is quite literally just whatever I pulled from the banner while going for the Arknight stuff, as well as the free starting banner. The the new manager banner. So it's just anything I could find that was 3 stars or otherwise seemed useful. While I follow this meaningless walk, wandering my whole life.
우리는
Some of these were a lot
끊임없이
newer than.
날개가 잘려지는
Some of these are a bit newer than others, though. And the Merceau, of course, is borrowed, so the Merceau is guaranteed because a friend of mine, really loves this game. Yeah, right now I'm quite literally going random bullshit go. I just happen to get lucky and get some pretty good ones off the bat. We're only chickens whose wings are clipped perpetually. Mr. Yisang seems to be in a bad spot. Dante, even though I only just delivered Yongji's words with my tongue, it does give me a thought. Maybe these letters Yisang wrote weren't meant for the Yisang in the mirror alone. To all the people he had ties with in the past, those he knows in the present, those he might meet in the future. You mean including us? I'm thinking he might have been calling for help all along. Yisang, what was on your mind before you left N-Corp?
부부마저 떠나보냈을 때
When I parted with Kubo, the stars lost their shine and darkness filled the air. I felt as though I would cripple. And yet, I thought there may be a place that would allow me to live on, even if I had no wings and my legs limped.
어딘가에 있을지도 모른다는 생각이 들었지.
The thread of hope couldn't be thinner, but I held on to the faint possibility.
우리는
When we have, or at least I saw your mirror, I thought I was seeing what we didn't have.
우리에겐 없는 것들을 본다고 생각했지. 그래서
That's why it seemed fair. That's why I could only look. It's why I had to settle for this reality. Like how I dreamed of stars as I watched the fireworks. But the mirror, what shows in the mirror possibilities. Do you see what I'm getting at? You don't have to envy the mirror images. What you saw were the possibilities you held. You've had them all along. The wings to make your possibility a reality. Damn, it's gonna make me cry at this point. That's what I wanted to tell you. You sang, the first sinner. I've been waiting for you. Faust. If you join Limbus Company, I promise that we'll help you recover your torn and broken wings. And, well, I do not possess the talent to pick up shattered pieces. However, those sparkling eyes, they were not feigned.
우리의
Our
굴곡은 불행을
tortuous
맴돌
path will
거야.
circle around misery.
인연이라고
What we thought were
생각했던
bonds that
것은
will inevitably be lost. The precious things that will shatter into shards will
소중한
stab your
것일수록
soft heart.
산산조각으로 알고 있어.
I am well aware.
그렇게
It's for this reason
모든
that
건 허무 같은
things have no
찰나에
more.
지나지 않을 텐데.
All things would have no more worth than futile ephemerality. He sang, why did you make the mirror?
나는
I
가치를
never
담기
made
위해
technology
기술을
that
만든
holds
적은
any
없었어.
value in them.
과거로
I know
돌아갈
well enough
시간
that I have no
또한
way to return to
없다는
the
것도
past.
알고 그저 네가
Simply
들고
the
있는
mirror
그
you're holding.
거울은 연심.
It's what I call 연심.
연심이가.
연심, huh? To grind or study and to seek.
이것은
This is the product of guiding
무언가를
something,
갈아내고
scraping even the mind to polish
마음마저도
it.
갈아내요. 그렇구나.
I see. I suppose all versions of Yisang are
모든
dedicated
이상은
to research.
연구의 진심이었나 봐. 나는
I thought that I'd lost my
날개를
wings, that I couldn't
잃었다고
have them.
날개
I thought
쪽지만을
I'd been
애달프게
clinging to research,
요동치며
pathetically stroking the joints where the
연구를 붙잡고
wings used to
있었다고
be.
생각했지만 사실
But I
거울의
believe
진실한
now. I now know the mirror's true name.
연심.
Yunshim. To connect the heart.
이것은
It's a bridge that draws
마음과
hearts together.
마음을 줄기차게
I made the
살아보고
mirror because I wish to continue living,
더덕이며
flapping
날개짓
and
해보고
fluttering.
싶었기에 거울을
I
추락하더라도
wish to soar in
좋으니
the air once more,
다시
even if I
한번
fell afterward.
허공을 향해 날아보고 싶었어. 어느 날
One day
이곳
despair will arrive for
반드시
sure. It's for that
절망하고 말
reason life
것이오.
must go on. As far as
그렇기
it can.
때문에 어디까지라도
I don't have a crying emote. I'm sorry, but it's fitting here.
날개가
Whether or not I have wings
있느냐
matters
없느냐는
not.
모든 이상은
All he's saying is
애어난
about standing
재주를
talent,
가지고
and all
있어.
the same,
동시에
all
모든
he's saying is her
이상은
ignorance.
무지. 모든 이상에게는
All can see
날개가
wings, but
보이지만
only one Yisang
단
can
하나의
fly.
이상만이 날 수 있어. 그렇다면
If such is the
거울
case,
속의
the Yisang in the
이상은
mirror must be the
거울 밖의
opposite, the Yisang
이상과
outside.
반대일
And yet they're quite
테지만
alike as well.
또 네가 보았다던
If the wings you
빛나고
saw, those
찬란했던
radiant
그
and magnificent wings,
날 그건 나의
if
날개이자
they're mine, then they're
거울에
yours, the
비친 너의
reflection.
날개야. 왜?
Why do I think
그렇게
that? It's
생각하냐고.
obvious. The mirror is a reflection of the self.
뻔하지. 내게서 날개가
You saw
보였다면
wings on me, they're on
그
you as
날개는
well.
너에게
They
달린.
obviously would belong to you as well.
당연 그럼
Now kick
이제
off the
땅을
ground and
박차고
flutter those wings.
날개 그쳐
All I wish
한 번
for,
더
just once more,
날고
I
싶었어.
wish to fly.
세 장을
Break the
끼고
bird cage.
자유롭게
And be free. He sang.
그날의 봄을
I remember
기억하네.
that spring day.
우리의 눈은
Stars rose in our eyes.
반짝거렸지.
They sparkled
네 날개만.
as brightly as your wings.
나는
I've always yearned to escape the shadows of the League. In the end, it's the same shadow that embraces me
그래서
after
품주고
everything.
말까.
After some time has passed, with Dongrang's death, our contract with him was rendered null and void. Meaning the only way for us to be handed the golden
뭐,
bow was... Well,
결과적으로는
consequently, it wasn't all
나쁘진
bad, but it
않네요.
wasn't good. But it's
좋지도
not
않지만.
good either. Since the
동백이라고
leader of the
했나?
terrorist Dongbek has
조직의
died, their
수장이
organization
죽었으니
should collapse in
테러
no
단체가
time.
와야 되는 건
As for the remaining
순식간이겠어요.
problems,
이렇게 하는 게
I have a
어떨까
suggestion as
싶어요.
to how to handle them.
오늘
Everything that happened
K사에서
to K-Corp
벌어졌던
today was
모든
single-handedly
일은
caused by mentally
동랑이라는 한
unstable, rebellious
정신이
employee
상장이자
named Dongrang.
반사회적 성향을 지닌 직원이 개인의
In his scheme
이득과
to unfairly
권력을
claim personal
부당하게
gains and
취하기
power
위해
within the
벌인
firm,
단독
don't you agree?
행동이에요. 그걸로 되는
Or should K
건가요?
with that cover-up story? He may have
저희한테는
opposed us, but he was your
적이었을지라도
employee, wasn't he?
당신의 특별
Well, I
인사라면
did say my
아까
goodbyes for the
전화통화를
phone call
했어.
earlier. Some cheeky man
깜찍한
he
놈이지.
was. Is it too late for us to stab Alfonso too? I think she could probably use a stabbing as well.
림버스 컴퍼니의
And you're a manager at
관리자.
Limbus Company, Dante, correct? You seem somewhat
했나?
unassertive for a manager.
관리자 측 나중에 리더가
If you
되고
want to be a leader,
싶다면
you'd best remember
알아줘.
to nip any pricing
문제가
problem in
생기면
the bud.
재빨리 빠를수록 좋지.
The faster, the better. Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, Dante. You also hired Shi Association assassins to hide Silent Shrine, didn't
알겠다고
you?
하시네요.
They're telling you that they got the message.
영
I thought you were something of a
반푼이라고
half-wit, but I suppose
생각했는데
you weren't put in charge
역시
for nothing.
관리자는 관리자군.
You're lucky my avatar doesn't have the ability here to give you the finger, because there is no middle finger big enough for you, Alfonso.
아, 하나 더.
Oh, and one more thing.
어쩌다가 우리
I don't know
K사의
how things are
특이점까지
complicated enough for you to
건드려버릴
get involved with
정도로
our wing
이
singularity, but
눈물을 흘리는
the
것은
tearful thing
외부로 절대
was Keiko's
공개되어서는
singularity
안
itself, and a
되는
confidential
우리
detail we could
K사의
in no way allow it to
특이점
be
그
known.
자체이자 기밀. 림버스
Limbus
컴퍼니는
Company does not give away
탐색을
confidential
통해
information
얻는
gained during
기밀
investigation.
정보를
If you'd like, we could
일부러
arrange a contract to... Are you seriously just
방금
offering
너의
that after seeing a
계약서가
contract you
백지로
signed
돌아간
turned to
것을
worthless
보고도
paper stacks?
그런 소리가 나오니? 그런 종이
I could let a
쪼가리에
piece of
내가
paper,
저당이
couldn't
잡힐
let a piece of
수는
paper
없는
bind me
거야.
down.
기억 소거
I'll get your
절차를
memories
진행하기
erased.
뭐
Think, tamper with my memories, and
내
I cut you
기억에
to
손을 대면
bits.
남김없어.
We'll follow
그렇게
your
하도록
method,
하죠.
ma'am. You piece of...
뭐 이왕
Well,
잊어버릴
since you're
거
about to
정정해
forget it all, let
주자면
me correct one thing.
당신들이 본
What we
건
saw wasn't an
눈물 흘리는
actual
것의
tearful thing.
본체가
It's a
아니라
child entity.
그 소중한
We
본체를
couldn't leave such a precious
근본도
asset in the
없는
hands
어느
of some researcher
연구자에게
with no real
맡길 수
credentials, now
없는
could we?
노릇이잖아. 그래도
It would
우리
sadden me
날개의
if you believed that
자부심인데
fiddling thing was actually the
그렇게
pride of our
초라한 것이라
wing.
생각하면
I'm
좀
pretty sure she's
슬프거든.
lying, but I guess it's not like we could confirm it. Not that you have a chance to
어차피
think that. In spite of Ryoshi's menacing intimidation, following the unfriendly instructions of the people who appeared at high ranks, who put through a memory wipe, erasing recollection of the tearful thing from the sinners' heads. As we left, Alfonso took us to look forward to the tears could be used in the future. The sinners had memories of seeing something in the laboratory, but none could recall how the tears collector HP bullets were made. Did we at least get the golden bow? Okay, we did at least get the golden bow. By the way, you sang, where'd you want to
그저
fly?
나는 기분을
I would have been
느끼는 것으로
content with the feelings it would
좋았어.
give. And what about now? I will leave no comments on that. Damn it. You mean we're going through all that and we're gonna just erase all of Yisang's character development? He's just gonna be reset to the way he was before? Is this really any better than it was all a dream ending? Because it feels rather pointless to go through all that only for us to basically have been the exact same spot we were at the start. I'm gonna be real with you. At least, say what you will about Chapter 1, we failed to get the golden bow, but we did, at the very least, manage to get some decent progression with character and story stuff. But here, now we're just getting all of it, now it's just all of it reset at the start of the chapter? What they didn't notice is the memory wipe didn't work on me for some mysterious reason. Could I recover the sinner's wipe memories, like how I rewind their injuries? The thought occurred to me, but alas, I don't know how I'd do that. I'm not sure if it's even possible. However, I was sure about one thing. What do you mean he's reset? He's acting exactly as he did at the start of the story, at the start of the chapter. The fact I'm retaining memories they had tried to erase must be valuable, so I decided to stay quiet about it. However, manager, I will say this much. From now on,
내게
plan to
남은
face what I have
것들을
left.
남은 것이라
Those being mistakes the League of Nine.
고인회가 남긴 과오이자
Wait, why would he care about that since he should not know anything about the League of the Nine and the recalling the memories or any of that. Remember, he lost all of his character development.
그러니
Thus, I'd like to
필요하다면
resist as much as I can
할
if
수
needed.
있는 한 저항을 해볼 생각이요. 바람이
No longer
불어오는
will I
대로
bend as the wind blows. I won't let a sway or strike me down.
비껴보고
Rather, slantwise and sleep.
걷고자 하는
Enter the
곳으로
walk where I plan to go.
걸으려 하기에
They only wiped the memories of the tearful thing. Oh, so they didn't. I thought they erased basically all memories from entering K Corp onward.
도와줄 수 있겠소.
Yisang's memory didn't. Okay, because if it lost his memory that they met Donggang and all that happened, that I would have been very pissed at how they ruined such a beautiful story with that. Because believe it or not, I actually have run into stories that basically do that, and as you can tell, I do not like that. Also, I still stand by what I said about Alfonso. There is no middle finger big enough for her. Will you aid me in my endeavors, Dante? Of course. That's right, even if their memories are taken, it won't gnaw away the determination's firmly taken root. Then, what's the determination that I have left? How much must I remember and witness? Thinking such as I looked at Virgilus, who was on the other side. Because it would be one of manager's duties to remember and witness all this. You heard what I said? Dante asks if you heard what they said. I couldn't hear the usual ticks, so I have no way to know if you even said something. Of course, I can't hear your words, Manuel Dante. It was just idle talk. The look on your face seems to warrant it.
같아서 말이죠.
Okay, so Virgilus did plan this because... Okay, so I get the sense Virgilus did know for a fact the memory wipe would not work on Dante. Corps don't want anyone to know what they want makes them work. Well, yeah, that's a bit obvious. But it does seem interesting that she felt the need to make that correction before wiping like that. It could be that it is the opposite of what she said, and she's just saying that in case something went wrong and it got returned somehow. Obviously, I can't trust her as far as I can throw her. Did I have facial expressions? Yeah, I also think Virgilus knows a lot more than he's telling us, but at the very least, it does seem like we are on the same side beyond just contracts. Or maybe we just have a common enemy. In which case, Virgilus, you're alright. We can hate Alfonso together.
멈추지 않는 그
May the meaning of
눈물에
those ceaseless tears
원초적인
be
의미는
effervescence.
감격에게 당신의
Your witnesses wishes well
우리의
of ours
성제나
are
그렇듯
being realized to the best of our abilities,
제사가
as
이뤄지고
always.
있어요.
But yeah, if T-Corp has absolute control over past, present, and future Time Corp, that means we really don't want to be on their bad side, because that control over time itself is a ridiculously powerful of an ability. Alright, I have to click again to move on. Have you been well? Whenever I look at a mirror, I find myself greeting it. It's said that a greeting is only natural when it's mutually exchanged. But I do not mind the one-sidedness, as I believe it will be conveyed someday. I have decided that from now on, I'll no longer be stopped in place. Even if all will ultimately remain unchanging, I too shan't change either. You need not be overly concerned for me. I now have new companions by my side. Though I cannot be sure what they think of this, I intend to consider them as such. To close off, allow me one final remark. May you all keep company with a peace throughout your lives. Yours sincerely, Isan. Interesting. So that was the crew, and yet did they have their own Dante? It's not some drag Paragon ship, it's him saying he wants to do truly a bit harder with others. The flowers unseen, the fragrance is in bloom. I dig a grave for myself there. Days of chasing shadows. All that remains are vain memories. Like a fire swept all over me. All that's in my hands is ash like dust. The fragrance is in full bloom. I dig a grave for myself there. The grave is unseen. I take a seat in the invisible grave. I lie down. I run without rest. The times that choked me. Will I miss them as well? A long, long ways from right now. When I look back on those memories, I sure hope that I can smile. The fragrance is in full bloom. In forgetfulness I dig another grave in the place. The grave is unseen. Forgetting the flower, I enter the invisible grave. And with however much time left, now I must move forward. Burning myself up until I'm no more.
촛불과
Like a candle that burns itself up.
숨고를 새도 없이
breathe.
떠밀려 던져진
Oh, look, he's putting it down
속에
to look at others for once.
내 길을
I hope I find what
너는
as
날
long ways from
언젠가는
right now. When I look
돌이켜볼
back on
기억
those
속에
memories,
네
I sure wish that I could smile. I'll lie down for certain flowers and pray. Let me fly so far away, so I can reach the stars like a bird upon the night sky. This night will visit me again. Sure, but it's alright since I live on this gold flower. It's alright. Yeah, like you said, it's a subtle but very, very important change. Even represented by him simply putting down the mirror for a moment to interact with some of the others. It's also why I was so terrified at the idea that they'd just remove all his memories from entering K-Corp onward, which would undo all that, but luckily they apparently decided to handle it with a scalpel rather than mallet. So obviously the fact we have this information is going to be important later. We still don't know what Limbus is about, and if we should even be trusting Virgilus, but at the very least, we do seem to have we seem to be on the same side for the moment. I'm clicking, but it's not doing anything. Guess I have to skip it to move. Oh, they sure are serious about eating. It amazes me how they can look so happy while eating out like that. I stepped out of the restaurant briefly to catch some air. Oh, I didn't even notice you arrived. How long have you been there? I told you I'd come see you again. Damien. The one who was basically an almost literal Deus Ex Machina that saved us in the last chapter. I don't know what to think of you at all. Why can't people just settle for just looking? Think their boyfriend, I guess, yeah. I think I even called him that last chapter. It should be enough to simply admire it, smell the scent, enjoy the moment, but they nurture greed and obsession as they contain in their sight, eating themselves away. The mirror, too, it was first created for simple enjoyment. You could compare it to a bag of chips with hundreds of flavors, for example. But then someone came with an idea. What if there was a way for us to reach into that possibility infinite bag and take what I don't have? What if all of us could have all the flavors that way? It wouldn't be considered theft, according to the rules made by adults, anyways. That in fact is stealing from me. Countless stars are in the sky, but they aren't the same. If someone else saw them, they might be nothing more than dim lumps of light. But someone who found the twinkle staggeringly charming took one of the stars and hung it on a high enough place for everyone to see, expelling the dark. Like when humanity unlocked fire, all the people would rejoice. Now here's a question. What would become of the me who's been robbed by me, and the star that's now forced to illuminate the dark forevermore? The mirror your friends use isn't any different. It is such a cruel piece of technology. Take your time to find the answer. Just draw me a sheep later. You may not remember it right now, but you promised to. Ah, so he's from our lost past in some fashion. Just as I tried to say something, he vanished, leaving only hints of loneliness. He was nowhere to be seen, as if he'd returned to where he belonged. I couldn't even remember what I was trying to answer. Does our clock face actually tell the time, or is it just for a show, or some form of expression?
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Alright, the interval isn't very long, right? I should probably do that next time because wow, that was a lot.
은자를 풀어주시오.
Are any of the channels I raid even still around?
온 몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니.
No. I guess I'm gonna have to end the stream here then, but wow. Oh crap, is our face the Doomsday Clock? No wait, no, there's a Doomsday Clock enemy, so it can't be us. Phew, I was worried there for a moment. But yeah, something's going on with that, and I don't think it's mere expression. Alright, well there's lots to ruminate over. But yeah, that was pretty good stuff. I do need to get my birthday month special going though, so I'll probably start going with that next time. In this game, I'll probably get back to Thursday where I'll do the next intervallo. Should be interesting to see where the sea goes. Assuming it's a short one, hopefully. But that's going to be all for tonight. Until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.